Chapter 2867. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly dog saint sneered. Their race was known as the Moon Devourer. That was not a lie. Moreover, they did not simply swallow things. There was a terrifying power in their bodies that could refine everything. Even if a saint was swallowed, he would most likely die. Ha ha! The heavenly dog saint threw his head back and laughed. However, he was soon unable to laugh anymore. That was because his head had been smashed apart. In the endless darkness, a golden light shone and pierced through the sky. Immediately after, the heavenly dog saint screamed in pain. His saint blood floated down. His teeth were shattered, and his head was torn apart. A golden figure rushed out of the darkness. It was Lin Xian. Do you think you can swallow me? After Lin Xian came out, he stomped on the ground and punched the heavenly dog saint's body into pieces again. Another saint was injured. His body was destroyed. The 10,000 Archean races could not believe it. The other saints were even more shocked. All of you back down? I'll do it! An old voice sounded. This time, an old man walked out. Divine flames surged on his body, making him look like a god of fire. The Saint of Fire Qilin Cave. He was the saint of the primordial royal family. These people were terrified. The heavenly dog race and the blood moon race were all primordial royal families. They were powerful. However, they were still inferior to the primordial royal family. Now, the saint of the primordial royal family was finally going to make a move. A flaming divine spear appeared in the old man's hand. It emitted a monstrous light, and Tao patterns filled the sky. The Qilin spear. A sacred artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying and famous sacred artifact. It was created by an expert in the primordial era. It had been sleeping together with the Fire Qilin Cave for countless years. Now, it finally saw the light of day again. The Qilin spear was able to suppress everything. Even the saints felt threatened, let alone the sect masters, sacred ancestors, and ordinary martial artists. They could not breathe at all. Everything was over. The old saint of the Fire Qilin Cave harumphed coldly. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, emitting a terrifying light. A terrifying saint's aura directly pierced through the void. 1. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and stabbed at Lin Xian's head. So fast, so strong! Everyone exclaimed. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the spearhead in front of him. What? He wanted to face the Qilin spear head on. Catching a saint weapon with his bare hands? These people were extremely shocked, especially the experts from the 10,000 ancient races. They cried out in surprise. He could not believe it. The archaic kings of the Fire Qilin Cave all laughed coldly. This brat was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? You want to take our saint's attack with your bare hands? Just you wait, he'll be beaten to pieces. As expected, the moment the Qilin spear was grabbed, the flames on it surged to the heavens and turned into a fire Qilin, wanting to kill Lin Xian completely. On Lin Xian's body, the 9-yang divine flame rushed out and turned into a huge flame dragon, tangling with the fire Qilin. It's useless. Your flames can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. At the same time, his other hand also held the Qilin spear. With an angry roar, he swung the spear and directly smashed the Fire Qilin Cave's saint downwards. Boom! This attack caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless mountains were broken and countless lands sank. A terrifying power rushed in all directions like a dragon's aura. What? So strong! This scene stunned everyone, especially the 10,000 ancient races. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly and their souls were trembling. Could it be that even the saint of the ancient royal family was no match for him? 1. In the sky, a divine light lit up and flew towards Lin Xian. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge had made his move. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and attacked again. The divine Phoenix Ridge was also one of the ancient royal families. Their saint was also incomparably terrifying. It was a woman with a cold expression. At this moment, she raised her jade-like hand and directly turned it into a golden sword light, forming an eternal killing move. 1. Lin Xian was still fearless. He punched out and directly collided with the eternal light. In the next moment, he frowned, because he discovered that the light suddenly opened up and formed a terrifying power that enveloped him. Damn it, self-destructing an ancient treasure! Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was so decisive that she didn't hesitate to use the power of a saint and the power of an ancient treasure to attack him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In front of them, a terrifying light flickered, so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The terrifying power rumbled, causing their ears to bleed. The light on Lin Xian's body was also torn apart. The 9 suns' divine fire danced in the sky. Could it be that that person was injured? On the other side, the 10,000 ancient race martialists also laughed sinisterly. This time, he's dead for sure. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned, and their pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? The other party wasn't injured. The human race cultivators also began to scream. What? It's him, it's actually him. Heavens, they were about to faint. Because they had discovered something extremely inconceivable. At this moment, the young cultivators, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were dumbfounded. Not only them, but the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian, how could it be him? That's right, now that the golden light on Lin Xian's body had been torn apart, revealing his face, the human cultivators naturally saw it. The people from the 10,000 ancient races also saw it. Damn it, Central Sovereign Lin Xian! How could that human prodigy be him? How could he have such powerful strength? What, a human prodigy? Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Damn it, isn't he from the younger generation? How could he be a saint? The archaic kings also screamed. They really couldn't understand what was going on. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect the divine Phoenix Ridge's saint to be so powerful that he could break through his protective light. He had revealed his true face. But so what? So what if he recognized his identity? Today, he would defeat the 10,000 ancient races with a tyrannical attitude. Could it be that he just looked like him? That's right, maybe he's that kid's ancestor. Otherwise, how could that kid have the divine 9-yang body? If you say so, it's possible. Everyone discussed spiritedly. They felt that this figure wasn't Lin Xian, but one of Lin Xian's ancestors. It seemed that Lin Xian's identity was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was so powerful. They discussed spiritedly, but soon they were stunned. Some even fainted because the golden figure in the sky spoke in a deep voice. That's right, I'm Lin Xian. I'm Central Sovereign Lin Xian. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank. What? Lin Xian? He's really Lin Xian. Heavens, this is impossible. Dream, I must be dreaming. Chapter 2868. Could it be that he was a sage himself? These people were all stunned. Central Emperor Lin Xian, who in the world did not know him? Who did not know him? He was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He had the potential to become a great emperor in the future and compete with the other races. However, no matter how dazzling you were still a genius of the younger generation. How heaven-defying could you be? Although you could defeat the elders, you weren't a match for the sect leaders. But now, this young genius in front of them had far surpassed the sect leaders. Even the primordial sages weren't a match for him. He had stomped a primordial sage into the ground with 1 foot. Was he still human? This was heaven-defying. What was going on? These people wanted to ask, but they were stopped by the Yi family head and Queen Mother of the West. Don't ask too much. We'll talk about it after the dark turmoil is over. They now knew that Lin Xian was their hope. No matter how he got his strength, defeating the 10,000 ancient races was the most important thing. Yes, Hall Master Lin, do your best. The elders cheered. Those young disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Lin Xian, you're my great Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, great Lin Xian, I knew you were the best. Great God, I love you to death. Lin Xian of the Middle Emperor was indeed worthy of his reputation. This was the aura of a young great emperor. He was definitely a future great emperor. The martialists of the human tribe cried out in alarm. The sacred masters and sacred masters were also shocked. Yu Wudao, Wuchen, Bu Santong, and the great Xia prince of the younger generation were also stunned. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also shocked. It was indeed Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian, I knew it was you. The two of them had already guessed it. They weren't too sure, but now they were sure. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Especially the primordial sages, their faces turned green. If the other party was a super strong cultivator, they would admit defeat. After all, the human clan had been in business for so many years. They would definitely have one or two extremely terrifying saints. However, the other party did not have a strong background, nor was he a super expert that had been passed down since ancient times. He was just a young genius. He was a young junior. How many years could he have cultivated for? More than 100 years? However, such a person was actually able to trample them underfoot and beat them into pieces. How could they tolerate this? Damn it! Damn it! Those immemorial kings roared like they had gone mad. The faces of these ancient saints turned cold. No, this kid couldn't be a real saint. He must have obtained power for some reason. No matter what, he had to kill him first. No one can provoke us, and no one can stop us. The human race must be destroyed. No matter how powerful a saint was, he would not be able to stop them. The expressions of the primordial sages were cold. So what if the other party was strong? As long as it wasn't the motherfucking human king who was resurrected, no one could stop them. Let's go! The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons took a deep breath. Then, 3 figures walked out, suppressing the world. Endless laws danced in the air as the humans screamed. The 3 great sage attacked, and they were saints from the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave respectively. The 3 royal families were going to join forces. Shameless! How dare you fight 1 against 3? And you even beat up our young geniuses? Have all of you primeval saints been living like dogs all this time? That's right, what noble bloodline! High and mighty? You're worse than ants. Shameless to the extreme. The people below screamed crazily. This was too disadvantageous for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. Although he had fused with a greater success divine body now. After all, this body had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and the other party was a saint of the 3 royal families. If they joined forces, they would definitely pose a huge threat to him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Senior, it seems like you're going to use your divine ability? I know. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's voice sounded from his soul. Then use it. I will use the last bit of my life to make a contribution to the human race. Previously, Lin Xian didn't use his divine ability when he fought with those ancient saints. Therefore, he didn't consume too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. But now, it was different. In the face of 3 primeval saints who came from the royal family, he had to use some great divine abilities. Using great divine abilities would consume the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He had to think carefully about every step and every divine ability. He couldn't waste them. In the sky, the 3 saints floated over and surrounded Lin Xian. Worski's powerful divine consciousness danced in the air, forming a special world that completely enveloped Lin Xian. Wind! The saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons was a middle-aged man. His expression was very cold, and the green scales on his body carried a heavy aura. With a cold shout, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth. The entire world turned into a green storm as if it was about to destroy the world. The law of wind! This saint comprehended the law of wind. Everyone cried out in alarm. Below, the Jade Lake sacred ground was also on the verge of collapse, as if it would be overturned by the violent wind at any moment. Fortunately, the many saints worked together to suppress the Jade Lake. But other places weren't so lucky. Hundreds of thousands of feet tall mountains were instantly razed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and one black hole after another formed in space. Lin Xian suffered even more intense attacks. Each of those wind blades carried runes and laws. They could easily kill the sacred leaders and sect masters. They could even pose a great threat to the lives of saints. At this moment, they were charging towards him from all directions. Through their previous observation, these ancient saints discovered that the other party hadn't used the divine chains of laws. This made them suspect that the other party didn't know any laws. However, the other party's close combat was very terrifying. Therefore, they wouldn't engage in close combat with the other party. The three saints attacked with laws from afar. The laws of the three of them were extremely terrifying. In addition to the wind laws of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was also the fire laws of the Fire Qilin Cave. The cloud laws of the divine Phoenix Ridge. All of them charged towards Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. The powerhouses on the human side cried out in alarm. That's right, he was powerful in close combat, but his laws were weak. This point was also discovered by those ancient saints. They didn't know if Lin Xian could contend against them. Everyone started to worry. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. That kid is dead for sure. Humph, just you wait, he's finished. Under the three great laws. He will definitely die. Boom! Boom! The three great laws enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, and the light and flames on his body jumped, forming a long sword. He held it in his hand. Chapter 2869. A terrifying aura erupted and soared into the sky like a peerless divine sword. The terrifying light was like a wave, causing the entire sky to boil. What was that? Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this scene. Even the sages' eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too astonishing. In the sky, the world formed by the three great laws was torn apart in an instant. An earth-shattering light shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Tao patterns flickered all over the sky, divine chains danced in the air, and a terrifying sword cry echoed between heaven and earth. This was the power of laws. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders trembled in shock. In the distance, the primordial kings were terrified. Laws, the other party actually used the laws. Damn it, how was this possible? The other party wasn't a melee expert and didn't know how to use the laws? They were truly stunned. Didn't know how to use the laws? You guys are really naive. Previously, you guys were too trash, so I disdained to use the laws. Today, I'll let you see what a true law is. Lin Xian snorted coldly. As he spoke, the golden sword fell crazily, bringing with it endless laws. Damn it, block it for me! The three primordial sages roared. The wind law, fire law, and cloud law quickly charged forward. Boom! Boom! The four great laws collided in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Endless Tao patterns flickered, each of them capable of killing a sacred leader. So what if he had the laws? He wasn't a match for the three great sage at all. Those primordial kings comforted themselves. But in the next moment, they fainted from fright. Because in the sky, the three great laws were broken once again. A cold sword light illuminated the entire world. The three sages all vomited blood and were sent flying. Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons had an arm cut off, and the sage of the Fire Qilin Cave was cut in half at the waist. The sage of the divine Phoenix Ridge was split in half. They were injured, damn it, the three great sages were all injured. This was impossible. I don't believe it! Those primordial kings screamed crazily. The other primordial king's pupils constricted. How was this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? One sword strike injured the three great sages. What kind of law was this? What method? The human experts were equally shocked. The sacred leader of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family gasped. It was too terrifying. They were extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the legendary nine-yang sword art? It was really possible. The other experts also cried out in surprise. Was the long-lost nine-yang sword technique about to reappear in the world? It was truly shocking. The nine-yang divine body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, so the nine-yang sword technique was naturally lost as well. Some time ago, Lin Xian displayed the nine-yang divine body, which shocked the world. Many experts were envious and wanted to obtain the cultivation method of this physique. However, what surprised them was that although Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, he had never used the nine-yang sword technique before. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian might not have obtained the cultivation method of the nine-yang sword technique. This made everyone feel regretful. The reason for that was because the nine-yang sword technique was one of the most frightening sword techniques in the world. It was extremely masculine and filled with boundless power. As soon as the sword technique was unleashed, the sword burned the nine heavens and split the heaven and earth. It could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. Now, the crowd was finally able to witness the long-lost sword art in Lin Xian's hands. The nine-yang sword technique was the human race's nine-yang sword technique. On the other side, a saint of the 10,000 ancient races also spoke in a deep voice. This was the saint of the Blue Ghoul race. His expression was abnormally gloomy. At this moment, there were countless green laws around him, forming ghost heads that blocked the sword energy that filled the sky. However, those ghost heads were suppressed until they were dim. Damn it! The power of masculine and masculine is my natural counter. The saint of the Blue Ghoul race gritted his teeth. That's right, he was from the Blue Ghoul race and cultivated an evil power. As for the nine-yang sword technique, it was the power of masculine and masculine. Previously, when the other party used the nine-yang divine body, he had already noticed this. He didn't expect it at that time. However, when he saw the sword light, he immediately screamed. The nine-yang sword technique was already very famous before the 10,000 ancient races fell into hibernation. Human experts who cultivated the nine-yang sword technique could also compete with them. Who would have thought that they would encounter this sword technique again after awakening? Damn it, he's the successor of the nine-yang. Kill him, we must kill him! The saint of the Blue Ghoul race roared crazily. The other saints also had serious expressions. During the 10,000 ancient races, the 10,000 ancient races were strong while the human race was weak. However, the human race hadn't been destroyed. The reason was that the human race had several peerless experts. Although there weren't many of them, their strength wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 ancient races. They could even suppress the 10,000 ancient races. Back then, it had caused a huge shock. However, what made the 10,000 ancient races let out a sigh of relief was that there were simply too few such human experts. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and chileen horns. If there were a little more of such experts, the human race wouldn't be an ant-like existence anymore. It would definitely be one of the strongest races. Back then, those human great emperors hadn't appeared yet. However, there were a few people who were still fresh in the minds of the 10,000 ancient races. One of them was the Saint Body. Back then, he already had a greater success Saint Body. Although he didn't become a great emperor, the power of the Saint Body was still fresh in their memories. The second was the successor of the Nine-Yang. The Nine-Yang Divine Body and the Nine-Yang Sword Art. Back then, he had dominated the world and killed many 10,000 ancient races. This was something that the 10,000 ancient races would never forget. The third was the successor of the Nine-Yin. The Nine-Yin and Nine-Yang were two very ancient cultivation methods of the human race. However, the successor of the Nine-Yin had long been lost. The two ancient inheritances of the human race were slow, and everyone thought that they had disappeared. They didn't expect that they would appear now. Therefore, these 10,000 ancient races were very ferocious. They didn't allow the successor of the Nine Yang to appear because the shadow that the successor of the Nine Yang had caused back then was too great for them. Lin Xian was equally astonished. To be able to injure 3 saints with a single slash, the swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Huff! The Nine Yang sword saint's soul slowly exhaled. He was much weaker than before. Lin Xian hurriedly took out a treasure. Senior, quickly consume it. The Nine Yang sword saint's soul was enveloped by countless treasures. Kid, this is the Nine Yang sword art. I can only use one move now. You have to watch carefully. If you miss any move, the Nine Yang sword art will really be lost. The Nine Yang sword art? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had wanted to obtain this sword art before, but he hadn't been able to find it. He didn't expect that he would be able to use the Nine Yang sword art personally now. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely remember it. I will definitely not let the Nine Yang sword art be lost. Very good. The Nine Yang sword saint's soul was gratified. You have already sensed the power of the greater success Nine Yang divine body. I will also impart the cultivation method of the divine body to you. Chapter 2870. Who would have thought that it was actually the lost successor of the 9 sons? The 12 ancient saints' faces were gloomy. Humph, so what if it's the successor of the 9 sons? Back then, you weren't an invincible existence. Now you're still not a match for the 10,000 ancient races. You're still far from it. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. The aura on his body was completely released, and his dragon head was incomparably ferocious. Dragon blood surged, causing everyone to tremble. Dragons were indeed worthy of being the top existences. The power of their bloodline had already reached a level that made people despair. In the next moment, in the endless storm, green dragons danced in the wind, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, 9 fire Kylins also appeared. The 9 heads were incomparably huge, and the flames on their bodies were even more terrifying. This was a unique move that could already kill a saint. Feng Qin. The female saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge took out a guqin and played it non-stop. The sound of the guqin tore through the sky and earth, causing everyone to vomit blood. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying demonic sound howled as it also enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly as he brandished the 9 Suns sword technique, and quickly charged over. In the sky, the azure dragons were chopped into pieces one after another. The terrifying fire Kylins were also beheaded. The terrifying phoenix cry and demonic sound were also destroyed by his sword. Roar! Not only that, in addition to the 9 Suns sword technique, there was also an earth-shattering dragon roar that resounded through the world. Boom! The dragon blood in the sky surged and even dimmed. Damn it! The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons' expression changed. Great Dragon Sword Soul. This kid also had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Indeed, everyone knew this before. Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul with unparalleled attack power. It had once attracted the pursuit of countless powerhouses and finally disappeared. When he reappeared, he brought this terrifying 9 Suns divine body back to the world. No one knew what he had experienced in between. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. In the previous battle, the 9 Yang divine body and 9 Yang sword technique were too terrifying. It made them forget that Lin Xian originally had the great dragon sword spirit. Only now did the dragon cry resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Did everyone remember? Even the soul of the 9 Sun Sword Saint was trembling with excitement, let alone the humans and the primordial saints. Great Dragon Sword Soul. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Kid, if you can resist the dark turmoil, your future achievements will definitely be much higher than mine. The soul of the 9 Sun Sword Saint smiled in relief. Perhaps you can really reach the peak of martial arts. As he spoke, his soul began to spread out. The 9-yang sword technique in his hand became even more terrifying. Let's see what kind of power the great dragon sword soul can display. The 9-sun sword saint's soul was very happy. This was because he had naturally heard of the power and legends of the great dragon sword soul. It was just that he had never had the chance to see it before. Now, he did not expect that the young man in front of him would have the great dragon sword soul. Then, when combined with his 9-yang sword technique, how powerful would it be? No one knew. However, it would definitely surpass the 9-yang sword technique alone. Before he died, he would be able to experience the great dragon sword soul, which had the highest attack power. The 9-sun sword saint was very excited. Buzz! An extremely cold sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body, and a fire dragon flew out. This was formed by the fusion of the great dragon sword soul and the 9-yang sword technique. After this fire dragon, 17 more fire dragons appeared. In the sky, 18 fire dragons spewed out and directly sent the 3 great sage cultivators flying again. Not only that, but the bodies of the 3 great sage cultivators split open and were ignited. They screamed in the sky. The sky was filled with divine chains that pierced through the 9 heavens. However, they could not extinguish the flames. The terrifying laws were useless, but they could not heal their bodies. Today, I will kill a saint. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and strode forward. Every step he took cracked the void. No, damn it! The ancient saints retreated crazily. Their bodies were still torn apart, wrapped in clouds of blood mist as they fled into the sky. There was nothing they could do. The 9-yang sword technique was too cold. The sun-like flames on it burned them until they were in an incomparably miserable state. They could not be erased in a short period of time. What made them even more terrified was that the other party's sword energy was too sharp, and there was an indestructible will left on it. They knew that this was the power of the great dragon sword soul. They had to quickly use the power of laws and Tao runes to erase this indestructible will. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. In an instant he arrived near them. The 3 ancient saints were scared out of their wits. The primordial creatures in the distance roared, "Damn brat, stop! Patriarch, run!" They cried out crazily. These ancient races had never thought that one day, their saint would be hunted down. Seal! A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, shaking the surroundings. Immediately after, Lin Xian's body was fixed in midair. Countless black Tao runes surrounded him, imprisoning the entire void. Immobilization technique. It was the 6er divine monkey race. The Yi family's saint exclaimed. That's right. Among the 12 saints, one of them was a divine monkey. It held an iron rod in its hand and had boundless strength. Moreover, it knew the even more strange immobilization technique. At this moment, it was the thunderous sound from its mouth that directly immobilized Lin Xian. Kill! The other sages also made their moves. A black iron rod appeared out of nowhere, flickering with terrifying laws as it blasted toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled, and a sickle slashed down like a blood moon. Whoosh! 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 A cold wind blew, and ghost heads filled the air. Each of them could devour a saint. This was the great divine power of the blue ghost race's saint. In an instant, these ancient saints all used their ultimate techniques and charged toward Lin Xian. They had gone too far. On the human side, they roared crazily. The Gu family's saint snorted coldly. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to attack? The power of the void on his body trembled, and endless laws danced. Instantly, apart from the black Tao runes around Lin Xian, another black hole appeared and completely swallowed him. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the place where he was shattered by the saint's attack. Void technique. Damn it! These ancient saints roared crazily and turned to stare at the Gu family's saint below. The Gu family had produced a void emperor before, so they naturally knew the void palace technique. This kind of spatial technique was unpredictable and was indeed a headache. They didn't expect the Gu family to save them at the most critical moment. That kid? Damn it, keep an eye on him. I can't let them attack anymore. The Saint of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons roared. In the sky, the 10,000 Dragons diagram emitted a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. It instantly stared at the jade pool. The people in the jade pool felt cold as if they would be killed at any moment. Damn it, was this an extreme weapon? Even the sage's body began to tremble. Chapter 2871. After suppressing the jade lake below, the primordial saint's gazes pierced through the void, trying to find Lin Xian. Soon, they controlled the azure dragon and struck out with a lull. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian appeared in front of everyone again from the endless void. Kid, let's see how you escape this time. You're dead meat. Kneel down and repent obediently. The primordial saint sneered. The six-eared divine monkey was still worried. It shouted 3 times in a row and used its great divine ability. The sky was filled with black law trash, completely sealing Lin Xian. This time, you can't escape. The primordial saints attacked again. Not good. The human martial artists of the Jade Lake sacred ground below were filled with despair. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to die? After all, it was too difficult for one person to fight against so many primordial saints. Moreover, the other party had been frozen by the great divine ability, and could not dodge at all. Could the other party's 9-yang divine body withstand the laws of so many saints? They did not know. They were extremely nervous. In the sky, the laws that filled the sky turned into streaks of divine consciousness that quickly charged toward Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to freeze me with a mere immobilization technique? With a furious roar, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Boom! Boom! The sword lights were extremely terrifying. They flickered with astonishing power and instantly shattered all the surrounding black runes. Kill! Lin Xian let out a furious roar as he unleashed the 9 Suns sword technique once again. Accompanying it was the power of the great dragon sword soul. Under this attack, the surrounding runes were reduced to ashes. The primordial army vomited blood and retreated, their faces filled with fear. Leave this place quickly! They also took out their sacred artifacts, and the 10,000 dragons diagram shone down and enveloped them. Only then did they save their lives. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the long sword in his hand and swept it in all directions. His body was unparalleled, and he was not afraid of the aftershocks at all. However, the saints felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, he actually broke the immobilization technique. The 6-eared divine monkey's expression was ugly. How could the other party be so strong? Immobilize! Immobilize! Fix! He shouted coldly again. Black laws covered the sky, but they were mercilessly wiped out by Lin Xian's swordlight. Was the fixed body spell very satisfying? Should I beat you up first? Lin Xian stared at the 6-eared divine monkey. The sword slashed out like a huge dragon slashing down from the sky. Clang! The 6-eared divine monkey raised a black iron rod in its hand and faced the incoming attack. Although the black iron rod looked unremarkable, it was a true saint weapon. It was engraved with densely packed Dao runes. At this moment, it was like a black mountain that was rampaging through the sky. Pung pung pung! There was an earth-shattering collision. In the next moment, the 6-eared divine monkey's palm was smashed open by the force, and the black iron staff was sent flying. One of his arms was also shattered by the sword light. It was too terrifying. How terrifying was Lin Xian's sword chi! Even if the 6-eared divine monkey were to use a saint weapon to fight against him, it would still be no match for him. You want to leave? Seeing that his opponent was retreating, Lin Xian followed up with another slash. With a slash, the 6-eared divine monkey was split in half. Blood rained down from the sky as the 6-eared divine monkey fled like a madman. The two halves of its body quickly merged in the distance. Kill! Lin Xian roared again. His terrifying voice resounded through the 9 heavens. He held the divine sword in his hand and charged forward like a peerless god of war. Today, I will kill a saint. He stared at the Silver Electric Tribe's saint. Lin Xian already had a grudge against the Silver Electric Tribe, so he wanted to make an example of him. This time, he would not simply defeat his opponent. He wanted to kill him completely. Only the death of a saint could hurt the 10,000 Archean tribes and intimidate them. Damn it! Get lost! The Silver Electric Tribe's saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. His opponent was actually coming for him. This made him both shocked and angry. On one hand, he was terrified of his opponent's strength. On the other hand, he was extremely angry. What was his opponent trying to do? Was he looking down on him? He quickly retreated, and a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back. They were completely formed by the laws. What he cultivated was the law of lightning. Lightning was not only violent in its attacks, but it was also extremely fast. Therefore, at this moment, after the law of lightning formed wings, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint's speed reached the limit. No one below the saint level could see him clearly. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders could not see him clearly. They could only see blurry balls of light shining in the sky. So fast! Among them, the human saints were extremely shocked. In terms of speed, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint did indeed have a unique advantage. Let's see how you're going to hurt me, kid! The Silver Electric Tribe's saint moved quickly and appeared in various directions in the sky. At the same time, he did not idle around. A silver lightning hammer appeared in his hand, and he kept swinging it. With every strike, apocalyptic lightning would descend and shatter the void. Terrifying runes interweaved in the sky and attacked Lin Xian, using the laws to attack from afar. This Silver Electric Tribe's saint was really experienced. The saints of the human race sighed. Lin Xian frowned. He did not want to waste time with his opponent because the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul could not hold on for long. He had to end the battle quickly. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything to you just because I'm fast? How naive! 9 suns open the sky! This was one of the ultimate techniques of the 9 Sun Sword technique. A fiery red light soared into the sky. A huge flaming sword shadow soared into the sky. It covered the entire sky. At this moment, every inch of space was filled with the 9 Sun Sword chi. There was nowhere to hide. As expected, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint was also forced back. No matter how fast he was, he could not dodge. Unless he knew the Gu family's Great Void technique and hid in the universe. Unfortunately, he did not know how to do that. Therefore, this time, he revealed his true form. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sword chi and instantly shattered the other party's wings of lightning. With a crack, the laws in the sky shattered. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Damn it! Attack together and kill him! The saint roared crazily. He was no match for his opponent at all. Sure enough, when they heard that, the other saints also attacked. The primordial kings also joined forces in the distance. Together with their ancient treasures, they formed a peerless killing formation and attacked from afar. Lin Xian continued to wave his sword. Divine flames surged in the sky, shattering the peerless formation that had just been formed. Many primordial kings were also killed. The primeval saints in the sky felt their hearts bleed at the sight of this. Buzz! Golden light appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He quickly dodged and avoided the laws of the saints. He quickly chased after the Silver Electric Tribe's saint. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint condensed his lightning wings again, trying to escape. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Freeze! Chapter 2872. The 6-eared divine monkey was also stunned. He shook his head and said, It's not me. If it's not you, then who is it? Everyone was stunned. It's that kid. What did you say? It's that kid? Lin Xian? The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. Lin Xian was sure? What was he doing? The Silver Lightning Race's saint was also shocked. He sneered. Kid, do you think you can scare me like this? Seriously, before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. His expression was one of horror. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't move! He screamed crazily. Was he really frozen? The people of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The human cultivators were also stunned. How was this possible? Wasn't that the six-eared divine monkey's divine ability? Damn it, the dragon sword soul simulated everything. It was the power of the dragon sword soul. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. Kill him quickly, we have to kill him quickly. Everyone rushed toward Lin Xian crazily. A pair of golden wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. Golden runes shone on them. As his wings flapped, his speed instantly increased. Oh no, he's imitating the wings of a lightning Dao divine ability. The Silver Lightning Race's saint's pupils constricted, and his expression was extremely ugly. These golden wings were exactly the same as his lightning wings. The other party was using the dragon sword soul to simulate his divine ability. Moreover, he wanted to use this divine ability to kill him. Damn it! He roared crazily and wanted to struggle, but in the next moment, his body was cut in half. The Dao patterns on the pair of golden wings were surrounded by divine chains. They were incomparably sharp. In an instant, the Silver Lightning Race's saint was cut in half. The Silver Lightning Race's saint screamed and wanted to heal. The five-colored divine lightning around him exploded, forming a terrifying energy that blasted away the immobilization technique. He quickly fled into the distance. However, not long after he flew, he was slapped down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and earth. It was like a golden mountain that carried the laws and directly slapped the other party's body into a bloody mist. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been killed long ago. However, saints were so powerful that they could be reborn with just a drop of their blood. Therefore, even though his body was shattered, the Silver Lightning Saint still managed to escape. Thor's shield. He formed 9 shields in front of Shintian, and then his body reassembled. Pun! Lin Xian brandished his long sword. The 9 yang sword technique flew out and shattered the 9 thunder god shields on the spot. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions, forming one black hole after another. 1. He pointed his finger, and his sword she exploded the head of the saint of the Silver Lightning Race. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. The saint of the Silver Lightning Race roared like a madman. His body had already been shattered dozens of times by the other party. He had never been humiliated like this before. He decided to burn his own bloodline power to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the power of the great dragon sword spirit had exploded forth, causing his body to be unable to heal. Not only that, even his soul had been injured. 9 Sun Soul Extinguishing. It was another ultimate move of the 9 Yang sword technique. The 9 Yang divine fire that filled the sky surged and engulfed the Silver Lightning Saint's soul. Ah! The saint of the Silver Lightning Race screamed like a madman. His soul was burning. Damn it, put it out! An endless sea of lightning appeared on his body, trying to extinguish the divine fire. However, he could not do it. The divine fire carried a monstrous power and a terrifying aura of destruction. The other sages also stepped forward one after another, wanting to lend a helping hand. 1. Lin Xian's long sword swept in all directions and cut 2 saints in half. The other saints were also forced back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Senior, let me borrow your laws, Lin Xian said in a low voice. In the next moment, endless laws enveloped him. After the great dragon sword spirit gained the power of the laws, it roared as if it had come to life. The saint of the Silver Lightning Race's soul was severely injured and was cut in half. Lin Xian swung his sword a few more times and completely destroyed the saint of the Silver Lightning Race's soul. Now that he had obtained the power of a saint, the might of the great dragon sword soul that was activated in the state of a saint was truly terrifying. The saint of the Silver Lightning race was killed without being able to put up any resistance. Ruffian Long, think of a way to collect the saint's blood, Lin Xian said. In the formation below, Ruffian Long quickly gathered the Queen Mother of the West and the Patriarch of the Yi family to collect the blood of the Silver Lightning race's saint in the sky. Damn it! Patriarch, this is impossible. The ancient army had gone crazy. Has a saint fallen? Endless blood flowed wildly between heaven and earth. The sky split open, forming a huge fissure, and blood rained down. Heaven and earth mourned. The fall of a saint was an extremely terrifying matter. After all, a saint had transcended heaven and earth and comprehended the laws. It was very difficult to become a saint. Among the countless invincible kings, there might not even be one. However, once a saint became one, it would be very difficult for them to fall. It was said to be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, although the soul of the Silver Lightning race's saint had been destroyed, the sea of blood in the sky roared crazily. Boy, do you really think you can kill me? What? He's not dead? The dark red dragon exclaimed. The saint's blood that he had just collected and the treasures that contained the saint's blood exploded. He was almost caught in the explosion, and he quickly retreated to the jade pool. The other sacred lords could only give up. He's not dead? He's not dead? His soul has been destroyed, but he's still alive. Is this what a saint is like? Could it be that they were immortal? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul sighed. A saint being reborn from a drop of blood was not a legend. Their blood contained everything. It even carried the inheritance and soul imprint. Therefore, even if his soul was destroyed, he would not be killed. Sure enough, the blood of the saints in the distance reformed into a saint. It was the Silver Lightning race's saint. His face was abnormally pale. His killing intent soared into the sky. Great, the Patriarch is not dead. The ancient army heaved a sigh of relief. The other saints also sneered. Boy, I don't know how you obtained your power. However, you don't understand saints at all. Do you really think you can kill a saint? With just you? You can't do it. Can't do it? You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Isn't it just rebirth from a drop of blood? Watch me destroy all your blood. He shouted coldly, and the 9-Sun divine body shone brightly. The 9-Sun sword covered the sky and earth, forming a world of laws that enveloped the Silver Lightning race's saint again. Boom! 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 The 9-Sun divine fire combined with the dragon sword soul turned into a flaming dragon that burned the Silver Lightning race's saint. Ah! This time, not only was his soul ignited, but his body was also burning fiercely. The blood was evaporated. Then, it was destroyed by the sword chi and evaporated again. Chapter 2873. Dead. This time, the Silver Lightning race's sage was really dead. He could not be resurrected. This scene stunned the 10,000 Archean races. The sage's pupils also constricted. What? Did he really kill the Silver Lightning race's sage? A strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Patriarch! The primordial lifeforms of the Silver Lightning race roared madly. Their eyes were bleeding, and they fell to the ground. They were about to faint from anger. The primordial kings were also so angry that they vomited blood. Dead. One of their sages was killed just like that. They could not accept this at all. That was a sage. What a terrifying existence. It was absolutely unimaginable to lose one. The other 10,000 Archean races were also terrified. If even a sage could be killed, didn't that mean that the other 11 sages were also in danger? The humans were also shocked. A sage was such a terrifying existence. A drop of blood could kill all of them. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill a sage who could be reborn from a drop of blood. But now, they saw a powerful sage die with their own eyes. Moreover, he was killed so easily. This was too shocking. This made them extremely excited. This was because this was done by a young prodigy of the human race. This would probably be recorded in history. That's right, this was an unprecedented feat that would never be repeated in the future. The human sages were also amazed. Perhaps even the ancient emperors were only like this when they were young. Perhaps they might not be able to do it. After all, Lin Xian's current state was too strange. After Lin Xian killed the Silver Lightning Race's sage, he snorted coldly and looked into the distance again. Soon, he fixed his gaze on the Blood Moon Race's sage. Damn it! The Blood Moon Race's sage's hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. Go, let's kill him together! He called out to his companions and prepared to join forces. Kill! Lin Xian also let out a long roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. Boom! The sky split open, and the murderous aura that filled the sky turned into the 9 suns' sword and directly pierced through the Blood Moon Race's sage. Slash! The Blood Moon Race's sage's body was cut in half. Damn it, hurry up and attack! The saint of the Blood Moon clan retreated frantically and reformed his body. His eyes were filled with endless fear. His opponent was too powerful. Just one move was enough to cut him in half. How were they supposed to fight? He had to join forces with others. Do it quickly! The sages of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave also roared angrily and prepared to join forces to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian's current speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, his large success 9 Yang divine body had already surpassed these ordinary saints. Even the saints of the far ancient imperial family were unable to stop him. Do you think you can still escape? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his 9 Yang sword qi and gathered the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It seemed to have turned into a peerless eternity. His body was emitting boundless light like the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Puchi! What ultimate move, 9 suns opened the heavens! It brought with it a monstrous light, and terrifying divine fire as it slashed down from the sky. The saints of the Blood Moon clan took out their saint weapons and used their most powerful divine powers. The entire sky was covered by the blood-colored moon, but it was still unable to resist. Under this attack, he was once again cut into 4 pieces. Destroy! Remember, you are the second saint of the primordial era to be killed by me. Lin Xian's voice was cold as the light of the 9 suns covered the sky. Soon, another terrifying divine fire fused with the great dragon sword spirit, forming the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon that also killed the saint of the Blood Moon clan. He no longer existed. The humans were stunned, while the 10,000 ancient races screamed crazily. The people of the Blood Moon clan were also incomparably miserable. Their saint had also fallen. The remaining 10 saints felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was simply too strong. Killing a saint was like cutting cabbage. Damn it, they were too careless. Previously, they thought that the other party's physical body was asking for a beating and that he didn't know the laws. They could join forces to kill him. However, the power of the laws that the other party was using now was simply too terrifying. It far exceeded theirs. This was probably a large success 9 Yang divine body. They had such a guess in their hearts. The terrifying power of a large success 9 Yang divine body was definitely not something they could imagine. Therefore, the 10 saints did not plan to delay any longer. They quickly used the 10,000 dragons picture to kill him in one strike. Boom! Boom! The 10 saints quickly rose into the sky. Their palms formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies soared into the sky. They communicated with the 10,000 dragons picture. Among them, the 3 saints of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons were the leaders, and the other primordial era saints were the assistants. They controlled the 10,000 dragons picture together. Buzz! The terrifying 10,000 dragons picture rotated in the sky, releasing a biting cold light. Strands of Extreme Emperor's aura spread out. This was an aura that was even more terrifying than that of a saint. The entire world was trembling. Not a single space was intact. It was filled with black holes and cracks. Some places had even turned into chaotic nothingness. The primordial era army trembled as they knelt on the ground. Fortunately, They had their own extreme weapons this time, so they were enveloped by a ball of extreme light. That was why they were able to survive. However, the Jade Lake was in danger. Although there was a peerless array formation and a terrifying saint weapon protecting it. But at this moment, the array formation cracked, and the saint weapon dimmed. It could not withstand it at all. Could it be that we're really going to die here? Those cultivators were terrified. The 7 saints had solemn expressions, but the Queen Mother heaved a sigh of relief. Did the other party use an extreme weapon? It was really a blessing in disguise. Although the universal diagram did not specifically target the Jade Lake sacred ground, the Jade Lake still collapsed. The entire sacred ground was torn apart, and could be destroyed at any moment. However, at this moment, a primordial aura surged out. A beam of light shot into the sky and froze the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake, which had been torn apart, instantly healed. What's going on? What happened? The primordial era creatures kneeling on the ground were stunned. Why was the Jade Lake fine? The 10 primordial era saints' expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's an extreme weapon. Did the 10,000 dragons picture activate the West Emperor Tower? Damn it, don't target the Jade Lake. They cried out in alarm and controlled the 10,000 dragons picture to isolate the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake was an extreme Tao sacred ground with an extreme weapon suppressing it. They couldn't destroy it at all. Forcefully attacking would only activate the other party's extreme weapon and awaken it. If the West Emperor Tower really awakened, then the 10,000 ancient races would lose their advantage. Therefore, they did not allow the West Emperor Tower to awaken. Big Brother Xian, come quickly! Inside the Jade Lake, Murong Qingqing called out. Xinjingqiu also shouted. Big Brother Lin Xian, come quickly! That's right, Lin Xian would be safe once he entered the Jade Lake. Before Lin Xian could move, the 10,000 dragons picture in the sky shone down with 10,000 rays of light, cutting off the void and blocking everything. Brat, you can't escape. Be destroyed obediently. He sneered. Chapter 2874. In the sky, the 10,000 dragon picture became more and more terrifying. It was controlled by the 10 saints to avoid the Jade Lake. A terrifying light illuminated the 9 heavens. The 10,000 dragon picture seemed to have come to life as countless giant dragons circled in the sky. At this moment, not only the Jade Lake, but also the entire true spirit world, all living beings were prostrating on the ground. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, it's too terrifying. Is it a saint? No, it's not a saint. A saint doesn't have this power. It's a Dharch. Has the Dharch revived? It's an extreme weapon. Heavens, is someone using an extreme weapon? Countless clans and sects were terrified. The human race had been living on this land for tens of thousands of years. Other than some forbidden lands, the rest of the land was filled with humans. Those who went to the Jade Lake were the top sections. The other families and sects didn't go. Of course, they were all watching closely. Now, they could feel a terrifying pressure coming from the distant east. They were all terrified. Could it be that the battle was so terrifying that they had to use an extreme weapon? This aura? So many dragons. This should be an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. Those people trembled as they looked into the distance. Where are our extreme weapons? Could it be that they weren't used? Heavens, what should we do? Without an extreme weapon, we can't fight against them. Even a saint couldn't, unless a Dharch revived. Buzz! The 10,000 dragon pictures' power shook the heavens and earth. Other than all the living beings in the true spirit world trembling, the other Dharch weapons were also alarmed. Countless people were guarding the Yi family. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled as a shocking light shot into the sky. The celestial emperor cauldron shone brightly. Gu family, an ancient mirror circled in the universe, emitting a terrifying Dharch aura. It was the Gu family's void mirror. The extreme weapons of the Yi and Gu families released a terrifying aura, but it soon quieted down. The 10,000 dragon picture deliberately avoided them. Similarly, the extreme weapons of the Dao Yi sacred ground Wavering Light Sacred Ground, Great Xia Dynasty, Nine Li Dynasty, and Thousand Buddha Temple also quickly dimmed. Northern Plains, Demon King Palace. They were also extreme Tao sacred grounds and had the Demon King Pagoda. At this moment, the Demon King Pagoda also emitted a terrifying aura when it felt the arch aura of the 10,000 dragon picture, but it also quickly dimmed. However, no one knew that in the Demon King's palace, a beautiful woman dressed in white had opened her eyes. Her gaze was as bright as the stars. Her Thearcha's aura. But the arch pagoda, so no one felt the arch pagoda. The arch weapons? This beautiful woman was none other than Yen Ryu. Her body was actually emitting the Emperor's might of an extreme Tao weapon. It was truly shocking. The arch was the arch. The arch jade thousand arch heavens Nanling, Yen family. The arch ancient Thean thousand ancient heaven Thean. Of times the thousand ancient races. The arch Tais. Instead, they secretly passed on some information and provided some resources and spirit veins. At this moment, the head of the Yen family and Yen Nantian sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the 10,000 dragons picture, and their eyes flickered. Was he finally going to use an extreme weapon? It seemed like this battle was about to end. With so many sacred masters, sect masters, and experts gathered at the fairy lake, they would probably all die. No one could withstand the might of the extreme Tao. This time, the human race was truly destroyed. Don't worry, the human race won't go extinct. Our Yen family will still exist. In the future, we will be the kings of men. The head of the Yen family revealed a hint of fanaticism. Yen Nanshan's eyes also flickered. In the sky, the extreme Tao 10,000 dragons diagram released brilliant light. It was too resplendent, illuminating the entire world. Below, the cultivators in the jade pool trembled and prostrated themselves. Fortunately, because of the West Emperor Tower, their lives were not in danger. However, Lin Xian outside was not necessarily safe. Lin Xian was now floating in the sky and couldn't return to the Jade Lake, so he could only face the extreme-grade weapon alone. No, Lin Xian is really in danger. In terms of strength, he was no match for an extreme weapon. He couldn't face an extreme weapon. The sect master and the saints of the human race were extremely anxious. The 7 saints all wanted to leave. However, they were intimidated by the extreme weapon and couldn't move at all. Senior, can you withstand it? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably solemn because the power of the extreme weapon far surpassed the combined power of the 12 saints. Don't worry, if it's an extreme weapon in its peak state, I won't be able to withstand it. But now, it's not powered by a great emperor. It's powered by a few saints. Moreover, the West Emperor Tower is nearby, so it's impossible for them to fully activate it. They must have some scruples. Therefore, it's not difficult to withstand the extreme weapon. However, I need to consume too much of my soul. Perhaps after resisting the extreme weapon, I won't be able to use those divine powers anymore. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. The situation was actually so serious. However, he still had to resist the extreme weapon. He said, Senior, give it your all. I hope you can help save the human race. Of course, you must lock the last trace of your soul. Even if you don't use any divine powers, just your greater success divine body and pure physical strength will be enough. Don't worry, I know this. I will definitely hold on until the end. I can sense a few powerful auras rushing over. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said. Don't worry, the human race won't be destroyed. The foundation of the human race is not something the 10,000 ancient races can imagine. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the 9 Sun Sword Saint had sensed something. However, he didn't sense it, and the 9 Sun Sword Saint didn't say in detail. Could it be that other human saints were rushing over? But what was the use of more saints rushing over? He didn't know, and now, he couldn't think about these things. He had to quickly deal with the extreme weapon in the sky. Senior, start. Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light erupted from his body. Rune precepts floated out from his body. You still want to resist? Die for me. In the distance, more than 10 saints roared and formed hand seals. Above, the 10,000 dragons picture trembled, and a giant dragon flew out from it. It carried an extreme emperor's aura and charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to be killed in one move? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In the next moment, he would use the 9-sun sword technique. Between heaven and earth, terrifying rays of light turned into numerous sword lights that slashed towards the giant dragon. Pooh! After the sword fell, the giant dragon was cut into 2 halves and disappeared into thin air. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of an extreme weapon. How was this possible? Chapter 2875. The pupils of the 10 saints constricted. The humans were also stunned. Lin Xian had actually blocked the attack of an extreme-grade weapon. It was too unbelievable. He definitely had a divine body at the greater success stage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block it. The sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. The saints of the human race had solemn expressions. It was just an aura just now. Although they had blocked it, they were not happy. This was because the true power of the 10,000 dragons portrait was definitely not limited to this. The 10 saints' expressions were gloomy. He blocked it. This guy was too powerful. If they used it again, they had to shatter his body. They definitely could not let such a body survive in the human world. The other party's body was too terrifying. It was like an indestructible god of war. It made them suspect that the other party had a divine body at the greater success stage. If such a divine body was left alive, it would be a huge threat to the 10,000 ancient races. Therefore, they wanted to use the power of the 10,000 dragons portrait to completely destroy the other party's body. So what if he had a divine body at the greater success stage? In front of an extreme-grade weapon, everything would be reduced to ashes. Let's do it and kill him, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. At the same time, he told them to control their power and not to activate other extreme-grade weapons. Understood. Behind him, the other primordial saints nodded. In the next moment, they formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies flew into the 10,000 dragons portrait. The 10,000 dragons portrait was completely revived. Endless dragon roars rang out, and the entire world trembled. The sky was filled with resplendent light, as if millions of stars were dancing in the sky. Roar! 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 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the entire world. At this moment, all the living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Ah! Lin Xian also roared angrily. An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body, connecting to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His body was incomparably resplendent, and mysterious laws surrounded him to resist the Emperor's might of the extreme-grade weapon. How terrifying! His aura was still rising. Could it be that he had not used his full strength before? The saints of the human race were extremely shocked. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. The other party's aura was too terrifying. It surpassed that of an ordinary saint, and could even contend with an extreme-grade weapon. Was this the divine body at the greater success stage? It was indeed terrifying. The saints of the Yi family were also shocked. Their family once had a saint body at the great accomplishment level. That was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Thinking about it, a divine body at the great accomplishment level should be similar. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Tao patterns filled the air. The aura of the 10,000 dragons picture hung down and pierced through the void. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. It was as if the 9-sun sword saint had been reborn. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world trembled. The laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths danced in the air. The aura of the myriad dragons diagram was actually unable to harm him. Beside him, the 9 young divine flames were obliterated. Within Lin Xian's body, a similar dragon roar resounded. It was the voice of the great dragon Sword Soul. At this moment, he was like a great emperor, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared around him. The human sect masters and the saints were shocked. In the distance, the 10,000 ancient races experts felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Despair. This caused them to feel a sense of despair. If it weren't for the myriad dragon's portrait, they wouldn't have stood a chance at all. The human race actually had such a great powerhouse. Even the 10 primordial saints who had cast the spell gasped. Buzz! Lin Xian opened his eyes. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying aura. The sword chi on his body swept through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the world apart. The world trembled as all the energy was blocked by him. A terrifying sword intent soared into the sky as if an immortal sword was about to descend. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the living beings sensed it. The beasts prostrated, and the humans also trembled as they raised their heads. What happened? What a terrifying aura! Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Some of the older generation experts screamed. Not only Eastern Wilderness, but Middle Ground, Western Desert, and the entire true spirit world sensed it. This aura was simply too powerful. It was as if a great emperor had come back to life. How terrifying! Which great powerhouse had come back to life? The human cultivators were incomparably excited. The beings of the 10,000 ancient races prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it, there was actually someone who could contend against the myriad dragons diagram. How was this possible? The expressions of the elders of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Chiline Cave, and the other ancient royal families also changed drastically. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the 9 heavens. They wanted to see who it was. I am Lin Xian of the Central Emperor. I will suppress everything and quell the chaos. His majestic voice resounded throughout the world. At this moment, everyone's scalps exploded. Lin Xian, it was actually Lin Xian. Heavens, this was impossible. Wasn't he a prodigy of the younger generation? How could he contend against an extreme weapon? Damn it, there must be a shocking change. Hurry up and investigate. Exclamations sounded one after another. The human cultivators were extremely surprised. They all set up array formations, wanting to observe from afar. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were frantically searching. All kinds of lights flickered between heaven and earth. All eyes were focused on the jade pool. Was that golden figure really Lin Xian? Through the array formation, they saw a golden figure in the distance under the myriad dragons diagram. He stood there like a peerless god of war. Under his feet, countless living beings submitted, and above his head was a terrifying extreme weapon, the myriad dragons diagram. At this moment, the other party was fearless under the myriad dragons diagram's emperor's might. Damn it, impossible! How could that kid emit such a terrifying power? He had already surpassed a sage. The powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Especially the elders of the ancient royal family. Their faces were filled with shock. 9 Yang Divine Body, Greater Mastery 9 Yang Divine Body. Not good, we must kill him. These ancient royal family elders were experienced and knowledgeable. They recognized at a glance that it was the legendary 9 Yang Divine Body. Moreover, it had been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can resist us? Although we can't fully activate the myriad dragons diagram, just a trace of its power is enough to kill you. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He controlled the myriad dragons diagram, and strands of peerless killing intent descended. Terrifying emperor's might spread in all directions. The 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed at this moment. Today, I want to see just how powerful the legendary extreme Dao weapon is. Lin Xian let out a long roar and stretched out his palm. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky as it grabbed forward. He was going to take the imperial weapon with his bare hands. Boom! The golden palm collided with the myriad dragon's diagram, and the aura that hung down let out a shocking sound. At this moment, the terrifying existences that were sleeping in the 10,000 ancient races were all awakened. They opened their eyes, and their auras erupted. Wisps of divine red pierced through heaven and earth. They wanted to see this battle clearly. Chapter 2876. Boom! 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 The extreme weapons of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the jade pool trembled again as if they were about to awaken. There was nothing he could do about it. This attack was simply too terrifying. Countless living beings bowed in the direction of the jade pool. At this moment, they felt their bodies stiffen and they couldn't move at all. The blood in their bodies froze, and their souls felt like they were about to explode. Dazzling light flashed as Lin Xian retreated, breaking through the void. He only stopped after retreating hundreds of thousands of miles. Was he pushed back? The sages on the human side exclaimed and hurriedly looked over. The Yi family head, Queen Mother of the West, and a few other top sacred lords also looked forward. On the other side, the sages of the primeval race and the top primeval kings were also watching with rapt attention. That kid should have been beaten up, right? That's for sure. He dared to fight against an extreme weapon. He must be courting death. Just wait, he will definitely destroy the divine relic. The primeval saints sneered. They were very confident in their extreme weapons, even though they had only used a little of their power. However, no one was able to resist it. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. That was because the aura of the golden figure in front of them didn't weaken, and the light didn't disappear. In fact, not even a drop of blood flowed out. Damn it, he's not injured. How is this possible? The primeval saints were dumbfounded, and the primeval kings were about to faint from fright. At this moment, the experts who were watching the jade pool were all stunned. Someone had actually blocked an extreme weapon with his bare hands. And he wasn't injured. He really blocked an imperial weapon with his bare hands. The sages on the human side were also shocked. The Queen Mother of the West, Yi family head, and the others were even more shocked. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were all stunned. In myths and legends, such a situation would only appear in the records of the primeval emperors. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to do it. The greater mastery of the 9-yang divine body? Yi Wudao clenched his fists. He had to cultivate a greater mastery sacred body. Then, he might be able to block an imperial weapon with his bare hands. He had to reach the peak of the martial Dao. At this moment, Yi Wudao's battle intent surged. The other young geniuses were the same. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived in front of Qin and from a few 100,000 li away. His eyes were bright, and the sword qi on his body hummed as he looked at the 10 figures in the sky. Was this the power of an imperial armament? That was all there was to it. Today, I'll take this myriad dragon's portrait with my bare hands. Lin Xian's voice reverberated throughout the 8 desolates, causing the human martial artist's blood to boil. The archaic creatures, on the other hand, were all horrified. Catching a monarch weapon barehandedly, just how bold were these words? Furthermore, he had really done it. Shouldn't the human race be exterminated? Kill him, I must kill him. On the other hand, the primeval saints were filled with killing intent. The other party was too terrifying. Although it wasn't a true resurrection of a great success divine body, it was still controlled by Lin Xian, and it had unparalleled divine might. If such a thing existed, it would be a great threat to them. They had to kill it. Once again, he increased the power of the myriad dragons diagram. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared angrily. The other sages also had cold expressions on their faces. At this moment, the power of the myriad dragons portrait erupted once again. Terrifying emperors might filled the air, reaching the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the living beings in the entire world submitted. Great Tao fell from the sky like a waterfall, hanging upside down in the 9 heavens. Not good, the myriad dragon's portrait is about to erupt again. The human sages were terrified. The extreme Tao weapon was too powerful. That attack just now was just a casual attack, and it didn't activate the true power of the myriad dragon's portrait. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would sink under the full-strength attack of the extreme Tao weapon. Was it that terrifying? Wouldn't Brother Xian be in danger? Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous when they heard this. Don't worry, they wouldn't do that. Firstly, the extreme Tao weapon was the weapon of a great emperor. No matter how powerful a sage was, he couldn't fully activate it. It was already heaven-defying to be able to unleash a portion of its power. Moreover, they didn't dare to use the extreme Tao weapon too much because that kind of emperor's might would trigger the other extreme Tao weapons to awaken. As long as it exceeded a certain level of power, the West Emperor Tower would awaken. At that time, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, the Void Mirror, and other extreme Tao weapons would also awaken. As for the human race, we would completely activate our foundation. This was probably something that the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to see. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still extremely nervous. This was because a wisp of the myriad dragon's portrait's aura could kill a sage. It was already very heaven-defying for Lin Xian to be able to fight barehanded. Kill! Lin Xian held a golden battle sword in his hand and charged into the 9 heavens. He took the initiative to fight with the myriad dragon's portrait. He was courting death. The 10 sages roared and activated the myriad dragon's portrait again, launching a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything turned into chaos. No one could see this battle clearly. However, everyone could feel an extremely terrifying energy surging between heaven and earth. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire world. Boom! 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 18 sounds of destruction rang out in a row. The entire world was enveloped by a resplendent light. Everyone couldn't open their eyes. Those sages wanted to forcefully watch the battle, but in the next moment, they screamed miserably. Their eyes bled, and they rolled on the ground in pain. It was too terrifying. Even the sages couldn't watch it. Humph, an extreme Tao weapon is powerful, but it's not something ants like you can use. If you want to kill me, revive your ancient emperor. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! You've gone too far. These were the voices of the ancient sages. Although the crowd couldn't see the battle situation, just hearing the voices was enough to scare them out of their wits. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian has the upper hand? Heavens, the 10 great sages' extreme Tao weapons are actually unable to do anything to him? This is too unbelievable. Roar! Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by countless screams. The sky was blood-red, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. A saint had been blown apart. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, causing one's scalp to go numb. After a few screams, the light in the sky quickly retreated like the tide. How's the battle going? Seeing that the light was no longer so resplendent, all the sages looked in the direction of the jade pool again. In the next moment, they were scared out of their wits. These sages were extremely terrifying existences in the world, but at this moment, they were dumbfounded. In the void, the myriad dragon's portrait emitted a resplendent light, and a golden figure stood between heaven and earth. The auras of the two collided, tearing apart countless cracks. As for the ancient sages, they were in a miserable state. Blood stained the void, and their bodies were shattered. Although they weren't killed, they were in an extremely sorry state. Defeated, the 10,000 ancient races were actually defeated. Chapter 2877. This was too unbelievable. This was probably a major event that would shock the entire world. Everyone was horrified. The 10,000 ancient races shrieked in disbelief. The humans were extremely excited. Great! Lin Xian actually caught an apex weapon with his bare hands. This kid was too heaven-defying. Cheers sounded one after another, and hope was restored in their eyes. An apex weapon? It was indeed powerful. However, you can't hurt me with just your strength. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll slaughter your entire ancient army. Lin Xian's body emitted a biting, cold, killing intent that surged forward. This caused countless archaic creatures to tremble in fear. Even the archaic kings were filled with despair. Under the other party's power, they had no way of resisting at all. You! The ancient sages were so angry that they vomited blood. Their bodies reassembled, but their expressions were incomparably ugly. To be honest, their minds were still blank because they could not accept that someone could catch an apex weapon with his bare hands. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Perhaps only the ancient emperors could do it. However, how heaven-defying was such a person? It could be said that one wouldn't appear for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that this kid really had the might of an ancient emperor? Dear heavens, if the other party was allowed to continue growing, the 10,000 ancient races would truly be finished if another emperor lord was born. Why, were they still not convinced? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a 9-sun sword flew out, instantly splitting one of the sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons apart. That sage screamed and retreated in fear. The other sages also trembled and contacted the 10,000 dragons diagram for protection. Damn it, kill him! We must kill him! We must activate the 10,000 dragons diagram at all costs and launch a shocking attack. Even if we have to sink the entire eastern wilderness, we must kill him! The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The other party was actually suppressing them so powerfully. This was intolerable. The other sages' eyes were also bloodshot. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then sublimate to the extreme. Let's fight to the death. Lin Xian took a step forward, and his aura erupted. He was like an ancient great emperor, suppressing the 8 desolates, causing the 10,000 ancient races to tremble. If he used the 10,000 dragons diagram at full power, he might not be able to withstand it. However, he was not afraid because he knew that there were several extreme weapons in the eastern wilderness. As long as the other party wanted to sink the eastern wasteland regardless of the cost, the few extreme weapons of the human race would be revived. At that time, the human race would be able to activate their foundation. Don't act rashly. The saints of Divine Phoenix Ridge and Fire Qilin Cave also tried to persuade him. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. He said, why don't you take out your Divine Phoenix Ridge's extreme Dao weapon as well as your Fire Qilin Cave's extreme Dao weapon? With our 3 extreme Dao monarch weapons attacking, I don't believe we can't kill him. Upon hearing this, the human experts were extremely shocked. Were they going to use 3 extreme weapons? Perhaps no one would be able to resist it. No, the Western Yellow Pagoda would probably automatically awaken once the 2 extreme grade weapons appeared. The Saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge still shook his head. They had too many concerns. Damn it, the humans in the past were just like that. They could easily crush them to death. But now? They wanted to attack the humans, but they actually had so many concerns. They didn't even dare to go all out. Thinking about it, they felt really aggrieved. Lin Xian sneered. Why? You don't dare to make a move? If that's the case, take your people and scram. Scram back to your nest. If you dare to take another step into the human city, I'll directly kill you. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. He didn't back down at all. He was now the guardian of the human race. He had to use a strong stance to repel the 10,000 ancient races in order to ensure the safety of the human race. Buzz. Kid, you're too arrogant. On the Jade Lake side, the 10 primordial saints didn't say anything. However, a cold and dignified voice sounded from extremely far away. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart, and the great Tao descended. A figure soared into the sky. A terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. A saint, another saint had awakened. Sensing the extremely powerful saint might and laws in the sky, everyone exclaimed. Needless to say, this was a saint of the 10,000 ancient races. Whoosh whoosh. After the first saint, a few more figures soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the Jade Lake. Soon, 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of their auras was powerful. They were even more terrifying than the primordial saints from before. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake were terrified. Lin Xian also frowned. The situation wasn't good. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were using their trump cards again. Indeed, Lin Xian discovered that the 8 figures that came this time were very strange. Their bodies still existed in the deity crystals. In other words, these 8 saints hadn't come out of the deity crystals. However, the auras on their bodies were incomparably terrifying. Their gazes were extremely cold. They were like divine swords that emitted such terrifying power without coming out. Once they came out, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Needless to say, these people were extremely terrifying existences. In the saint realm, they were extremely terrifying. As expected, facing the 8 saints in the deity crystals, the 10 primordial saints quickly bowed. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more terrified. These 8 were definitely extremely terrifying patriarchs. Kid, do you really think you can contend against the primordial race? Today, we'll let you know the true power of an extreme weapon. The 8 patriarchs snorted coldly. Their auras also erupted. This time, the 10,000 dragons picture spun once again. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire world. Not good. The human cultivators had originally seen hope, but now they were in despair. The 10,000 ancient races' trump cards were simply too powerful. Lin Xian also frowned. Just now, he had used too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul to receive the Emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Now, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul was extremely weak. Would he be able to withstand this attack? He didn't know, but no matter what, he had to resist. What, do you think the human race doesn't have anyone? Just as Lin Xian was about to fight to the death, a voice also came from the distant sky. The sky flickered with golden light, quickly covering the entire sky. The 10,000 dragons picture shook, and a terrifying dragon aura surged. It turned into a huge dragon that danced, resisting the golden light. In an instant, the 2 sides were evenly matched. What's going on? Is this kid playing tricks? They stared at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian also had a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that the human race's extreme weapon had awakened? The primordial saints and the 8 primordial patriarchs all had ugly expressions. If that was really the case, then things would be terrible. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, and the other saints were also puzzled. What a terrifying aura! It wasn't weaker than an extreme weapon. Chapter 2878. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron? The Void Mirror? Or the Dragon-Wending Cauldron? But that wasn't it. They sensed that it wasn't an extreme weapon they were familiar with. Could it be that there was an unknown extreme weapon in the world? Everyone cried out in alarm. The human race had regained hope. Lin Xian also turned his head to look into the distance because he heard the 9 Sun Sword Saints say, "It's here! It's finally here!" What was it? Lin Xian didn't know. Could it be that the foundation of the human race had appeared? He remembered that the 9 Sun Sword Saint had said that the foundation of the human race was beyond the imagination of the 10,000 ancient races. Perhaps that unknown foundation had appeared now. Golden light covered the sky. The 9 heavens and 10 earths also urged the aura of the great emperor to resist the 10,000 dragon diagram. From within the golden light, a figure descended. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw this figure. The human race cultivators were also puzzled. Who was this person? Was this old man unfamiliar? They had never seen him before. However, Li Xuanxian and the others cried out in alarm. "Greetings, old palace master." What? Could it be that he was the previous palace master of Immortal Palace? Heavens, the palace master of Immortal Palace was actually a saint! They cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also shocked. That's right, The old man who had come was none other than Xiaojiuyo. Who are you? The Archean saint of the fire Qilin cave shouted coldly. Xiaojiuyo, the old man said indifferently. Humph, never heard of him. The Archean saints snorted coldly. The sacred leaders and sect masters were also puzzled. However, the 7 saints of the human race changed their expressions. They thought of a person and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, it couldn't really be him, right? It was very likely that other than him, who else had such means to block the 10,000 dragon diagram? The saints quickly conversed, and the sacred leaders felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that this old man had a great background? Xiaojiuyo said in a deep voice. 10,000 ancient races, you've gone too far. Could it be that you want to start another dark upheaval? I advise you to leave quickly and don't cause trouble. Xiaojiuyo's voice wasn't loud, but there was an unquestionable warning in his tone. Leave quickly? Just you? You can also say such things to me. The saint from the fire Qilin cave sneered. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge Qilin hand and grabbed downwards. He wanted to slap Xiaojiuyo to death. Upon seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. However, Lin Xian's gaze remained calm. He knew that Xiaojiuyo was a saint. They should be able to deal with the current situation. As expected, Xiaojiuyo sighed. Boom! The Qilin's big hand exploded in midair, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The saint of the fire Qilin cave was incomparably miserable as his entire arm turned into nothingness. What? The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The humans also felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He knew that Xiaojiuyo was powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. To be able to injure a primordial saint with a single sigh, this method was too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that he isn't any weaker than a large success 9-yang divine body? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the gazes of all the experts in the true spirit world gathered on Xiaojiuyo, wanting to see through him. Damn it, how dare you injure me? The saint of the fire Qilin cave was furious. The flames on his body surged into the sky as he wanted to attack again. However, he was stopped by a primordial saint. The primordial saint's body was hidden in a divine crystal, but his eyes pierced through the void and stared at Xiaojiuyo. Who are you? I've said it before, I'm Xiaojiuyo. I advise you to quickly retreat and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Humph, do you think you can resist the entire 10,000 ancient races by yourself? You overestimate yourself. Our primordial royal race has revived to rule this land. You humans should move aside. The primordial saint was very powerful. They were even stronger than the primordial saints. Attack! In the next moment, they roared and activated the 10,000 dragons diagram together. The 10,000 dragons diagram rumbled and transformed into 10,000 dragons that rushed in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. Not good. Could it be that they were going to use an apocalyptic attack? If that was the case, the eastern wilderness would fall and all of them would be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. Xiaojiuyo was still fearless in the face of such a scene. Shaoqun waved his hand, and golden light filled the sky. It quickly wrapped around the 10,000 dragons picture, forming a painting. Immediately, the light of the 10,000 dragons diagram was blocked. Damn it, he actually resisted the 10,000 dragons diagram. How was this possible? The 8 primordial saints and the 10 primordial saints were terrified. What was that thing? Laws appeared in their eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, an ancestral saint screamed. The investiture of the gods, it's the investiture of the gods. Where did you get this thing? What investiture of the gods? The primordial saints and human cultivators were confused, but the expressions of the human saints changed drastically. The eyelids of the western desert's eminent monks twitched. Could it really be that thing? They were shocked. Xiaojiuyo said indifferently. I got it from the Spirit Mountain. Do you still want to attack? The Spirit Mountain was indeed there. The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple were shocked and chanted Amitabha. The others were puzzled. Master, what was that thing? Yes, was the investiture of the gods very powerful? The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple said in a deep voice. The investiture of the gods was a treasure personally refined by Adarch. It was used to seal powerful enemies. What, this was a treasure refined by Adarch? Wasn't that an extreme weapon? Everyone was shocked. No wonder it could resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. Was it Dongwadarch? The saints were shocked. The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple nodded. Yes, it was Dongwadarch. Dongwadarch had refined the investiture of the gods and sealed a peerless enemy in the spirit mountain. After countless years, that powerful enemy had probably turned into ashes. However, the investiture of the gods had been passed down. However, that was an arch-weapon. No one could touch it. They didn't expect that Xiaojiuyo would use it to resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. This Xiaojiuyo was really terrifying. His strength definitely far surpassed that of a saint. Yes, he could actually use the investiture of the gods. This strength was heaven-defying. Dongwadarch. The human cultivators discussed animatedly. There weren't many legends about this Darch, so they didn't know much about him. They knew about Celestial Emperor Yi, the Void Emperor, and the others. However, the Yi family's saint said that Dongwadarch was very terrifying. His might shook the world, and he cared about the common people. When the Yi family's celestial emperor was young, he received the teachings of Dongwadarch. That was why he could become a celestial emperor. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Even celestial emperor Yi received the inheritance of Dongwadarch? This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that celestial emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying existence. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was rumored that he had already ascended to immortality. Such a brilliant figure was actually a disciple of Donghua the Great. One could only imagine how terrifying Donghua the Great was. Chapter 2879. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The primordial sages gritted their teeth. The 8 ancestral patriarchs sneered. Do you think we can't do anything just because you blocked the 10,000 dragons portrait? Do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? They exuded a cold aura. Attack! Kill them! Kill all the human powerhouses in the Jade Pool. I want to destroy the human race. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, Old Sa, do it. Although the other party had 8 ancestral patriarchs, with his and Xia Jiuyo's strength and the 7 saints, they should be able to fight against them. No hurry? Seeing Xia Jiuyo's smile, Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that someone else is coming? Indeed. Not long after, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Riding a sword and riding the wind, I'll eliminate the demons between heaven and earth. All demons submit to me, Zhujiangxian. His voice sounded extremely carefree and at ease. Everyone was shocked. It was probably another peerless powerhouse that had descended. On the human side, the saints were stunned. Lin Xian also widened his eyes. Could it be? He trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone with a cold light. In the Jade Pool, the dark red divine dragon also muttered softly. No way, is that guy here? Damn it, if it's really him, I have to make him return my dragon essence. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were also red. He thought of someone. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Wine Lord, is that you? Whoosh! A sword light streaked across the void, and an immortal sword bloomed. On the immortal sword, a man in a long robe was half lying in the void. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and his eyes were a little drunk. Little guy, well done. The man shook the wine gourd and said with a smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was stubble on his face. He looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were like stars. Everyone knew that this was a super powerhouse. However, what shocked everyone even more was that this super expert was actually related to Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is really. They were shocked beyond belief. Xia Jiuyo, who had just come out, was Immortal Palace's old palace master, while Lin Xian was the current palace master. There was no need to talk about their relationship. This new Zhujiangxian seemed to be very powerful. Moreover, it seemed to be related to Lin Xian. Just who was this Lin Xian? All of a sudden, they began to speculate about Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people thought. At this moment, he only had Wine Lord in his eyes. He was extremely excited. Wine Lord, is it really you? That's great. I thought I would never see you again. How could that be? Wine Lord laughed. As I said before, when you grow up, we will fight side by side. As he spoke, he threw the gourd over. Try it, this is my newly brewed spirit wine. Lin Xian took it and drank 3 mouthfuls. Then, he said, Awesome! Wine Lord, let's fight side by side. Tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed from his body. Although he could no longer use the power of laws after resisting the extreme weapon, the power of his great success divine body was enough to suppress everything. On the other side, the primordial saints and ancestors had gloomy expressions. In the blink of an eye, the other party had sent 2 super powerhouses. This was truly beyond their expectations. However, a primordial ancestor from the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. It was just 2 powerhouses. How could they contend against them? The 8 primordial elders were powerful, and they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Who said that there were only 2 of them? Wine Lord drank and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll use your blood to brew a pot of good wine later. His eyes lit up. Courting death. The primordial saints and ancestors were furious. The other party actually wanted to use their blood? They were overestimating themselves. Wishful thinking. At the same time, they were shocked. Could it be that more human powerhouses had arrived? Why were there so many human powerhouses? One had to know that the saints of the extreme Tao sacred grounds were suppressed by the myriad dragon's portrait. Could it be that those saints had also awakened? Patriarch, what should we do? The saints asked. Investiture of the gods. The primordial ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. If not for the investiture of the gods, they could have used the myriad king's portrait to kill the other party. But now, their 10,000 dragons' portrait was sealed. Damn it! Let's see what they're capable of. An ancestor walked out. This was the ancestor of the Southern Sea crocodile god race. He was extremely terrifying. He transformed into a gigantic crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long. He blotted out the sky and the sun as he pressed down. His power of laws could directly obliterate a saint. It was too terrifying. The cultivators of the Jade Lake were terrified. These primordial ancestors were truly terrifying. The ancestor of the Southern Sea crocodile god race charged towards Wine Lord in the sky. Die for me! Terrifying might surged outwards, forming a divine spear that pierced forward. His attack could kill a saint. Facing such a terrifying attack, Wine Lord was still lying lazily on the flying sword. He glanced indifferently, and then waved his finger. Buzz! Circles of black runes flew out from his hand and flickered in the sky. Then, they suddenly expanded and turned into a black hole that spread forward like an abyssal beast that was devouring everything. With a boom, the terrifying divine ability was devoured. Not only that, but the Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestor also screamed in fear. Damn it, get lost! He realized that the black hole had also enveloped him. A mere spatial power was not worth a single attack. The Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestor sneered. His huge body swayed, crushing the void. However, he could not escape from the black runes. The runes in the sky completely enveloped him. Devour! Wine Lord whispered as endless black runes flickered. The Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestor screamed in fear. Damn it, my power! How dare you absorb my power? He screamed crazily and wanted to break free. However, he could not break free at all. This scene shocked everyone. Who was the other party? He was too terrifying to be able to subdue a primordial ancestor so easily. Boom! The void in the sky split open as a divine light tore through the 9 heavens. The primordial ancestor charged out, but his face was pale and his body was trembling with anger. In that instant, a lot of his power had been sucked away. The devouring sword. Damn it, you have the devouring sword! The Southern Sea Crocodile God race's ancestor screamed in fear. The others were also shocked. What? The devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world? Damn it! Damn it! The primordial saints and primordial ancestors' expressions changed. The devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, was as famous as the dragon sword soul. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. It could devour everything in the world. No one expected that not long after the dragon sword soul appeared, another peerless divine sword, the devouring sword, also appeared. Chapter 2880. The 5 swords of the world had been a legend for too long, and it had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the chaos caused by the 10,000 ancient races would cause the great dragon sword and the devouring sword to appear together? Don't act rashly. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. The ancestral patriarch of the Southern Sea Crocodile God race snorted and retreated with a gloomy expression. He did not expect the other party to have the devouring sword. It was not good for him to attack again. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. He had been careless just now. He was not afraid of the other party. So what if it was the devouring sword? He would use his divine power to destroy the other party's body. Let's use the second extreme weapon. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. All right. The ancestral patriarch of the divine Phoenix Ridge nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. There was no other way. The current situation was beyond their expectations. The 10,000 dragons portrait was blocked, and the other party had 2 super experts. In addition, Lin Xian had given them a headache. If they did not use the extreme weapon now, they would probably have to retreat. Retreat? How could they be willing to do that? They had planned for so long, and used all their strength to kill the human race. If they retreated now, wouldn't they be mocked? Moreover, 8 ancestral patriarchs had come this time. As long as they controlled it carefully, they should not alarm the other extreme weapons. Since they had already decided, the female saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge let out a long roar. The image of a phoenix rushed out from her body and covered the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire world began to shake. A rumbling sound came from the divine Phoenix Ridge in the distance. A ray of light streaked across the 9 heavens, bringing with it an invincible radiance as it flew towards the jade pool. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. The countless living beings below trembled. Some even cracked and turned into a bloody mist. An extreme weapon, this was an extreme emperor's aura. Another extreme grade weapon had been born. Everyone in the world was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races trembled with excitement. On the other hand, the humans were filled with despair. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, the 7 sages, Lin Xian, and the others also had solemn expressions. Xia Jiuyo's eyes flickered, but Wine Lord was still indifferent. The extreme weapon tore through the void and instantly arrived above the jade pool. A terrifying Emperor's aura of Emperor's aura. The 1,000 Dragons dragon portrait was also Lord Emperor's list divine Phoenix Ridge. However, it was still the 1,000 Dragons dragon portrait. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they could still restrain the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Otherwise, they would be facing 2 extreme weapons. Now that there was one more, if Lin Xian still had his previous strength, he might be able to take on the monarch weapon with his bare hands. Of course, of God. There was still thousand humans of God, however, they of 1,000 of them. In the sky, endless rays of light turned into a phoenix divine spirit, and thousands of rays of light fell down. each of them transformed into a terrifying great Tao that interweaved in the sky. Phoenix Bell, an extreme weapon of the divine Phoenix Ridge. At this moment, being activated by the old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge, it emitted a clear and melodious sound. Boom! The 100,000 mountain peaks suddenly exploded, and millions of lands instantly sank, turning into darkness. It was too terrifying. Just a trace of the extreme weapon's might was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Nothing could withstand it. Inside the jade pool's sacred ground, the sect masters and saints trembled. Facing the extreme weapon, they were once again unable to breathe. They could not resist at all. Outside, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body glowed, and golden chains surrounded him. He used his powerful physique to resist the Emperor's might. An endless black hole appeared beside Wine Lord, quickly devouring the terrifying energy. Xiaojiuyo stood there without moving. His eyes seemed to have turned into two universes. A terrifying power also surged from his body. Phoenix Bell! If it was activated by an emperor, we really wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, you can't do anything to me. Today, I'll take it with my bare hands. Xiaojiuyo stood out. Although his face was old, he was like a mountain standing in the void. You want to take on an emperor's weapon with your bare hands? What a joke! Die for me. The divine Phoenix Ridge's patriarch laughed sinisterly and struck out with a shocking attack. The Phoenix Bell spun in the sky, carrying hundreds of millions of great Daos. A wisp of light turned into the phantom of a phoenix, covering the sky and earth as it attacked Xiaojiuyo. The sky was filled with divine flames. The phoenix was born from the flames and could burn everything. Xiaojiuyo shouted coldly. His robes fluttered. He reached out with both hands, and two stars quickly formed in his palms. In the end, they enlarged into two universes and charged forward. Boom! Boom! The two palms carried the universe and collided with the phoenix that was reborn from the flames. There was a rumbling sound, and the sky collapsed. Large black cracks danced wildly in the sky, and all the void collapsed. It was as if the world had been reversed. Monstrous flames spread in all directions, and darkness appeared in the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to have been replaced. All kinds of strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. All the primordial kings, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a chill in their hearts. This method was too heaven-defying. After the attack, the dark stars in the sky disappeared, and the terrifying phoenix flames also disappeared. The sky became clear again. Xiaojiuyo stood there and retracted his palms. He was unharmed. The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. On the side of the human race, they also exclaimed. Catching an emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Heavens, another person caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, the power of the emperor weapon this time was even more terrifying. It was too terrifying. He was definitely a super sage. Why didn't they know that there was such a powerhouse in the human race before? Moreover, he was a living sage. He wasn't sealed in a god crystal. Everyone cried out in alarm. They saw hope again. The primordial saints' faces were gloomy, and the primordial ancestors of the divine Phoenix Ridge had a ferocious expression. Damn it, he blocked it. The other party really blocked his attack. How was this possible? Damn it, who was the other party? The patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. Don't fight him head on. He's probably an old monster who has lived for countless years. His strength is heaven-defying. Let's hurry up and use the Phoenix Bell and the 10,000 dragons diagram to send the investiture of the gods flying. Then, we'll gather the two emperor weapons and kill them. They definitely won't be able to resist. All right. The 8 patriarchs and 10 primordial saints moved together. Clang! The Phoenix Bell emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Phoenix phantoms crisscrossed the sky. Together with the 10,000 dragons diagram, they quickly bombarded the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods lowered countless great Daos to seal everything, but no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 2 emperor weapons. In an instant, the investiture of the gods trembled as if it was about to fall from the sky. Not good, it's dangerous. The Queen Mother and the others were terrified. If the investiture of the gods fell, the power of the two Emperor weapons would be enough to destroy them in an instant. West Emperor Tower, hurry up and revive. The Queen Mother and the other powerhouses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground communicated with the West Emperor Tower. However, they couldn't revive it in a short period of time. This made them even more anxious and uneasy. On the other hand, the primordial royals were extremely excited. This is great. 2 extreme-grade weapons. The human race is dead for sure. Chapter 2881. With a boom, the investiture of the gods was finally pushed back. The 10,000 dragons diagram flashed again, and 10,000 dragons rushed into the clouds. They tore through the void, forming a terrifying crack. At this moment, all the human cultivators in the quintessential world knelt on the ground, their faces full of despair. They had broken free. The 2 Emperor weapons were going to work together to kill them. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram released its extreme Emperor aura, and the Phoenix bell spun continuously. The 2 were going to work together to kill Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyo, and Wine Lord. Lin Xian roared and used his greater success divine body, preparing to fight to the death. At this moment, there was a loud explosion in the eastern wilderness. Then, a golden pillar of light shot into the clouds and spread continuously. The terrifying Emperor aura appeared again, suppressing the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the 10,000 ancient races trembled, their scalps going numb. Apex weapon, another apex weapon had been born. Damn it, it was the human race's extreme weapon. They felt like their bodies were about to explode. This was definitely not an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. The pressure on the human side was greatly reduced. At the same time, they were shocked. Another Emperor weapon had appeared. Yu Wudao, the Yi family patriarch, and the Yi family sage exclaimed. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron. It was the Heaven and Earth Cauldron. Had the Yi family's Celestial Emperor Cauldron awakened? The other sages, the Queen Mother, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sect leaders all widened their eyes. How could the Celestial Emperor Cauldron awaken? One had to know that the West Emperor Tower had yet to awaken. How could the Celestial Emperor Cauldron awaken? Could it have broken the seal of the 10,000 dragons diagram? Impossible. How could the Celestial Emperor Cauldron awaken? On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient sages and ancestral elders also screamed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had used 2 extreme weapons, they were still careful not to alert any of them. Not to mention the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, even the West Emperor Tower, which was so close to them, had not awakened. Not to mention the Celestial Emperor Cauldron even further away. Damn it, what had happened? Could it be that the Yi family cultivators had forcefully awakened the Celestial Emperor Cauldron? But how did those people do it? All of a sudden, all the ancient experts were stunned. Xia Jiuyo and Wine Lord smiled. Lin Xian was astonished. It seemed that Xia Jiuyo and Wine Lord weren't the only ones on the human clan's side. The cauldron of the Celestial Emperor flew out from the Yi family and floated above the 9 heavens, emanating the aura of the Great Path. Hum below the Heaven and Earth peak, a figure walked over quickly, making him look like a god. What's going on? Someone had really activated the Celestial Dark Cauldron. Who was it? Was it the saint of the Yi clan? The elites of the 10,000 ancient races stared at the figure. Below, the Yi family cultivators and the other Holy Lands cultivators all turned their heads and looked over. That was especially true of the saint of the Yi clan, Leaf Doudenier, and Yang Qi. They didn't know who that person was. Whoosh! The Celestial Emperor's cauldron arrived near the Jade Pool in an instant. It intersected with the investiture of the gods, resisting the myriad dragon's portrait and the Phoenix bell. What's wrong? Are you trying to bully us humans because we don't have an imperial weapon? The person's voice was ice cold. It was a majestic figure with a head of white hair. He was very eye-catching. However, Although his hair was white, he didn't look old. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked to be in his 30s. Of course, they wouldn't be fooled by appearances. This should be an expert who had lived for countless years. The other party's aura was too terrifying and strange. It was completely different from the golden path above. It was pitch black like ink, like a demonic cloud that shrouded him. This scene was too strange. It was unbelievable that a demonic figure could control the radiant and holy celestial emperor's cauldron. Even the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Wudao, and the other elites of the Yi clan were stunned. Who was this person? He wasn't a saint of the Yi clan. How could he control their celestial emperor's cauldron? Could it be that the other party had forcefully taken their celestial emperor's cauldron? But how was that possible? The celestial emperor's cauldron was an extreme weapon. Who could take it? Apart from the elites of the Yi clan, no one could use it. Thus, in an instant, the Yi family's experts were all stunned. When the elites and saints of the other sacred grounds learned about this, they were also stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on. Lin Xian was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like an elite of the Yi clan. The Yi clan's cultivation technique was very obvious and special. It was golden. After all, the Yi clan had the bloodline of an emperor. Although they only had one saint body, the cultivation techniques of others were the same. They were all cultivation techniques of the emperor race. However, the person in front of him was completely different. His entire body was pitch black like ink. This was a demonic cultivation technique. Looking at the other party's demonic aura, Lin Xian suspected that the great demon of Blackwood Cliff had been resurrected. Damn it, he couldn't be from the demon race, right? For a moment, Lin Xian suspected that the demon race had stolen the supreme weapon and was here to kill the human race. However, judging from the other party's tone and appearance, he seemed to be on the side of the human race. Therefore, he was stunned for a moment. Xia Jiuyo and Lord Alcohol's lips curled up. You're finally here. Who are you? In front, Fire Qilin Cave's old ancestors shouted coldly. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Damn it, why was the human race's side so strange? Every time at the critical moment, a powerhouse would jump out. Furthermore, the other party brought an extreme weapon. This extreme weapon, they were also incomparably familiar with it. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extremely terrifying extreme weapon left behind by Heavenly Emperor Yi. I am the Demon Master. You ancient ants actually dare to threaten the human race. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting death? The Demon Master was even more insolent, not putting these 10,000 ancient races in his eyes at all. Even facing the ancient saints and ancient ancestors, he still suppressed them with an extremely domineering attitude. Ants? We are ants? The Archean kings were all stupefied. The ancient powerhouses and saints were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, really too damn it. The other party actually didn't put them in his eyes. Courting death. Those saints and old ancestors erupted with extremely terrifying power. The imperial weapons above their heads flickered with incomparable light. However, this new demon master was still not afraid. He similarly snorted coldly and raised his palm. Endless demonic energy formed a large black hand, directly grabbing the Celestial Emperor Cauldron and smashing it forward. Under this attack, heaven fell and earth split. As if it was going to destroy the world, endless cracks appeared, making these ancient saints and old ancestors all change their expressions. Damn it! Quickly block it! They activated the two monarch weapons as if they had gone mad, forming countless great Tao laws that enveloped them and the supreme ancient army below. Otherwise, this attack would have been more than enough to reduce everyone to ashes. After this attack, the mountains and rivers shattered, and blood flowed into rivers. Chapter 2882. The primordial saints and primordial ancestors also felt their blood boil. A few of them were even injured. Their faces were abnormally gloomy. Damn it, was the other party crazy? He actually used an extreme weapon like this. Could it be that he really wanted to destroy this world? The people on the Jade Lake side also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, was he here to save the human race or to destroy the world? Their bodies trembled. The person in front of them was too powerful. He was both good and evil. Although he came for the human race, his methods were abnormally arrogant. It was as if he didn't have any scruples. Even if they destroyed this world, he wouldn't care. Such a method not only terrified the human race, but also the 10,000 ancient races. Because such a person had no scruples. If they really fought, the 10,000 ancient races would probably suffer great losses. Damn it, hurry up and stop the investiture of the gods. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron definitely couldn't let them use their extreme weapons again. The Patriarch of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons roared. The Patriarch of the Fire Chilean Cave also shouted coldly. If it really didn't work, they would use their extreme weapons. They also planned to use their third extreme weapon. There was no rush. Let's seal their extreme weapons first. We'll fight them. They have fewer people. We don't believe that they can contend against us. The 8 primordial ancestors quickly communicated. Indeed, the other party had a terrifying figure, but they had a lot of saints on their side. If they attacked together, they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Fuck, this is too shameless, isn't it? Below, the dark red dragon and the others gritted their teeth. The white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. Attack? You're courting death. You ants aren't enough to fight in front of me. He was too arrogant. The primordial ancestors were so angry that they vomited blood crazily. The white-haired demon lord shouted coldly. With my demonic blood, I'll kill my way up to the 9 heavens. Whoever wants to attack, just come. Do you think we'll fight you one-on-one? The 8 patriarchs walked up. The 10 primordial saints did the same. A terrifying power surged out, completely enveloping Xia Luyu and the others. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light surged from his body. Lord Jiu used the devouring sword and surrounded him. Xia Jiuyo was like a god of the universe. And this kind of demon lord was even more terrifying. The demon chi surged as if it wanted to overturn the entire world. Who dares to stand with me? Right at this moment, another biting cold voice sounded from the sky. Then, a figure descended, trampling all over the place. My saber can't wait any longer and wants to drink the saint's blood. Wild laughter rang out as a blue figure turned into a saber light, splitting the void. It had appeared. The human experts had appeared again. Below, the human warriors exclaimed. In this short period of time, there were too many surprises for them. First, the white-haired demon lord appeared and used the celestial dark cauldron. Then, 2 more terrifying figures appeared. Not only that, but they were also very powerful. A third powerful figure had also arrived. As soon as she appeared, countless forests appeared in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the injured people in the fairy lake were instantly healed. Heavens, how miraculous! My injuries have actually recovered. Who was this person? She was a life-type saint. The others cried out in alarm as they felt an abundance of power. Lin Xian felt that the power in his body had also recovered. In fact, even the soul of the 9 suns' divine body had become slightly stronger. This made him happy, but he couldn't care less now. His eyes were fixed on the figures in front of him. Among them, a powerful figure descended, trampling all over the place. Father, is that you? Lin Xian shouted. He realized that he was too familiar with this figure. It was his father, Lin Zhan. What? When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were all stunned. Father? Among these figures, Lin Xian's father was actually among them. It can't be, Lin Xian actually has such a great background. His father was an incomparably terrifying saint. The experts of the human race were all stunned. The people on the 10,000 ancient races side were even more terrified. This kid was too strange. He was powerful, and he knew Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and this new expert. A total of 6 figures had appeared, and 3 of them were related to this kid. Damn it, this kid's future achievements were probably limitless. They had to think of a way to get rid of him. The primordial saints glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The imposing figure turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Xianer, you've really grown up. You can take care of yourself now. Father! Lin Xian walked up excitedly, his eyes red. Lin Zhan smiled. Now wasn't the time to talk. After defeating the 10,000 ancient races, let's have a good drink. All right. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Let's work together and defeat these 10,000 ancient races. She was extremely excited. She didn't expect to see Wine Lord and her father here. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. Her father and Wine Lord seemed to know each other, and their relationship wasn't ordinary. What was going on? Her father was just an ordinary cultivator. Although he was powerful, that was only in the Tianwu domain. But now, he had become someone of the indomitable great sage. And it seemed like he had been carrying out a secret mission with Wine Lord and the others. Lin Xian felt that his father and the others seemed to be preparing a shocking plan, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps this plan would affect the safety of the human race. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at the surroundings. His loud voice rang out. I'm Lin Zhan. Who dares to stand against me? You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think you can go against us? Without an extreme weapon, the human race is nothing. On the opposite side, a figure walked up from the 8 ancestors. It was the ancestor of the Bai clan. The Bai clan was extremely powerful. They were from the primordial royal race, and they were known as the uncrowned kings. It was said that the Bai clan was known as the strongest royal race after the royal family. Therefore, at this moment, when their ancestor walked out, the humans all held their breaths. He was too powerful. He was definitely someone who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Yes, their bloodline power was said to be terrifying. Would that Lin Zhan be able to block it? Now, the 4 extreme weapons from both sides were facing each other. They didn't use them. Instead, these sages were prepared to fight personally. Lin Zhan looked at the other party and snorted. The Bai clan? Very well, let me see if your uncrowned kings are as powerful as the legends say. Lin Zhan walked out in large strides. You will see it for yourself. However, the price you will pay is your life. The ancestor of the Bai clan also walked out. This ancestor's body emitted a silver glow. His entire body seemed to be made of silver, and he exuded a heavy aura. His physique was strong to an unparalleled extent. To be honest, my target isn't you. I'm targeting your kid. He has the 9 yang divine body. It's rumored that the 9 yang divine body has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. I really want to fight with him. But don't worry, after killing you and your son, I will let you and your son reunite in the netherworld. The ancestor of the Bai clan said coldly. In the next moment, runes appeared under his feet. Silver-white Dao runes also appeared on his body. Terrifying divine chains of order danced in the air. Accompanied by his fist, he punched forward. So powerful! The 7 human sages of the Jade Lake sacred ground had already flown up to assist Xia Jiuyo, the demon ancestor, and the others. However, at this moment, when they felt this punch, their expressions changed, and they retreated frantically. They didn't dare to take it head-on. They had no choice. Before the punch arrived, just the aura brought by the laws had already caused their bodies to split open. This punch would definitely be able to kill them instantly. In the field, the demon ancestor, Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also moved and flew into the sky. They watched the battle silently. They weren't very nervous. Lin Xian was a little nervous. Although he knew that his father was very powerful, the Bai clan was even more terrifying. Chapter 2883. Feeling the power of this punch, Lin Zhan snorted coldly. His eyes shone brightly. An aura that could suppress the surrounding surged from his body. A loud roar shook the heavens and earth. Lin Zhan also waved his fist. His fist didn't have a resplendent glow. It was simple and unadorned. He pushed it forward just like that. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The silver runes in the sky split open. That terrifying silver fist was torn into pieces. Silver-white blood danced in the sky, piercing through the void. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and groaned. He was injured. The old ancestor of the Bai clan was actually injured. How was this possible? The other primordial saints and the other 7 ancient ancestors were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was the Bai clan. Their physique was extremely strong, and they were known as the uncrowned king. It was even rumored that they weren't weaker than the 3 royal families. Such a terrifying physique. But now, he was actually injured by a single punch. Damn it! Who exactly was this man in front of them? Impossible! The primordial kings below screamed miserably. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and stabilized his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He was actually injured in the battle with the other party. The humans were also dumbfounded. The 7 saints, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the others were extremely shocked. They had seen the powerful Bai clan in the records. But now, Lin Jian injured him with a single punch. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Father is so powerful. He's actually not weaker than my phenomenal success divine body. Indeed, he realized that the power that Lin Jian displayed now was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond his imagination. What exactly had his father experienced all these years? Or was his father a super expert to begin with? Lin Xian didn't know. Suddenly he thought of the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before. It was also extremely mysterious. Could it be that his father had endless secrets on him? In front, Lin Jian retracted his fist. His cold voice sounded. Bai clan, you're not my match. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. The silver ancestor was furious. Earlier, he didn't think too highly of the other party, so he didn't use his full strength in that punch, resulting in him suffering a loss. At this moment, he was going to use all of his strength to kill him. He wanted to use the other party's blood to wash away his humiliation. 1,000 hands of silver! With a roar, silver laws danced in the air. This time, the power he used was many times stronger than before. That was because his killing intent had been aroused. He had to kill the other party. In front of him, silver divine chains intertwined with each other. Terrifying silver laws danced as if gods and demons had appeared between heaven and earth. Ka ka ka! The silver ancestor's body continued to grow. Not only that, silver arms appeared on his back. It was extremely terrifying. There were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 silver arms danced in the air like demons. Terrifying saintly aura filled the sky. Kill! With a furious roar, 1,000 arms burst forth at the same time, bringing along divine chains of laws that filled the sky, suppressing forward. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The experts on the human side were terrified. The primordial king of the Baiyin clan laughed sinisterly. 1,000 hands of silver, our ancestor is angry. Humans, just wait for your death. I'll let you know our strength. This was the ultimate technique of the Baiyin clan. With 1,000 hands, it could kill the primordial ancestors of the other clans. It could be said to be extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the middle-aged man on the other side could block it. Fine, I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Jian also took a step forward. Light erupted from his body, spewing out a domineering aura. At this moment, he was as powerful as an ancient overlord. He was extremely powerful. Tyrant fist of the heavens. With a punch, he suppressed heaven and earth and destroyed all the laws in the world. He wanted to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying aura. The bodies of the primordial saints trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt that just this aura alone was enough to crush them. Damn it, who exactly was the other party? Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It had an unparalleled domineering aura and was very difficult to cultivate. This person could actually cultivate it to such an extent. Damn it, he was definitely a super strong expert. They were extremely terrified. As expected, once the Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was unleashed, it had an unparalleled domineering aura that swept through the surroundings. They fought fiercely against 1,000 silver hands. The two of them fought, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They fought from here all the way to the outer realm. With a loud bang, the void above the 9 heavens split open. A huge crack was like a divine sword that split the entire world into two. At the next moment, silver blood splattered. The 1,000 silver barks were blasted apart. The patriarch of the Bain clan also fell from the outer realm. He was extremely miserable. He roared angrily, and his body reassembled. However, it was once again shattered by Lin Jian's punch. What? The patriarch of the Bain clan was actually defeated. How was this possible? Wasn't the other party too powerful? Who exactly was the other party? How could Lin Xian's father be so terrifying? Could it be that the other party was also a mysterious expert from a terrifying clan? They were all stunned. Lin Jian landed. His clothes fluttered, and his domineering aura was still as domineering as before. I've said it before? You're no match for me. Step back, I'll attack. Another patriarch walked out. His figure was like a demon king, and he had a terrifying aura. The pair of golden wings behind his back covered the sky. He was from the Heavenly Rock clan. This was a very ferocious clan among the ancient royal clans, the Heavenly Rock clan. It was said that this clan had once challenged dragons and even succeeded in slaying them. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they weren't any weaker than the Bain clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch walked out. I'll fight you. He could tell that Lin Jian was very powerful, but he wasn't afraid. The Heavenly Rock clan was very powerful. They could definitely kill the other party. Lin Jian's eyes were piercingly cold. Come at me then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, before he attacked, the white-haired demon lord floated out. Leave this battle to me. All right then. Seeing the white-haired demon lord, Lin Jian nodded and stepped back. He stood with his hands behind his back. A mere heavenly rock. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel at my feet and become my slave. I can spare your life. The white-haired demon lord was even more domineering and arrogant. He didn't put the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch in his eyes at all. You're courting death. The Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch was enraged. He roared angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and his golden wings covered the sky. They transformed into 2 heavenly blades that slashed over with the great Tao. You want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself. The demon lord's white hair fluttered. He was like a god fiend as he walked forward. He punched out, and demonic aura surged from his body. This fist transformed into 6 black holes that seemed to want to devour everything. Chapter 2884. What kind of fist technique was this? It was so terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races and the ancient ancestors were shocked. It was as if they were about to be annihilated by the 6 worlds. The expression of the Tianping race's ancestor also changed. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so profound. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only wave his 2 golden wings crazily, transforming them into 2 heavenly blades that carried the great Tao as they descended. He wanted to shatter the other party's fist with one strike. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. 6 dark black worlds enveloped the golden wings. In the sky, the laws collided and the great Tao interweaved, forming a scene of destruction. Boom, boom, boom! The 6 black worlds spun rapidly, forming a terrifying force that tore apart the golden wings. Blood dyed the sky red as the golden wings were split in half. The Tianping race's saint was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how is this possible? How is it impossible? Die! The white-haired demon lord's figure flickered as he waved his fist again, bringing along the 6 worlds as he charged over. Damn it, the Tianping's extreme speed! The pupils of the Tianping race's ancestor constricted. The other party's fist technique was too powerful. Even the golden wings that he was so proud of were cut off. If it were to hit him, it would probably tear him to pieces. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After succeeding in one strike, he continued to chase after him. The Tianping's movement technique was extremely fast. Even the saints couldn't see it clearly. They could only see a blurry light. However, the demon lord sneered. The 6 black worlds instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world. No matter how fast you are, can you escape my reincarnation? Kill! The 6 black worlds continued to expand, forming 6 skies that covered the entire world. It was as if their true spirit world was connected to 6 incomparably mysterious worlds. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Sure enough, the Tianping race's ancestor couldn't escape the 6 worlds at all. In the next moment, he was torn apart by the 6 mysterious forces, and his body was torn apart. Ah! The Tianping race's ancestor screamed crazily as his body reformed in the distance. However, he was soon shattered again. One world after another descended, causing the Tianping race's ancestor to scream again and again. Damn it, this is impossible! The ancient sages were terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races screamed. The immemorial king of the Sky Rock race knelt on the ground, his eyes bleeding. They were about to go crazy. Their ancestor had been defeated so miserably and was even about to be killed. They couldn't believe it. The humans were also stunned. They were too powerful. These new human experts were each more powerful than the last. Previously, Lin Zhan's tyrant firmament fist had already shocked them. Indomitable and domineering. But now, they realized that this white-haired demon lord was even more terrifying. When he punched out, it was as if he had created 6 real worlds. Even the Sky Rock's ancestor, who was so powerful, had been killed several times. If not for the saint's blood rebirth, Patriarch Tianping would have been killed long ago. Even so, they were still terrified. What kind of fist technique was this? This was too terrifying. Leaf Dao and the clan leader of the Yi clan looked on in shock. The saint of the Yi clan let out a shriek. 6 Dao's reincarnation fist. This is my Yi clan's peerless fist technique. How did he know it? What? 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This is the 6 Dao's reincarnation fist? The other sacred leaders and sect leaders were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The 6 Dao's reincarnation fist was extremely terrifying. It was a secret technique of the Yi clan that wasn't passed down to outsiders. It was a top divine ability. Leaf Dao had cultivated this technique before, and could use it against someone in the same level as him. Not many people could contend against it. And now, the white-haired demon lord actually knew how to use the Yi clan's divine fist. What was going on? Damn it, what was his relationship with the Yi clan? Previously, the other party could directly use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Now, he even used the Yi clan's 6 Dao's reincarnation fist. He couldn't be from the Yi clan, right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Could it be that this was really the case? They looked at the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan and Leaf Dao were confused. The saint of the Yi clan was indeed shocked. Was it really him? Could it really be him? Ancestor, what was going on? The clan leader of the Yi clan asked in a deep voice. Although he was the clan leader, he had only been in power for 1,000 years. He didn't know about things that happened a long time ago. This saint was different. He obviously knew more. Leaf Dao was even more shocked. Looking at the expression of their ancestor, could it be that the white-haired demon lord was really from the Yi clan? Heavens, how could someone from the Yi clan become a demon? Perhaps it really was that person, but it was impossible. It was rumored that he had already fallen. How could he appear again? The Yi Clan saint's expression was incomparably solemn. This made everyone even more curious. What was the identity of this white-haired demon lord? What was his relationship with the Yi Clan? However, this wasn't important anymore. That was because a loud sound had attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, 6 worlds of reincarnation mercilessly crushed, killing the heavenly rock ancestor 6 times. The heavenly rock ancestor went crazy. A golden halberd rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Only then did he escape. This halberd was an unparalleled sacred weapon. At this moment, the heavenly rock ancestor used it to carve out a bloody path. After coming out, his body trembled. His face was filled with fear, shock, anger, and humiliation. He had his body shattered 6 times. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt that it was a great humiliation. However, he didn't dare to attack again because the other party was too terrifying. Those 6 black holes were like real worlds. He couldn't break them at all. If he attacked again, he was afraid that he would shatter even more. He might even be killed by the other party. What heavenly rock? It was only SOSO. Obediently become my mount. The demon lord was very domineering. He strode over as if he was about to attack again. You're courting death. The heavenly rock ancestor was furious. Although the other party was powerful, the other party kept saying that he wanted to take him as a flying mount. How could he endure this? In the next moment, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and directly slashed out. This golden halberd was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an extremely terrifying saint of the Heavenly Rock clan. At this moment, a golden light shot into the clouds, cutting the entire sky open. Clang! However, it was sent flying by the white-haired demon lord's 6-path reincarnation fist. Damn it! Everyone attack together and kill them! The heavenly rock ancestor roared crazily. He wasn't a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but they had more people on their side. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other primordial saints and ancient ancestors couldn't help but attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The demon lord let out a long roar. Terrifying demonic energy covered the 9 heavens, forming 3,000 demonic shadows in the sky. I am the demon lord, I shall laugh at the world. A terrifying voice resounded. The 3,000 demonic shadows accompanied the demon lord's 6-path reincarnation fist and charged out together. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan also took a step forward and executed the tyrant fist of the heavens. On the other side, Xia Jiuyo had sublimated to the extreme. The aura on his body was piercingly cold as he struck out 2 universes. Lin Xian didn't use any laws, but the power of a greater success divine body was incomparable. He directly entered close combat and killed his way into the primordial saints, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the Saber Saint's long saber was incomparable. The elf girl struck out laws that filled the sky, helping the human saints recover. She controlled the world and provided a powerful vitality. In an instant, the holy war erupted. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go to the outer realm. The primordial saints roared angrily. The demon lord's black hair fluttered. A black dragon roared beneath his feet, bringing him directly into the sky. These saint-level experts had all fought their way to the outer realm. A great battle erupted, and heaven and earth erupted. Below, the experts of the 10,000 ancient races and the human race trembled. They looked up at the sky. The sky was flickering, and large cracks would erupt from time to time. Chapter 2885. It's too scary. Will we be able to withstand it? The human race will definitely be able to withstand it. Damn it! Patriarch, do your best. Kill them all. The 10,000 ancient races and the human race's martial artists were extremely nervous. Suddenly, a sea of fire exploded in the distance. It was as if millions of fire kylons were rushing through the sky, tearing through the void and charging toward Jade Lake. Not good. The Chilean spear. Damn it! It's an extreme weapon. The human martial artists on Jade Lake's side screamed in fear. Their faces were pale as they fell to the ground. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders' bodies were torn apart. The Empress of the West and the others were even more shocked. Not good. Those sages are in danger. They realized that after the Qilin spear appeared, it didn't attack Jade Lake, the investiture of the gods, or the celestial Darch Cauldron. Instead, it charged toward the outer realm. If one of those primeval sages controlled an extreme Dao weapon, no matter how strong Lin Xian, the archdevil ancestor, and the others were, they would still die. Damn it! Despicable! The dark red divine dragon and the others cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Just the Emperor's aura alone was enough to make them unable to move. As expected, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the outer realm. The void was torn apart, and sage blood floated down from the sky. It was obvious that a sage was injured. Ha ha! Humans, die! The primordial sages let out an arrogant roar. Thousands of rays of light flashed, turning into countless fire kylons. The Qilin spear was an extreme weapon. It was an extremely powerful weapon. It was extremely terrifying. Now that it was controlled by the primordial sages, it could destroy gods and Buddhas. It was incomparable. No one could stop it. Damn it! I'm going to slaughter all of the 10,000 ancient races and turn them into rivers of blood. The demon ancestor's cold voice sounded in the sky. Killing intent surged in the sky as countless demonic shadows swept across. Not good. Stop him! The Qilin spear's power pierced through all the demonic shadows. The demons were also forced back. Lin Xian fought back, but he was also forced back. He had no choice. In the past, he could take on Emperor weapons with his bare hands. But now, in the outer realm, the Qilin spear's power was too strong. It was so strong that they were shocked. Fortunately, they were in the outer realm. Otherwise, the eastern wilderness would have lost countless territories. 1. In the void, an endless black hole was formed. The devouring sword devoured everything, swallowing most of the energy. The demon lord used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of the 6 worlds destroyed everything. Lin Xian's phenomenal success divine body blasted out in all directions. No, this can't go on. Lin Zhan also frowned. Xia Jiuyo's eyes lit up as he shouted coldly. His aged white hair started to turn black, and his aged face also started to turn younger. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lower 9 Nether's eyes erupted with a piercingly cold light, and a large hand reached down. Lend me the West Emperor Pagoda. The sky-covering hand passed through the Jade Pool's array formation and grabbed the West Emperor Pagoda. Then, it rose from the ground. With a loud boom, it was as if a 10,000 zhang tall mountain had been uprooted. The West Emperor Pagoda was uprooted and flew into the sky. In the next moment, it erupted with an unparalleled Emperor's aura. The West Emperor Pagoda had awakened. The Queen Mother of the West and the saints of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were shocked. What kind of method was this? Someone had borrowed their imperial armament in a domineering manner. They recognized that it was Xia Jiuyo's voice. This Elder Ming was too terrifying. He was definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. They were pressed to the ground, their bodies cracked, and their blood dyed the ground red. Above the 9 heavens, the primordial saints were also shocked. Damn it, how did he do it? Imperial armaments were the exclusive weapons of Thearchs. They could suppress an area. Only the descendants of Thearchs and sacred grounds could use them. Others couldn't get close at all. Even saints couldn't. But now, the old man in front of them had directly borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda from the Jade Pool's sacred ground. What kind of method was this? Damn it, he had already brought the investiture of the gods. Now, he had borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda. How did he do it? The primordial saints roared crazily. They frantically activated the Qilin spear. However, at this moment, the human race had the West Emperor Pagoda. With lower 9 Nether's activation, the Qilin spear was directly sent flying. explode. The demon lord also roared as his body descended from the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of the celestial emperor cauldron and struck out with his palm. Demonic chi surged from his body. Buzz! The celestial emperor cauldron hummed as it continued to expand, about to crush the entire world. A terrifying extreme Tao emperor's aura erupted, blasting in all directions. Not good, he's crazy, quickly block it. The primordial saints also rushed down from the outer realm, controlling the 10,000 dragons diagram and the phoenix bell to block it. With a boom, the extreme Tao emperor's aura collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and countless stars in the outer realm. And this impact caused all the seals in the entire true spirit world to be broken. In the next moment, the endless void above the Gu family flickered. Then, an ancient mirror shattered the void and appeared in the world with a powerful emperor's aura. The void mirror appeared. In the Yaoguang sacred ground, a dragon's roar sounded. A black cauldron with dragon patterns appeared, also suppressing an area. In the Daoyi sacred ground, a Dao diagram flickered, also incomparably mysterious. In the Grand Xia Empire, a golden divine sword transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. This was the Great Xia Empire's extreme Tao Emperor's weapon. The Jiuli painting also flew out. In the Western Desert, in the myriad Buddha temple, a Kasaya bloomed in the sky, directly enveloping the entire Western Desert, forming the strongest defense. This was also an Emperor weapon. One after another, extreme Tao weapons appeared, and a terrifying extreme Tao aura suppressed heaven and earth. The entire true spirit world was trembling, and countless cracks appeared. At this moment, all the living beings of the sacred grounds and sects prostrated on the ground. Some directly fainted from the shock. Not good, the demon emperor of the northern plains Demon Emperor Palace also appeared, suppressing an area to prevent it from collapsing. Yen Ryu frowned. There was an extremely terrifying power in her body that was being suppressed by her. Otherwise, she would definitely soar into the sky and fight against these extreme Tao weapons. Damn it, it's awakened, it's all awakened. How could this be? The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Qilin Cave, and the 3 royal families, as well as the endless ancient royal families, all opened their eyes and roared. They didn't expect that in the end, the human race's extreme Tao weapons would awaken. Next, the foundation of the human race, the sleeping saints, would be awakened. If they forcefully started the dark turmoil, it would be an endless period of darkness. The various races would be destroyed, blood would flow into rivers, and corpses would form mountains. It wasn't certain who would win in the end. This wasn't what they wanted to see. They wanted to use extremely tyrannical methods to destroy the human race as quickly as possible. However, this plan failed. What should they do? The Archean patriarchs and powerful sages quickly conversed. They had to think of a countermeasure. On the human race's side, the frozen saints of the sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. When they sensed all of this, they let out crazy roars. Figures appeared in the sky one after another. Damn it, who dares to attack the human race? They were really crazy. In the next moment, the world was in chaos. Terrifying energy currents wreaked havoc in all directions. Those weak cultivators were like ants, mercilessly crushed. If they wanted to fight, so be it. At most, they would sink the entire world. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were also furious. Boom! In the endless void, 2 extreme Tao weapons soared into the sky. It was obvious that the royal families of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened again. More and more extreme Tao weapons appeared in the world. Although they didn't clash, just their auras made the entire world shake. Chapter 2886. It's over. Is this the end of the world? Those people were terrified. The people of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground, trembling. Because they realized that even if they had terrifying extreme weapons and the ancient royal family, it was still useless. Because the humans also had them. Moreover, once the extreme weapons collided, the entire world would be destroyed. Who cared if they were royalty or royal family? They couldn't exist at all. I'm afraid that only those with imperial armaments would be able to survive. Therefore, these ancient creatures were all lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Humans, do you really want to fight to the death? The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. How laughable! You want to start a dark chaos and massacre the human race, but you don't want us to resist? Lin Xian sneered. Was the other party crazy? What kind of logic was this? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan's body was also full of fighting spirit, carrying an incomparable domineering aura. The demon lord was even more direct. What nonsense was there to talk about? Let's see our true moves with the imperial weapons. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me in terms of the use of imperial weapons. The celestial emperor cauldron above his head was as if the celestial emperor had been reborn. He was unbelievably powerful. Xia Jiuyo's expression was solemn. The stars in his eyes flickered. To be honest, we don't want to use the imperial weapons unless we have no other choice. But you ancient races are really going too far. Do you really think that the human race has no one? Using the extreme weapons is a warning to you. It's a warning to you that the human race is not someone you can bully and crush as you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, the ancient saints and ancestors opposite them gritted their teeth in anger, their bodies trembling. Before they fell into a deep slumber, the human race was just a small ant. But now, they could actually threaten them. Moreover, they couldn't fight back at all. This kind of depressing feeling was unbearable for the 10,000 ancient races who thought that they were high and mighty like gods. Damn it, let's fight it out. I don't believe that they can win against us. That's right, our foundation and strength are far from what these humans can imagine. Fire Qilin Cave and Divine Phoenix Ridge. Two ancient monarchs roared crazily. They were too aggrieved. The two imperial weapons in the distance also floated up and down. Similarly, a few terrifying figures appeared in the void. Laws danced around their bodies, making them hazy, making it impossible for others to see them clearly. What kind of race was this? However, at this moment, one of the figures in the distance spoke. No! The human race had developed to its current level. Over the past tens of thousands of years, several great emperors had emerged, leaving behind their orthodoxies and supreme weapons. You're still no weaker than us primeval theocrats. That's right. If we really fight, both sides will suffer, and we won't be able to gain any advantage. That's not what we want. What we want is just resources and territory for cultivation. We don't want other races to go extinct. Hearing this, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons fell silent. Indeed, although they were angry, they knew that if they really fought, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most of the 10,000 ancient races would be destroyed, and only a few of the royal families would survive. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the imperial family would be able to survive. More importantly, their dragon crown prince had just been born. If he suffered any losses in this battle, they would not be able to recover even if they died 10,000 times. Hence, the nest of 10,000 dragons had already decided not to make a move. At the very least, they could not erupt into a battle with supreme weapons. In addition, the Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Spirit Cave, and the other primeval theocrats were the same. They also had princes and princesses. If they were really killed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Negotiate. In the end, an ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons spoke in a deep voice. You humans have occupied too much land and resources. The 10,000 ancient races must take back some of them. Yes, that's right. No one will use supreme weapons, but you must give us resources and land. We must control this world together. The saint of the Fire Qilin Cave also said that. The saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also snorted coldly. The eyes of the other 10,000 ancient races were red and fiery. Indeed, although they couldn't start a war, they had to take back the resources. They definitely couldn't let the humans take advantage of them. Hearing that the primeval theocrats wanted to negotiate, the jade pool cultivators below were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect the primeval theocrats to retreat. Those from the Yi family, Gu family, Dao Yi Holy Land, and the others who had supreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Great, there was no need to start a war. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the dark turmoil had been stopped. Xia Jiuyo's eyes flickered, and he revealed a smile. Only the demon lord snorted coldly, looking very unhappy. To be honest, Lin Xian and the others were really worried. They were afraid that the demon lord would directly use the celestial emperor cauldron and kill his way over. If that happened, there would be no possibility of negotiation at all. However, although the demon lord's actions were evil and unpredictable, he was incomparably arrogant. However, this time, he didn't make a move. In that case, let's go to the Jade Pool, Xia Jiuyo said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the West Emperor Pagoda in his hand quickly descended and returned to the Jade Pool, suppressing the Jade Pool. It emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The Gu family, Great Xia, and Dao Yi Holy Land also withdrew their supreme weapons. On the other side, the nest of 10,000 dragons and the other primeval theocrats also withdrew their supreme weapons. In the sky, the Emperor's aura slowly dissipated. The living beings below all heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. They were saved. Because just now, their fates were all in the hands of those people above. If these people had fought with their supreme weapons, none of them would have been able to survive. This made them feel like they had survived a disaster. Only the Yi family had a strange expression because their celestial emperor cauldron was still in the hands of the other party. Facing this terrifying white-haired demon lord, they didn't dare to speak at all. If the other party killed them without saying a word, they probably wouldn't have anywhere to cry. However, if they couldn't get the celestial emperor cauldron back, how could they be willing? One had to know that this was a supreme weapon. It was their lifeblood. They would never lose it. For a moment, the Yi family's patriarch and the others frowned. Many elders even secretly wanted to activate the sleeping saints to snatch it by force. However, among them, a few living fossils shook their heads. They rose into the air, and one of them even said excitedly with a trembling voice, "Are you Lord Seven? What's going on?" As soon as these words came out, the people of the Yi family were dumbfounded. The cultivators of the other holy lands were also shocked. Those archaic creatures also frowned. A powerful Yi family saint was actually so respectful to the white-haired demon lord. Chapter 2887. But why did the other party cultivate the demonic path? They couldn't understand. They were very curious, and all of their eyes were looking forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. The white-hair fiend ancestor snorted and turned to look at the other party. "What seventh master? You've got the wrong person." With a wave of his hand, the celestial emperor cauldron flew out and entered the Yi family. Seeing this scene, the Yi family patriarch and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the celestial emperor cauldron had returned. However, this made them even more puzzled. Was the person in front of them really not from the Yi family? But why did the other party know the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? Why could the other party use the celestial emperor cauldron directly? On the other hand, the saint of the Yi family was extremely excited. "It's him, it must be him!" He roared crazily in his heart because his guess was right. The other party must be that person. However, the other party probably wouldn't admit it. But it didn't matter, as long as he knew that the other party was still alive. Seeing the other party's impatient expression, the Yi family saint hurriedly turned around and left. He knew this person's temper. If the other party was really angry, he would probably chop him up. Who was the patriarch? The invincible kings of the Yi family asked one after another. However, the saint shook his head. He would talk about this matter after returning to the family. Indeed, there were too many people now and it wasn't suitable to talk about these things. The others originally wanted to hear some secrets of the Yi family, but now it seemed impossible. But soon, they put away their thoughts. Because above, Xia Jiuyo, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and other peerless experts descended from the sky and entered the Jade Pool. The Queen Mother and the Jade Pool's saints hurriedly opened the array formation and made a path. They welcomed them with the highest standards. They had no choice. These were all saints, and among the saints, they were extremely terrifying existences. They couldn't be offended. After landing, Xia Jiuyo and the others looked up at the sky. Lin Xian also sneered. He looked at the primordial saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons and sneered. Why? Don't you dare to come down? If you don't dare to come down, then go back. There's no need to negotiate. Scram back to your nest and don't come out again. Kid, you're courting death. The primordial saints were so angry that they coughed up blood. Among them, primordial ancestor Gu snorted coldly. They quickly descended, bringing with them the laws that filled the sky, and arrived at the Jade Lake. In an instant, the martial artists at the Jade Lake felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Fortunately, the West Emperor Pagoda had already awakened at this time, and an endless Emperor's aura was released, blocking the terrifying aura of these sages. Only then did they manage to protect Jade Lake. Otherwise, all the warriors in the Jade Lake would turn into blood mist and cease to exist. How terrifying! Was this the power of a supreme saint? Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others were shocked beyond words. Yu Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, Dustless, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were too strong. Although they thought that they were the geniuses of the younger generation, they didn't have any power to resist in front of these primeval sages. A single glance from the other party was enough to kill them instantly. He really hoped that one day, he would be able to fight with such a person. They were envious. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian had fought with such an existence before? Heavens, this is too scary. The Queen Mother of the West opened the West Emperor Palace. It was an ancient palace with a peerless array formation and endless Tao inscriptions. It was used to receive the sages. Usually it wouldn't be opened, but now that so many human sages and primeval sages had descended, she had no choice but to open the West Emperor Palace. Soon Xia Jiuyo, the Demon Lord, Lin Zhan, and the others were invited in. The sages and primeval kings of the 10,000 Archean races also walked in. Lin Xian was also among them. He had fused with the greater success divine body and could be said to be extremely powerful. Naturally, he could also enter the West Emperor Pagoda. The others couldn't enter. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others couldn't do anything. They could only wait outside. The other martial artists of the human race were the same. Outside, the endless primeval army was also very nervous. No one knew what the outcome of this discussion would be. No one knew how much resources and land the human race would give up. However, if they gave up a bit, these people would bleed. Damn it, they really wanted to go in. The dark red divine dragon outside was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, there was nothing it could do. There were endless Tao inscriptions in front of it. Those were the laws of the sage level. Those below the sage level couldn't detect them. After 2 days, everyone's expression changed. This was because they heard angry roars coming from the West Emperor Palace. There were humans and primeval races. It couldn't be, right? Were the negotiations going to fall apart? They were terrified. It seemed that the negotiations between the two sides were not harmonious. In fact, there was even a roar. There was no choice. There were only so many top-tier resources and spirit veins. Other than those forbidden lands that couldn't be entered, the other places were occupied by the human race. How could they give them to the primeval races? In particular, those top-tier spirit veins and resources would definitely be the focus of the two sides. It was easy to understand why such a voice was heard. However, these people were trembling. If these people fell apart and another battle broke out, wouldn't the dark turmoil start again? Everyone waited outside for 7 days and 7 nights. Suddenly, the door of the West Emperor Pagoda opened, and the primeval sages walked out like fiend gods. Their faces were gloomy, and their killing intent was monstrous. It was obvious that the discussion was very unpleasant. After coming out, they soared into the air, tore through the void, and arrived outside. Then Xia Jiuyo, the Fiend Master, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and the others also walked out. They also had grave expressions. The faces of the saints of the sacred grounds and major sects were also ashen. It was obvious that the other party was asking for too much. Humans, do as we say. If you don't, we will start a dark upheaval. In the sky, the primeval sages' voices were cold. I will give you 7 days to consider. After 7 days, we will talk again. As they spoke, they led the primeval army and camped near the Jade Pool. Damn it, they were going too far. The saints of the sacred grounds and major sects gritted their teeth and roared. Indeed, the other party was too arrogant. Their conditions were really unacceptable. At most, they would fight with them. They would let them know that the human race was not to be bullied. Many people gritted their teeth. Xia Jiuyo, Lin Zhan, the Fiend Master, and the others frowned. The other party's conditions were indeed overboard, but it was impossible for them to fight. If they fought, the mountains and rivers would shatter, and they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Could it be that there was no other way? Lin Xian also frowned. To be honest, if he hadn't followed in and heard these conditions, Lin Xian wouldn't have known that the primeval races were actually so ambitious. There was no other way. Xia Jiuyo sighed. Although there was no extreme war, the primeval races still looked down on the human race in their hearts. Therefore, they would naturally ask for too much. Chapter 2888. That's right. Both sides were tied. Although they didn't use any extreme weapons, their remaining strength wasn't enough to make the ancient race fearful. They had to make the ancient race fearful before they could negotiate normally. Otherwise, if the other party demanded an exorbitant price, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. If only our human race had a living emperor. Let's see if the ancient race would still dare to be arrogant. A sage from the Purple Dawn's sacred land shook his head and sighed. Let me do it. At this moment, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the sages. Lin Xian was also shocked because he realized that the voice was coming from his body. Senior! He exclaimed. That's right. The voice was coming from the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. The other sages were also shocked. They naturally knew that this body wasn't Lin Xian's. They didn't know where he got it from. Now that they heard another voice coming from the other party's body, they were extremely astonished. This soul was very weak, but the pressure coming from it made their eyelids twitch. Even the Fiend Lord, Wine Lord, Xia Jiuyo, and the others narrowed their eyes. You should be the previous 9 Sun Sword Saint, right? At this moment, Xia Jiuyo spoke. That's right. I am. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul sent out waves of energy that shocked the sages. You don't have to guess my origins. My soul can't hold on for much longer. So, I want to use my remaining strength. What do you want to do? Xia Jiuyo asked. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, I need power. Give me as much power as you want. I can temporarily recover to my peak state and then intimidate the ancient race. However, this time is very short. It won't be long before I vanish into thin air. Senior! Lin Xian exclaimed again. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, Don't worry. Don't be sad for me. I should have died long ago. It's just that due to special reasons, I lived for tens of thousands of years. Now all of this isn't what I'm familiar with. There's no need for me to stay. But for the human race, I'm willing to make a final contribution. Hearing this, all the sages fell silent. Yes, everyone should do their best for their race. I can help you. Xia Jiuyo also nodded solemnly. Wine Lord, Lin Zhan, Demon Lord, and the others' eyes glinted coldly. We don't have any problems on our side. We can provide you with enough power to temporarily restore you to your peak state. At this point, the saints were extremely shocked. How terrifying would a divine body at its peak state be? They did not dare to imagine. There's no time to lose. Let's begin. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said. Xiaojiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others nodded. Little guy, I still need you to control this body. The 9 Sun Sword Saint said. No problem, senior. I will do my best. Lin Xian clenched his fists. The 9 Sun Sword Saint nodded his head in gratification. I'm very happy to see you grow. I hope that you can bring the 9 Sun divine body to greater heights in the future. I have one last request. Once I'm done intimidating the ancient royal family, I hope to return to Black Demon Cliff. You buried this body in the deepest part of your body. Don't worry, senior, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. From the looks of it, the 9 Sun Sword Saint was still worried about the demonic chi there. He wanted to use his divine body to suppress the demonic chi in Black Demon Cliff. The Saint of Jade Lake controlled the West Emperor Tower and released waves of Emperor's aura to envelop Jade Lake. It was to prevent the 10,000 ancient races from investigating. After all, they were used to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. If the other party discovered it and destroyed it, the losses would outweigh the gains. Waves of Emperor's aura shot out, preventing the people outside Jade Lake from investigating. Even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to enter. This scene terrified the other cultivators in Jade Lake. What's going on? What's happening? Why are they using extreme weapons again? Are they really going to start a dark upheaval? Their bodies trembled. The 10,000 ancient races stationed near the Jade Pool were also stunned. The primordial lifeforms prostrated themselves on the ground, and the primordial kings were terrified. The primordial saints' expressions also changed. They all rose into the air. Damn it, Extreme Emperor's aura! They activated the West Emperor Tower. Are they planning to ambush us? These people emitted a terrifying aura. As long as the situation was not right, they would activate their extreme weapons. Since the other party wanted to fight, they would accompany them to the end. However, after waiting for a long time, they all frowned because they realized that the West Emperor Tower only covered the entire Jade Lake. It did not spread out. It did not attack them. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that these humans were afraid of a sneak attack, so they covered the entire Jade Lake. Humph, what a bunch of cowards! The primordial saints sneered and landed one after another. They also warned their own people not to be afraid. It was just a defense of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. In Jade Lake, the human cultivators waited for a long time, but they did not see any attack. They heaved a sigh of relief. They guessed that it was for their own safety that they used Emperor's weapons to defend. To prevent the 10,000 ancient races from ambushing. Therefore, they were relieved. In the depths of Jade Lake, Lin Xian, Xiaojiuyo, and the others stood there. Lin Xian stood on an extremely complicated array formation. This array formation was completely formed by interweaving Dao runes. It was drawn by Xiaojiuyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, and the others. Together with the Jade Lake's holy water and the goddess of life's great divine ability. It began to restore his greater success divine body. Wine Lord even used the devouring sword to devour the pure energy of heaven and earth and poured it into his greater success divine body, restoring it to its peak. Lin Xian felt as if his greater success divine body had come alive and was crazily absorbing the energy. Could it be that his greater success divine body had not recovered to its peak strength at all? He was too surprised. One had to know that he could defeat a saint with just the strength of his physical body. However, this was only his normal state, not his peak state. How terrifying would a peak greater success divine body be? He could not imagine it at all. Of course, the most difficult thing was the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. Because his soul was too weak, like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. He had to ensure that the other party's soul was not extinguished before he could use his greater success divine body. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not be able to use his greater success divine body. Use my Lanrua Temple's soul anchoring pearl. A monk from Lanrua Temple took out an ancient treasure. It was a yellow pearl covered with Buddhist runes. The moment it appeared, everyone's soul trembled. A look of shock appeared on their faces. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that they were all saint-level existences. How powerful were their soul powers! But in front of this pearl, they trembled. From this, one could imagine how extraordinary this pearl was. Chapter 2889. The other sages were also shocked. This was left behind by an ancient Buddha. It was an extremely terrifying treasure. Moreover, it was a rare soul treasure. With it, one's soul could definitely be protected. With this item, the 9 Sun Sword Saints' souls should be able to protect it. At the very least, it would allow him to complete his mission of intimidating the 10,000 ancient races. The sages were extremely excited. Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also nodded. They also knew about the soul anchoring pearl. Lin Xian was also shocked. He carefully took the soul anchoring pearl and inserted it into his body. The soul anchoring pearl emitted a Buddhist light and enveloped the 9 Sun Sword Saints' soul. With the soul anchoring pearl's protection, the 9 Sun Sword Saints' soul unleashed all his potential with a roar. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. Then, he let out a long roar, shattering the galaxy in the sky. Countless rune laws appeared on his body, turning into divine chains of order that danced around him. The Greater Success divine body emitted a dazzling light. The entire Jade Lake trembled. The martial artists in the Jade Lake were terrified and looked up. Damn it, what's happening? Why is the Jade Lake trembling? Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races outside are attacking? They were truly stunned. Now, the Jade Lake was being suppressed by the West Emperor Pagoda. There shouldn't be a problem. However, the Jade Lake trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the sky above. A terrifying and monstrous aura pressed them to the ground, making them unable to resist. The sages of the sacred grounds were all terrified. Was the great emperor resurrected? They looked at Lin Xian in front of them in shock. At this moment, the aura emitted from Lin Xian's body was too terrifying. It was far beyond that of a sage. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been resurrected. The only ones who could resist it were Xia Jiuyo, the Fiend Lord, Wine Lord, and the others. They also retreated with solemn expressions. They looked at the Greater Success divine body in front of them with flickering eyes. As expected of the 9 Sun divine body. When cultivated to the Greater Success divine body, it was comparable to a great emperor. This was great. This power could definitely intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Although the other sages were trembling, their eyes were burning with passion. That was because the other party was simply too strong. Was this the power of a Great Success divine body? Lin Xian clenched his fists in shock. He saw that the sages around him were trembling because of his aura. He even felt that he could kill these sages with a single glance. Too powerful. This made him excited and incomparably envious. He swore that in the future, he would definitely cultivate the 9 Yang divine body to the large success stage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, countless large cracks appeared. Strands of laws were useless, and divine flames filled the sky. They turned into phoenixes that circled around him. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared under his feet. It was as if he was kneeling. The sect masters and elders in the Jade Lake were all stunned by this scene. Could it be that the ancient emperors had really come back to life? Even the 10,000 ancient races stationed outside were terrified. Those ordinary immemorial creatures were once again pressed to the ground, and some even fainted. The primordial king trembled. The primordial saint and a few patriarchs also changed their expressions. A piercing light appeared in their eyes, and it turned into a long rainbow as if it was going to pierce through the front. Damn it, what was going on? What kind of aura was this? They were extremely shocked. Why was there such a terrifying power emitting from the Jade Lake, as if the ancient emperors had come back to life? Could it be that they had used a second extreme weapon again? The sage of the Heavenly Rock race said with a frown. Because inside, other than the West Emperor Tower, there was also a terrifying power that was awakening. That power was almost the same as the Emperor's might. Therefore, they suspected that the other party had activated a second extreme weapon in the Jade Lake. Damn it, what were these guys trying to do? They covered the Jade Lake and even activated a second extreme weapon. Could it be that they were really plotting something? The faces of the primordial saints were gloomy. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice, "Let's be careful and not be tricked by the other party. The extreme weapons are always connected. Don't worry, we definitely won't let the humans sneak attack us." The other sages also sneered. Inside the Jade Lake, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing light. He let out a long roar that shattered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a god of war that could split the world apart. Inside his body, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, "Little guy, that's enough. Hurry up and move. I don't have much time." Although he had the soul anchoring pearl, there wasn't much time left for the 9 Sun Sword Saint. After hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, he took a step forward. After taking a step, the golden runes under his feet flickered and turned into a golden dragon. Heaven and earth shook and the void collapsed. There was nothing that could stop it. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived outside the Jade Lake. A terrifying force shook the surroundings and swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Jade Lake knelt down, trembling. Not only that, but the ancient army outside also prostrated on the ground. Apart from the vicinity of the Jade Lake, all the living beings in the entire eastern wasteland knelt on the ground again. Their faces were filled with fear. What was going on? Could it be that an extreme weapon was used? Heavens, could it be that the Jade Lake collapsed? Apart from the eastern wasteland, the middle ground, and the western desert, the experts in the entire true spirit world were also trembling. Their gazes turned to the distant east. Damn it, what was going on? Look, it's not an extreme weapon, it's a person. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, a few sect masters screamed. They discovered that the terrifying aura wasn't an extreme weapon, but a human figure. Who was that? Could it be that the great emperor of the ancients had revived? This shocked them greatly. The aura emitted by the other party was not inferior to an extreme weapon at all. Only a great emperor could emit such an aura. However, the light was too bright. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Golden light. That's the 9 Sun divine body. It's Lin Xian. Heavens, how did his power increase again? Those living fossils had faces full of shock. Could it be that it's the peak state of the greater success divine body? As soon as those words were said, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the saints of the great sage lands had joined forces to restore Lin Xian's greater success divine body to its peak. Could it be that the human race was going to attack the 10,000 ancient races again? This was truly a shocking piece of news. At this moment, all the sect masters watched in silence, their bodies trembling. On the other hand, the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. Especially the ancient saints, their pupils constricted. Damn it, it's not an extreme weapon. They also saw the golden figure in the sky. Had the great emperor revived? Chapter 2890. Because the other party's aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Only a great emperor could make them feel so hopeless. No, damn it, I don't believe it! They screamed crazily. How was this possible? How could there be a living great emperor of the human race? They were crazy. One had to know that the appearance of a great emperor was an existence that dominated the world. Even if the other families had extreme weapons, they wouldn't be able to contend against a true great emperor. Because the difference was too great. Previously, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could destroy the human race, or at least make the human race slaves again. But now, a great emperor had actually appeared in the human race, which made them despair. If the great emperor of the human race attacked, none of the 10,000 ancient races would be able to resist. These 10,000 ancient races were really panicking. No, it wasn't a real great emperor, It was that kid! The eyes of the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like divine chains that pierced through the void. He finally screamed. It was that kid from before. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? This should be the power of a great success divine body. That's not right. I've already seen the 9-yang divine body before. Although it's very powerful, it's far from this level. The other ancestors also frowned. The face of the ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons was pale. It was probably the peak state of a great success divine body. What, a great success divine body in its peak state? It was rumored that it was comparable to a great emperor. How did he recover? Damn it, how did this kid do it? The patriarchs roared like they had gone mad. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes opening and closing as he swept his gaze in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Those ancient kings exploded with a loud bang, and the ancient army below also turned into a bloody mist. No! Damn it, block it! Block him! They roared crazily. In an instant, the image of 10,000 dragons appeared. Tens of thousands of auras hung down, covering the countless ancient army. The other ancient creatures that survived trembled and peed their pants in fear. It was too terrifying. The other party only glanced at them, and the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races shattered into a bloody mist. What kind of power was this? If the other party attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Damn kid, how dare you attack us? Kill him, I must kill him! The primeval saints roared. The 10,000 dragons diagram was activated, and it unleashed a shocking attack. 10,000 dragons roared and charged toward Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. Wherever it passed, the laws and energy of the 10,000 dragons' portrait were quickly destroyed. Then, the sky-covering hand grabbed the 10,000 dragons' portrait. Roar! The 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into countless dragons that roared in the sky, but they were unable to break free from this large hand. Damn it! He actually managed to grab the myriad dragons diagram. This was what it meant to be able to catch an imperial weapon bare-handed. The ancient creatures were terrified. In the jade pool, the human warriors were also stunned when they saw this scene. Was this the power of a great success divine body that was comparable to a great emperor? He was indeed too powerful. That was an emperor weapon! Yet, the other party was able to hold it so easily. Grabbing the 10,000 dragons picture, Lin Xian looked down again. Bang, bang, bang! The bodies of the saints split open, and their blood splattered everywhere. What? Even the saints couldn't withstand a single glance from him? What kind of existence was this? The 10,000 ancient races had really gone crazy. The bodies of the patriarchs also split open as they retreated crazily. They frantically activated the 10,000 dragons picture, and the other supreme weapons were also quickly recovering. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the 10,000 dragons picture into the outer realm. In the next moment, his cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Do you really think that the human race doesn't have any powerhouses? Just as well, I'll go to the territory of the 10,000 ancient races today. At this point, he took a step forward, and countless Tao runes appeared under his feet. They directly stretched into the distance, forming a golden dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. With a single step, the mountains and rivers changed, and time and space rotated. Lin Xian instantly disappeared in the sky. Not good! The primeval saints all screamed. From what they heard, the other party wanted to attack their nest. Damn it, an existence comparable to a great emperor was attacking their nest. How could they resist? Not good, protect the dragon prince. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. They also tore through the void and flew towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Buzz! Middle ground, Qinling Mountains. Millions of dragon veins coiled above the ground like giant dragons. At this moment, the void in the sky cracked open, and golden Tao runes gathered. A golden god of war walked out of the crack. It was Lin Xian. The moment he appeared, a terrifying pressure filled the entire middle ground. all the living beings of the middle ground prostrated on the ground, trembling. Was the great emperor here? The faces of these living beings were filled with terror. The saints of the Tai dynasty, Grand Xia dynasty, and the other sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Damn it, who was it? At this moment, countless people's gazes were focused on the Qinling Mountains. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The primeval saints of the dragons also opened their eyes. Although they didn't break the divine crystal, they all floated up. Not good, a strong enemy is attacking. Quickly protect the crown prince. Countless figures danced and surrounded the golden dragon. The golden dragon's expression was also solemn, and there was a trace of shock in his golden eyes. What a terrifying aura, it made him tremble. What was it? Had the great emperor really awakened? Buzz! In the next moment, a large palm grabbed over from the sky, and the void above instantly cracked open. Lin Xian directly broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless dragons she rolled and soared into the sky. Damn it, who was this person? The saints in the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed in horror. This method was too terrifying. Their nest of 10,000 dragons was a forbidden area, and no one could break in. However, the other party broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons with a casual palm. No! Damn it! How dare you! At this moment, the saints and primeval saints also charged over. They brought the 10,000 dragons' portrait and descended. Great, we're saved. We have the 10,000 dragons' portrait, we can definitely kill him. The dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. The dragon crown prince also snorted coldly. No matter who you are? You will definitely die today. Men, use the 10,000 dragons' portrait and kill him. Boom! The 10,000 dragons' portrait revived and charged toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had a peak greater mastery divine body, comparable to a great emperor. How powerful was he? The 9 yang divine sword directly blasted the 10,000 dragons' portrait away. Boom! Boom! The 10,000 dragons' portrait flew into the outer realm, and the people in the nest of 10,000 dragons were all dumbfounded. Who was this person? He caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands and sent the 10,000 dragons' portrait flying? Was the other party really a great emperor revived? Because only the great emperors of the ancient times could do this. He had a greater mastery divine body. He had a greater mastery 9 yang divine body. Chapter 2891. If you dare to touch our dragon prince, we swear that even if we have to leave our last drop of blood, we will destroy the human race. Many of the ancient saints roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swept out a few fingers, and the bodies of those saints exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This scene made everyone tremble in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. Heavens, it was too terrifying. The saints in their eyes were like ants in front of the other party. They were killed at will. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the little golden dragon amidst the dragon energy. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. The dragon blood in the other party's body was too powerful. Was this the son of a great emperor? He was indeed too strong. Just this bloodline alone, even if the other party didn't cultivate, he could grow to an unimaginable level. The little golden dragon, the dragon prince, was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze. His body instantly tensed up. He let out an unwilling roar, wanting to resist. However, although he was the dragon prince, the son of the dragon emperor, but facing a peak great success divine body, it was still not enough. Therefore, his roar was completely useless. Not only that, a crack even appeared on his body. No, damn it, stop. You can't do this. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. The others also had looks of despair on their faces. That was their dragon prince. Sure enough, the dragon prince roared as drops of golden dragon blood rolled down his body. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. But the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to defeat him. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Was this feeling very hopeless? When you launched the dark chaos and targeted the human race, did you ever think that the human race was also in despair? At that time, the human race also pleaded for mercy, but what did you do? Do you want me to remind you? Lin Xian's cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, all the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons trembled. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. We were wrong. We apologize. Please show mercy. They could only lower their heads in front of the other party. This scene was observed by countless experts with their souls. They were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. The nest of 10,000 dragons and the far ancient royal family actually admitted defeat. This was simply too shocking. Especially on the side of the human race, they were extremely excited. This was great, as expected. A peak great success divine body intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other ancient race experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons had submitted, so how could they resist? Why don't we quickly use the 3 monarch weapons to kill this kid? One of the Fire Qilin Cave's patriarchs quickly spoke. That was because he was extremely unwilling. However, the other members of the ancient theocrats all shook their heads. Forget it. If he managed to escape, what awaited him would be a crazy revenge. Our master, the princes, and princesses would most likely be killed with a single glance. They didn't dare to take the risk. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons apologized and then said, Don't worry, we definitely won't cause any more chaos. We will not ask for too much. We will live in peace with the human race. Is that so? But I don't really believe your words. Lin Xian coldly snorted. We are willing to swear that these ancient saints screamed crazily. All right, swear on your dragon prince's life that there will be no more chaos. Otherwise, your dragon prince will definitely be destroyed in body and soul. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of all the dragons used in the suppression of 10,000 dragons palpitated wildly. This was a vicious oath. Once they swore it, if they really went back on their word, their dragon prince would have to take this oath in the future. But now, if they didn't swear, the other party might directly kill their dragon prince. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and said, All right, we swear. The primeval saints quickly swore oaths. Remember what you said. You are not allowed to attack the human race. Lin Xian turned around and left. Countless Tao runes interweaved under his feet, carrying him as if the celestial arch was traveling into the distance. Who? The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons all fell to the ground, panting heavily. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons also survived the calamity. The dragon prince was so angry that he went crazy. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He was the son of the dragon emperor, high and mighty. In the future, he would definitely become the new dragon emperor and rule over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But now, he was actually being threatened by someone. Moreover, he couldn't fight back. This was unbearable. Damn it, who is he? Who is he? I must kill him. Lin Xian ignored this roar. He intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons and then flew to his next target. His time was limited, and he didn't want to start a war directly. After all, if they fought, the human race wouldn't have any advantage. What he needed to do now was to intimidate these 10,000 ancient races so that they wouldn't dare to attack the human race casually. His second target was naturally the divine Phoenix Ridge and the Phoenix race. When Lin Xian arrived, countless cracks appeared on the divine Phoenix Ridge. It couldn't withstand this terrifying energy at all. We admit defeat, we admit our mistakes. The divine Phoenix Ridge was very straightforward and directly came out. Several saints swore on the spot and paid a large number of ancient treasures. They had no choice. They had all seen what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They didn't want to experience the same thing again. Next, Lin Xian continued to head to the Fire Qilin Cave. The Fire Qilin Cave also lowered its head and admitted its mistakes. There was nothing they could do, Even the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge had admitted their mistakes. What was the use of persisting? In addition to the 3 royal families, Lin Xian looked at 2 other mysterious places. 2 extreme weapons had once appeared in these 2 places. Clearly, they were also 2 royal families. However, the other party was more mysterious. But Lin Xian still looked over. The 2 mysterious royal families also swore a poison oath not to start a dark rebellion. Next, Lin Xian swept his gaze over the ancient royal families. These primordial royal clans were much worse than the Imperials. Therefore, they didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In just 2 steps, he could go from one ancient race to another. In an instant, the 10,000 ancient races all received warnings and threats. Facing Lin Xian, they trembled and didn't dare to make a move. Very good, now it was time to sign the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless golden laws interweaved in the sky, forming a golden scroll. On the human side, Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, and the saints of the sacred grounds and great sects all soared into the sky. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races also arrived. They discussed with each other, and finally signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. The human race and the 10,000 ancient races coexisted peacefully in this world. To be honest, the 10,000 ancient races were very unwilling to accept such a treaty. However, Lin Xian was still eyeing them covetously from the side, so they could only pinch their noses and sign. Seeing that they had signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 2892. Next, Lin Xian proposed another condition, which was to protect the younger generation of the human race. This was both to protect the human race's prodigies and also to pave a way out for himself. After all, he had been too conspicuous in quelling the dark chaos this time. First, he had displayed the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul. Finally, he had used this stance to defeat countless experts. If he left the greater success divine body, he would attract endless revenge. Therefore, he had to make them sign an agreement that they could not attack him. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races naturally understood this. However, one of the saints of the Silver Lightning race hesitated for a moment, and was killed by Lin Xian with a glance. Seeing this scene, the other saints quickly signed the agreement. This meant that saint-level existences would not move around casually, let alone attack the younger generation. The human race naturally signed the agreement as well. After all, the 10,000 ancient races were worried that their princes and princesses would be ambushed by human experts. Just like that, an extremely terrifying dark upheaval was quelled. Both sides retreated and left. The immemorial Treaty of Alliance was directly formed into a golden mountain by Lin Xian, piercing through the clouds and standing on the ground. He was not afraid that the 10,000 ancient races would go back on their word, because this covenant was very strange. It was passed down from the immemorial era. Once violated, one would be punished by the heavens. After quelling the dark chaos, the 9-yang sword saint's soul also heaved a sigh of relief. He was now very weak. Senior, don't worry, I'll go to Black Demon Cliff now. Lin Xian tore through the void and returned to Black Demon Cliff. Black Demon Cliff was still a terrifying forbidden land. Although the greater success divine body had been dug out, just the demonic chi here alone was not a place that anyone could enter. However, the demonic chi had no effect on Lin Xian. His body shone brightly as the runes under his feet danced and tore the demonic chi apart. He instantly arrived at the depths of Black Demon Cliff. No matter how peerless and talented you are, if you don't become an immortal, you will eventually become a pile of dirt. The 9-yang sword saint's soul finally sighed and looked at Lin Xian. Young man, move forward on the path to becoming a great emperor. Open the immortal gate and become an immortal above the great emperor. That is the way to eternity. His soul slowly dissipated, and his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body left the great success divine body. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched this scene. Senior, have a safe journey. Senior, don't worry, I will definitely bring glory to the 9-yang divine body and live up to your reputation. The divine body once again turned into a golden skeleton and entered the depths of the Black Demon Cliff. Lin Xian was wrapped in a golden light and left Black Demon Cliff. Hall Master, you're here. Outside Black Demon Cliff, the Saint of Immortal Palace was waiting. When Lin Xian came out, they directly opened the jade door and returned to Immortal Palace. After returning to Immortal Palace, Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Everything that had happened before was like a dream. He had actually quelled the Dark Rebellion. It was truly inconceivable. A cold light erupted from his eyes. Although he had stopped the chaos in the darkness, the 10,000 ancient races absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. Next, there would probably be another fierce battle. Of course, the main force of this battle would be the younger generation. According to the information they had received, there was a reason why the 10,000 ancient races had revived at this time. It was because they had deduced that the legendary Immortal Gate would open in this era. In other words, in this era, there would be a great emperor who could successfully open the Immortal Gate and become the legendary immortal. And to become an immortal, one had to first become a great emperor. However, becoming a great emperor was simply too difficult. Countless geniuses would embark on the path of becoming a great emperor, but in the end, only one person could reach the peak. And in this era, the difficulty would increase by 100 times. This was because in the past, it was only an internal competition of the human race. But in this era, the 10,000 ancient races had revived. In addition to the geniuses of the other sacred grounds, the geniuses of the human race would also have to face the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. They would also have to face the princes and princesses. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. The path of becoming a great emperor this time would probably surpass the past. It was something that no one could predict. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He would definitely walk the path of becoming a great emperor. So what if the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races appeared? So what if the princes and princesses appeared? He had to defeat all the strong opponents and successfully reach the peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion. First, he restored his body to its peak state. Then, Lin Xian began to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. This time, after entering the greater success divine body, Lin Xian knew what the final state of the 9-yang divine body was like. This was very clear about the path he wanted to take in the future. Therefore, this cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, his 9-yang divine body broke through and reached the 3rd level. Reaching the 3rd level, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His 9-yang divine body could be considered to have entered the small success stage. Not only that, this time, Lin Xian obtained the cultivation method of the last 6 levels of the 9-yang divine body. At the same time, he also obtained the cultivation method of the 9-yang sword technique. It could be said that he was now the true successor of the 9-yang divine body. Of course, at the same time, he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. He was looking forward to the fusion of the Great Dragon sword spirit and the 9-yang sword technique. Lin Xian still remembered the power of the fusion. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Next, Lin Xian began to comprehend the 9-yang sword technique. The 9-yang sword technique was divided into 9 levels. Lin Xian began to comprehend the first level. This meditation lasted for a year. A year later, he opened his eyes and came out of seclusion. He had already mastered the first level of the 9-yang sword technique. He felt that he had encountered some bottlenecks and needed to come out to train. How was the situation outside? Lin Xian asked. That day, after the dark turmoil subsided, his father, Wine Lord Xia Jiuyo, and the others left together. Lin Xian did not have time to meet with them. However, before leaving, Lin Xian also said that he wanted Lin Xian to break through to the Sage Realm as soon as possible. In the future, they would have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side. Lin Xian was filled with anticipation. The opportunity to fight side by side. Could it be that there would be even more terrifying things in the future? He did not know. However, he knew that increasing his strength was the only way. Palace Master, this is the main thing that happened in the past year. The immortal Palace Elder brought over some scrolls. These were all information from a year ago. Lin Xian scanned it with his soul spirit and nodded slightly. Just as he thought, after the dark turmoil subsided, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races came out one after another. Because he had suppressed the 10,000 ancient races, the territories of the 10,000 ancient races were not too big. Therefore, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races often appeared in the various cities of the human race. At first, the human race was extremely shocked and could not adapt to it. However, after a year, they gradually accepted the existence of a few long monster heads on the side of the road from time to time. Although the 10,000 ancient races were unruly and fierce, they had signed the archaic Treaty of Alliance. Therefore, they would not casually attack the human race. For a time, both sides were safe and sound. However, the clashes between the top geniuses became more and more intense. Chapter 2893. The world changed once again. Because Lin Xian had come out. Lin Xian, such a resounding name. It could be said that everyone in the quintessential world knew of him. From martial artists to sages, although they might not have seen Lin Xian before, they all knew of this name. Because they knew that it was Lin Xian who had quelled the darkness rebellion. The 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth in anger. Their sages were not allowed to attack, but those below the sages snorted coldly. Especially those prodigies. They all said that Lin Xian was the protector of the human race who had quelled the darkness rebellion, and that he had only borrowed the power of a greater mastery divine body. That's right. How could he be compared to the sages with his own power? Not to mention the sages, he couldn't even beat them. Many powerful prodigies said that they would kill Lin Xian with their own hands. Because they now knew that Lin Xian had only been able to display such power because he had obtained the corpse of a greater mastery divine body. Without the greater mastery divine body, there was no need for them to fear Lin Xian. Water Moon City. It was a very famous giant city in the middle ground. It was vast and boundless, like a small pot. At this moment, in addition to countless human martial artists, there were also many ancient creatures in the city. These 10,000 ancient races also walked or lived in Water Moon City. After more than a year, the martial artists in Water Moon City had already gotten used to it. But today, they were shocked again because these ancient creatures in Water Moon City were very excited. They were greeted by a few terrifying figures. One of them emitted a platinum light, and with every step he took, the entire city shook. This was a prodigy of the Silver Race. Young Master, you're here! Countless primordial lifeforms of the Silver Clan surrounded that prodigy. 1. A green-faced man with fangs walked in, looking like a devil that had crawled out of hell. He was a prodigy of the Green Ghost race. There was another who was even more terrifying. His body emitted a golden light, and he had a pair of golden wings on his back. He was like an angel descending from the sky. This was a prodigy of the Sky Rock race. This time, they weren't ordinary geniuses. They were all core geniuses. Some of them were even young lords of their respective clans. After all, Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was one of the top prodigies of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races naturally had to send out their top prodigies to fight him. Other than that, there was also the young Yiksha king, a prodigy of the Yiksha clan. The prodigy of the Black Tiger clan. In fact, a few young dragons walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon blood on their bodies surged. The dragon patterns on their bodies were abnormally powerful. As soon as they appeared, those archaic creatures all bowed respectfully. It couldn't be helped. Dragons were the most sacred existences in their eyes. Although it wasn't the Dragon Crown Prince who had come this time, they were still top geniuses among the dragon race. They had gathered in Shiyu City to discuss how to kill Lin Xian. Of course, they would not launch a sneak attack. They would kill him openly in front of the whole world. Damn it! These primeval life forms are truly too arrogant. How long has it been? It's only been a year. Have they already forgotten the pain from before? There were also some human cultivators who snorted coldly. Among them, there were quite a number of Lin Xian's followers. That's right. How could they be a match for great god Lin Xian? Even their patriarch wasn't a match for great god Lin Xian, let alone them. A series of discussions could be heard. After those prodigies heard it, their faces turned gloomy. The primeval life forms beside them sneered. Foolish humans, what do you know? That brat was arrogant before because he relied on the corpse of a greater success stage divine body. Without the corpse of a greater success stage divine body, how could he be a match for our patriarch? That's right. Our patriarch can kill him with a single glance. Not to mention our patriarch, he can't even defeat our young lord. Just you wait. Today, we will let you see the strength of our young lord. These primeval life forms gritted their teeth in anger. Indeed, the dark turmoil a year ago was their greatest humiliation. Therefore, today, they would use the blood of the other party to wash away this humiliation. Among them, the young lord of the Bain clan even snorted coldly. If he dares to come, I will take his head with my hand. This person was very powerful. As he spoke, the entire void trembled. It couldn't be helped. The Bain clan one was known as the uncrowned king. His strength was truly terrifying. As expected, his voice shook the surrounding human cultivators, causing their blood to boil. They kept retreating with trembling faces. Too powerful. Although these primeval life forms were arrogant, their strength was really too strong. Most likely, not many people here would be able to contend against him. Take off my head with one hand? Is that so? You're very arrogant. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. Those primeval life forms rarely appeared in the void. It's you! Lin Xian, great god Lin Xian is here! The human cultivators also screamed. As expected, the person who descended from the sky was none other than Lin Xian. He was dressed in a black robe that carried an indescribable weight. His eyes were like stars that had been extinguished. In an instant, he arrived at Water Moon City. He arrived in front of these primeval life forms. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon also came out. He looked at the other party with a face full of excitement. Great! There was primeval blood to drink. He stared at the primeval life forms and grinned. Damn it, you're courting death! These primeval life forms were so angry that they vomited blood. The other party actually dared to have designs on them and treat them as prey. How could they tolerate this? Kid, you're too arrogant. Now that you don't have the corpse of a phenomenal success divine body to rely on, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. The prodigies of the dragon tribe stepped forward. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. That day, the other party used a phenomenal success divine body to suppress their nest of 10,000 dragons. This made everyone know, and it also made them lose face. Therefore, today, they must wash away their shame with blood. The other primeval life forms also snorted coldly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. I was wondering who it was. You want to challenge me? So it's you losers. His disdainful voice sounded. Even your saints and patriarchs are no match for me. How dare you ants be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You're courting death. The primeval life forms of the nest of 10,000 dragons were furious. The God Empress and the other primeval life forms were also furious. The other party's indifferent attitude made their lungs about to explode. Damn it, I want to see what right you have to be arrogant today. The two dragons stood out. On the other side, the Silver Race, Blue Ghoul Race, and Yiksha Race all came out and surrounded Lin Xian. Chapter 2894. Terrifying phantoms surrounded them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, suppressing the humans until their faces turned pale. Even the invincible king swallowed his saliva, unable to resist at all. So powerful, too powerful! These primordial geniuses were too terrifying. They could already kill invincible kings. Indeed, the older generation of the human race sighed. They had to admit that their bloodlines were heaven-defying and their strength was terrifying. I'm afraid there aren't many in the younger generation of the human race who can compete with them. These human powerhouses trembled in fear, but Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the primordial geniuses in front of him calmly. You want to challenge me? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But think carefully. The outcome of challenging me is death. As he finished speaking, a biting cold aura erupted from his body and shot into the clouds. Do you think you can kill us? Without a greater success divine body, you're nothing. One of the dragons stood out. He had a ferocious dragon head and his body was covered in scales. Behind him, there was a huge tail that was incomparably ferocious. I can kill you in 3 moves. This dragon's prodigy was incomparably domineering. Watch carefully. My first move is to die. The dragon's prodigy roared as the blood in his body rumbled. Dragon blood surged. Streams of dragon blood appeared and formed swords of killing intent. Together with the fists of the dragon race prodigy, the swords of killing intent continued to smash forward. So terrifying. Each killing sword could easily kill an invincible king. The dragon's prodigy was too terrifying. Heavens, his cultivation realm is only that of a peerless almighty, but he can actually release such terrifying combat strength. The human cultivators were terrified. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. As expected of the dragon's prodigy. He was indeed powerful. That brat was definitely dead. This time, there was at least 29,000 points of ancient power. Die, brat! The dragon's prodigy revealed a sinister smile as his cold eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He realized that he had overestimated his opponent. Perhaps this attack could kill him. Whoosh! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't move at all. He only attacked when the other party was 10 meters away from him. He was very fast. In an instant, he retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. So much so that no one could see clearly how he had made his move. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the killing swords formed from dragon blood exploded, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sky. The dragon's prodigy's body split into 2 from the middle. With a thud, he fell to the ground. What? Everyone's expression stiffened in disbelief. He was dead. An incomparably terrifying genius of the dragon race, an attack that could easily pierce through an invincible king, had been neutralized just like that. Moreover, even the prodigy's prodigy. How was this possible? Damn it, did Lin to the prodigy too? It was too fast. He didn't see clearly what kind of divine ability he had used. He didn't know. It seemed like a casual attack, but these people went crazy. The human experts widened their eyes in disbelief. The primordial creatures were even more shocked. Especially the primordial prodigies, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. That was a prodigy of the dragons. He was so powerful that even the older primordial kings might not be his match. However, he was killed in a single move. What was going on? Damn it, what trick did this brat play? Sneak attack, he must have sneak attacked. Damn it, he couldn't have used a sacred weapon, right? These people's faces were also full of shock, because they also didn't see clearly what had happened. Lin Xian stood with his hands crossed. He looked at the corpse of the dragon's prodigy below with a cold smile. Then, he looked up and swept his gaze forward. Who else wants to challenge me? Hurry up and come. Everyone fell silent when he said that. No one from the 10,000 Archean races made a sound. No one stepped forward. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice, the other party was too powerful. They originally thought that the other party was an ant without a greater success divine body that they could easily kill. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. Even if the other party didn't have a greater success divine body to rely on, his true strength was still very terrifying. Damn it, I don't believe it! He can't be so strong. He must have used some kind of forbidden technique. A prodigy of the Yiksha race snorted. I'll kill you! The moment he came up, he unleashed his fiendish night realm and enveloped the entire space. No matter how strong the other party's attack was, he would first use his strongest defense. Then, he waved the long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Die, brat! The power of the spear was terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than the previous prodigy of the dragon's prodigy. The Yiksha race was also a very terrifying race. They were extremely cruel and violent, and they were very powerful. Seeing this scene, the human warriors held their breaths again. Meanwhile, the primordial prodigies all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see clearly what kind of ultimate move the other party was using. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. When the Yiksha prodigy arrived, he threw out a punch. This punch was extremely violent. It was like the fist of the god of war. It engulfed the sky and swept up the divine flames. Boom! One punch was enough to shatter heaven and earth. The Yiksha's fiendish night realm suddenly shattered. The divine spear was blasted into pieces, and so was the body of the Yiksha prodigy. Dead again. Another primordial prodigy was killed in one move. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The primordial prodigies were the same. They saw clearly that the other party didn't use a forbidden weapon, nor was it a weapon of a sage. Instead, he threw out a punch. Damn it, when did this brat's 9-yang divine body become so powerful? Damn it, don't tell me he still has a greater success divine body? The primordial prodigies were going crazy. They quickly retreated and put a safe distance between them. There was no choice. It was too suspicious. 1 pound. The dark red divine dragon sneered. A bunch of idiots. If he really has a greater success divine body, do you think you can survive? You probably can't even withstand a glance from him. As he said that, he put away the bodies of the dragons and Yiksha prodigies. He could make a good tonic soup later. Pfft. As soon as he said that, the human warriors' mouths twitched. The primordial prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. What? Is he really going to eat us? Damn it, he's treating us as food. This was intolerable. This brat is too strange. Let's hurry back and find out more about him first. The primordial beasts were unwilling to stay any longer. They decided to leave first. Because the other party was too terrifying. They turned around, but a voice was heard. Wait, did I say you can leave? As soon as the voice was heard, the primordial prodigies froze. Then, they turned around and roared angrily. Damn brat, how dare you stop us? Chapter 2895. Do you want to die? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can fight against all of us? At most, we'll attack together. Can you fight against us? The archaic sky prides roared crazily. The other party had killed 2 of their companions on the spot. Not only that, he even wanted to stop them. The other party was too arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. You guys are so arrogant. Didn't you think that you went overboard when you wanted to kill me? What's wrong now? Can't take it anymore? I'm just using the same method to return the favor to you. Lin Xian walked forward and stared at the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan. You were the one who said you could take my head with one hand, right? All right, I'll stand here and wait for you. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Damn it. The Sky Pride from the Silver Clan changed his expression. Lin Xian was targeting him. This was not a good thing. Previously, he had said confidently that the other party was an ant that he could kill with one hand. However, after watching the previous 2 battles, he changed his mind. The other party was strong and definitely not weaker than him. Even if he went all out, he was not confident that he could kill the other party. Therefore, what he said about taking the other party's head with one hand didn't count at all. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Xian sneered. Why? You don't dare? I heard that the Silver Clan is called the Uncrowned King. Is that all you have? Oh, that's right. Your ancestor was killed by a human with one punch. I guess a junior like you can't do much. Get lost. Su Chin waved his hand impatiently. Kid, you're courting death. The Sky Pride from the Silver Clan was enraged when he heard that. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you. The Sky Pride stood out. Silver light bloomed on his body, turning into a terrifying mountain that pressed down on the void. Although the other party was strong, he was very confident in himself. The Silver Clan had a strong physique and terrifying bloodline power. So what if the other party had the 9-yang divine body? He didn't think that his physique would lose to the other party. Kid, I'll let you know that the Silver Clan is not to be trifled with. The Sky Pride of the Silver Race said coldly. Lin Xian waved his hand and stretched out one of his hands while the other remained behind his back. How about this? I'll give you a handicap of one hand. One hand I'll take off your head. The other party had said this before, but Lin Xian was going to do it. He wanted to use his most powerful stance to suppress his opponent. The genius of the Silver Tribe was so angry that he was trembling. How dare the other party look down on him? With a furious roar, his body shone with boundless light. Brat, today is the day you die. With a sway of his body, he tore through the void and charged over. In an instant, he rushed in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his palm and slammed it down, causing the void to collapse. The silver light on his body soared into the clouds, forming a silver storm that danced in the sky. The experts of the human race were breathing heavily. They were pressed to the ground, unable to resist. It was too terrifying. This palm strike truly had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Was this the Buying clan? He was too powerful. As expected of the uncrowned king. Even those ancient life forms were trembling in fear. Looking at the palm strike, their faces were full of fear. That brat was dead meat. He had definitely underestimated the Buying clan. The title of uncrowned king was not for nothing. Gee, the archaic Sky Pride, snorted coldly. The people of the human race also felt their scalps go numb. Su Chin narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party was very powerful. He had surpassed the Sky Prides of the human race. There were probably not many among the younger generation of the human race who could compete with him. The title of uncrowned king was indeed well-deserved. However, it was a pity that the other party had encountered him. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a grab, he directly pierced through the silver light that filled the sky. On his palm, there was the 9 suns' divine fire and golden runes flickering. It was as if the palm of the golden god of war was grabbing in the air. Boom! Boom! The silver light was broken, and the terrifying power was shattered. The golden palm directly grabbed the head of the Buying clan. With a crack, the other party's neck was broken. Poof! Silver blood splattered, and the head of the Buying clan prodigy was forcefully torn off. Ah! The Buying clan prodigy roared crazily as blood flowed continuously. His body did not have a head, but he still charged towards Lin Xian. However, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's kick, directly disappearing into the clouds. His head was lifted into the air by Lin Xian, and he let out a miserable cry. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you! The head of the Buying clan prodigy opened his mouth and spat out a silver stream. It was like a silver sword that flew directly towards Lin Xian's head. He wanted to cut off Lin Xian's head too. With a clang, 2 balls of golden light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes and directly sent the silver flying sword flying. In the next moment, he exerted force in his palm, and the other party's head was covered in cracks. He was on the verge of death, as if he would split open at any time. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. In one move, the other party had removed the head of the Buying clan prodigy. Heavens! They originally thought that Lin Xian was just saying that to suppress the other party's arrogance. However, they did not expect that the other party was not just saying that. The other party had used actual actions to prove his words. He had removed the other party's head with one hand. Impossible! Damn it, this is absolutely impossible! How could this brat be so powerful? The other prodigies of the 10,000 Archean races were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. The Archean creatures knelt on the ground, trembling. The experts of the human race were also stunned. Was this the strength of the human race's top prodigy? He was too powerful, far surpassing the other Archean prodigies. The Bayin clan prodigy screamed crazily as his head was lifted into the air. Damn it, I don't believe it! He was really crazy. He was so powerful that he had reached 30,000 Archean power. Among the younger generation of the Archean era, he was an extremely terrifying existence. One had to know that an ordinary holy son only had 18,000 to 18,000 Archean power. Even the top holy princes only had over 20,000 Archean powers. But he had 30,000 Archean power. He had far surpassed the human race's prodigies. Therefore, he did not take any human prodigies seriously. But now, the other party had removed his head in one move. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party's strength had exceeded 30,000 Archean power? Moreover, it should be far beyond his. How could there be such a terrifying existence among the younger generation of the human race? Lin Xian sneered. Now, do you still dare to challenge me? Damn brat, I was too careless. Let go of me, and we will fight to the death again. I will definitely not lose to you. The Bayin clan prodigy roared crazily. He could not accept this fact. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Let you go! You are too naive. I said that you can fight me, but the price is death. Chapter 2896. You want to kill me? The sky pride of the Silver Tribe screamed in horror. You can't kill me. I'm from the Silver Tribe. We're the uncrowned kings. If you kill me, the Silver Tribe won't let me off. Lin Xian sneered. This kind of threat doesn't affect me. You'd better come up with some other reason. Otherwise, I won't let you off. You're courting death. At this moment, there was a roar. In the distance, the headless corpse charged over again. 2 silver spears appeared in his hands and pierced through the void. They turned into silver dragons and descended from the sky, trying to save the head. This was an all-out attack. He had even used the power of his bloodline. However, it was shattered by Lin Xian's punch. The 9 Suns' divine fist directly smashed the headless corpse into pieces. What other tricks do you have? Use them now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance, Lin Xian said indifferently. The divine fire on his body spread, and his palm was covered with a terrifying divine light. It was like a Sunday no. Damn it! The sky pride of the Silver Tribe was in despair. He didn't have any trump cards to use now. Even if he used them, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Xian. That was because Lin Xian didn't use any superpower pills. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back with just his physical strength. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the 9 Suns' divine fire, a majestic voice came from the sky. Junior, let go of him or die. The voice was like thunder, accompanied by thousands of silver lights that turned into sharp swords that descended from the sky. They shrouded Lin Xian. However, as soon as the silver lights descended, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed the sky pride of the Silver Tribe sky pride's head, crushing it into pieces. The soul screamed and tried to escape, but Lin Xian flicked out a sword light and destroyed it. The sword light of the great dragon sword soul could destroy the void, let alone the opponent's soul. What? His soul is destroyed. The archaic sky pride was terrified. The archaic creatures were so scared that they pissed their pants. What kind of technique is this? He directly killed the sky pride of the Silver Tribe. It was too terrifying. In the sky, the expert who suddenly appeared also roared. You're courting death! Following his fury, the silver sword light that filled the sky transformed into a terrifying rain of swords. It was like a meteor that descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! The void cracked open, and the entire ancient city shook. This was too terrifying. Were they going to destroy the entire city? The martial artists inside were terrified. It had been more than a year since something like this had happened. Who would have thought that after Lin Xian came out, such a shocking battle would occur again? If the city was destroyed, all of them would be killed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge, because if he did, the city would be affected. Therefore, he waved his fist and charged forward. Boom! The Nine Suns' divine fist was unleashed with an imposing aura. It was as if thousands of suns were soaring into the sky. It collided with the silver light that filled the sky, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The void turned into nothingness, spreading in all directions. Those who were slightly weaker directly fainted from the shock. Those who were stronger also felt their chi and blood churn. Fortunately, the fist wasn't aimed at them. Just the aftermath of the energy was already too much for them to handle. If they were hit by the energy, no one would be able to stop it. After the attack, the silver light that filled the sky disappeared, and the Nine Suns' divine fist also slowly dissipated in the sky. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes turned into sharp swords that pierced through the void. Who's that? How dare you attack me? He frowned. The other party was very powerful, surpassing the sky pride of the Silver Tribe. Could it be that an even more terrifying archaic sky pride has descended? He frowned. The others also looked at the sky. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. An archaic king! That's right. In the sky, the clouds churned, and a figure appeared. It was a silver-white god of war. He was tall and held a silver scythe in his hand. He looked like a god-fiend with a murderous aura. He quickly descended. Damn brat, how dare you kill the sky pride of the Silver Tribe? I want you dead. He was an archaic king of the Silver Tribe. At this moment, he was emitting a murderous aura. The human powerhouses were filled with fear. Heavens, it's the archaic king of the Silver Tribe. He's a true invincible king. His strength is absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian is probably in danger. Isn't there the archaic Treaty of Alliance? Archaic powerhouses are not allowed to attack. The human cultivators exclaimed. They were worried for Lin Xian. On the opposite side, a sky pride of the blue ghoul race sneered. Idiot, the archaic Treaty of Alliance states that saints are not allowed to attack. However, an archaic king was in existence below the saints. Naturally, he could attack. If there's someone to blame, blame that brat for being too idiotic. He actually dared to kill a sky pride of the Silver Tribe. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. Although the other party was a sky pride of the younger generation, how could he defeat a true archaic king? Seeing that it was the other party's archaic king, Lin Xian also sneered with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Who did I think it was? So it's an archaic king. Hurry up and get lost. I've killed at least 800 people like you. Indeed, when he had fused with the greater success divine body, he could turn countless archaic kings into blood mist with a single glance. Therefore, what he said was true. However, the other party's archaic king was so angry that he vomited blood. His expression was cold. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you still have a greater success divine body? I admit that you were very powerful during the darkness turmoil. You could kill everything with a single glance. But now, you're just an ordinary member of the younger generation. Without a greater success divine body, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. You still want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian shouted coldly and took a step forward. His 9-yang divine body emitted light. The divine fire transformed into fire dragons that intertwined on his body. Not only that, but there were also dragon roars and sword cries in his body. Terrifying sword energy pierced through the clouds. Powerful strength was displayed. How terrifying! Lin Xian actually had such terrifying strength. Everyone was terrified. They discovered that the power Lin Xian displayed now was much stronger than before. In other words, the other party didn't use his full strength at all. Heavens, he didn't use his full strength, but he was able to kill the Silver Clan's prodigy in one move. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would it be? Could it be that he can really contend against an archaic king? They didn't dare to imagine. In the sky, the Silver Clan's archaic king also frowned. He had to admit that the other party was very powerful. His aura was beyond his expectations. No wonder he could kill the Silver Clan's prodigy. But so what? No matter how strong the other party was, he was no match for him. He definitely had to kill the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Murderous intent surged from his body, turning into a killing god domain that suppressed downward. I'm not afraid of you, Lin Xian shouted coldly. Endless flames condensed, forming a flame sword that he held in his hand. Chapter 2897. Just as the battle was about to break out, a thunderous voice sounded. Stop! In Watermoon City, a few figures quickly rose into the air and arrived nearby in an instant. They arrived in the air and blocked Lin Xian and the Silver Race's primordial king. The three people who came out were the invincible kings of the human race. They were here to stop the battle. Seeing this scene, the human race cultivators heaved a sigh of relief, while the primordial elites snorted coldly. Especially the Silver Race's primordial king. His voice was cold. You dare to stop me? He frowned. You dare to stop me? Die. It had to be said that the Silver Race's primordial king was too domineering. He didn't put the human invincible kings in his eyes at all. The human invincible kings also had gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone, don't worry about me. I'll stand with him. His face was also cold. The other party was too arrogant. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? After the dark turmoil last time, his strength had increased greatly. The 9-yang divine body was now at the small success stage. It was definitely not something that the other party could underestimate. The other party actually dared to provoke him today. He would let the other party know the consequences of provoking him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to fight the primordial king? Heavens, this was too shocking. One had to know. Lin Xian was no longer in the large success stage divine body, but with his own strength. Fighting the primordial king head-on was definitely not an ordinary battle strength. The primordial king was even stronger than the invincible kings of the human race. Moreover, the other party's bloodline power was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary young geniuses to challenge someone of a higher level. But now, Lin Xian was so determined. Could it be that he really had the strength to fight against the primordial king? Even the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Soon they sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. That's right, he was probably blinded by anger. Who did he think he was? Was he still in the large success stage divine body? These people sneered disdainfully. In the sky, the three invincible kings of the human race frowned. The Silver Race's primordial king sneered. What a reckless brat. Since you want to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish. He looked towards the three invincible kings of the human race. You heard it. He was the one who took the initiative to fight with me. Why aren't you scramming? He took a step forward, and the murderous aura on his body surged. It was as if it had turned into a vast silver ocean that swept over from all directions. Damn it! The three invincible kings of the human clan also roared furiously, and launched terrifying attacks one after another. The attacks of the two sides collided, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. After that attack, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian. You really want to attack? Lin Xian nodded firmly. However, the three unrivaled kings still frowned. They said, Since you all want to fight, then we can fight. However, Hall Master Lin was from the younger generation after all. Why not set the time limit of 10 moves? Lin Xian was the benefactor of the entire human race who had stopped the great chaos of the Dark World. These three invincible kings naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. However, given the current situation, they had no choice but to fight, Therefore, they set the time limit of 10 moves. Thinking about it, Lin Xian should be able to resist them. Alright, as you wish. The primordial king of the silver race revealed a sinister smile. Not to mention 10 moves, he could kill the other party in 1 move. Therefore, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian also nodded. In the next moment, the 3 invincible kings of the human race swayed and quickly retreated to the side. The surrounding immemorial creatures and humans also retreated. The array formation of Water Moon City was activated. Countless runes densely packed together and covered the surroundings. Kid, you're too reckless. Do you really think you can fight against me? The primordial king's eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, I will personally send you to hell. Hell? Lin Xian sneered. You! I'm afraid you don't have the right. You're courting death. Hearing this, the primordial king of the silver race trembled with anger. He roared angrily, and the silver light on his body scattered. A huge hand came crashing down in front of him, covering the sky and covering the earth. But Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He used the 9 yang divine body and punched out. His arm was like a true dragon, moving freely in the sky. His palm turned into a dragon's head. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! With one strike, 10,000 lightning bolts descended, and Lin Xian took 3 steps back. After removing the force, the array formation under his feet cracked. In the sky, the silver palm was blocked and slowly dissipated. He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of the Silver Pearl Primordial King? Heavens, this kid's strength is too terrifying, right? The 9 yang divine body. His 9 yang divine body must have become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block it. This kid is too abnormal. Exclamations sounded one after another. They didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. One had to know that the Silver Race Group 1 was the uncrowned king. Their primordial king was extremely powerful. Moreover, the physique of the Silver Race was also very terrifying. The silver body was famous. Now, Lin Xian was able to fight against an invincible king with his physical body. This was absolutely shocking. Sure enough, the face of the Silver Race's primordial king was terrifyingly gloomy. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. The silver body was only SOSO. Do you dare to compete with me in pure physical strength? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 3 invincible kings of the human race lit up. It seemed that this kid wasn't stupid. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, the Silver Race's primordial king was definitely stronger. However, in terms of pure physical strength, it might not be the case. After all, Lin Xian cultivated the 9 yang divine body, a terrifying physique that had been lost. Perhaps he could really block the attack of the Silver Race's King Taigu. Humph! The Silver Race Group 1's primordial king snorted coldly. Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you think you can compete with me in terms of pure physical strength? To be honest, even if he didn't use his divine ability, so what if he used pure physical strength? He was still confident that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? Next, I'll let you know what it means to have an invincible physical body. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a sneer. Now that his 9 yang divine body had reached the small success stage, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he was very terrifying. Even if his opponent was an invincible king and had a silver body, he might not be able to compete with him. In the next moment, his arm was like a dragon as he attacked again. 5 fingers like a mountain, descending from the sky. You're courting death. Seeing that his opponent dared to take the initiative to attack, the Silver Race's king was furious. His white hair fluttered, and silver runes shone around him. Accompanied by his fist, he blasted forward. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the sound of an intense collision rang out. The void was torn open one after another. 2 moves, 3 moves, 10 moves! After 3 consecutive punches, the crowd was shocked again and again. Lin Xian's physical strength was indeed comparable to the Silver Race's invincible king. Chapter 2898. On the other hand, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem to withstand 10 moves. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. What Lin Xian wanted was not only to withstand the other party's attack. Buzz! At the 5th move, Lin Xian roared, and the 9-yang divine body emitted an even more resplendent light. With a wave of his palm, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand it. Bang! This palm slapped towards the other party's head. A terrifying golden light shot into the sky, vast and mighty, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. The 9-yang divine palm was incomparably terrifying, as if a peerless god of war had descended from the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Silver Fist. The Silver Clan's primordial king also snorted coldly and waved his fist. How could he lose to the other party in terms of physical strength? However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This collision actually caused cracks to appear on his arm. Silver blood dripped into the void. He was injured. The Silver King's palm actually cracked. Damn it, how was this possible? Everyone was stupefied. The Silver King even let out a miserable cry. He was stupefied, not daring to believe what he was seeing. Impossible, how could I be injured? With a furious roar, silver light flickered quickly, completely enveloping his arm and recovering. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's attack came again. The golden beast's palm covered the sky and the earth, blasting towards the other party's head. Damn it! The Silver King was completely enraged. He raised his arm again to block. Dang! At this moment, the bones in his arm also cracked, and blood burst out again. Lin Xian sneered. Killing me is easy? Today, I'll tear your mouth apart. He was indeed angry, so he didn't hold back at all. The 9-yang divine palm opened and closed, quickly blasting out one palm after another. The other party's arm was broken and deformed. In the end, the palm directly slapped the other party's face. With a crack, the other party's teeth were completely shattered, and half of his face was deformed. His body spun in the sky and blasted on the array formation in the distance. With a bang, the array formation shattered, and the Silver Clan's primordial king fell to the ground, vomiting blood continuously. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. In a contest of pure physical strength, the primeval king of the Argent clan had actually lost. Could it be that the 9-yang divine body was so terrifying? Or could it be that Lin Xian had already reached an extremely high level? He didn't know. The Archean prodigies were all stunned. Even the invincible kings were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Was this the pride of the Silver Clan? You're nothing in front of me. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such little capital? Old bastard, the fact that you can exchange 10 moves with me is the result of your hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation. If you were from the younger generation, I could kill you with one slap. Lin Xian shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. Hearing those words, the archaic king of the Baiyin clan spurted blood once more. He roared at the sky, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. The light on his body soared into the sky. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you! With a roar, a terrifying silver phantom appeared on his body. The entire ground was cracking, and the formation couldn't be controlled, and would shatter at any time. Divine ability! At this moment, the primeval king of the Baiyin clan finally used his divine ability. He wanted to kill the other party at all costs. Seeing this scene, the 3 invincible kings of the human race had a change of expression. The 3 of them quickly attacked and landed. You said that you won't use your divine ability. Moreover, 10 moves have passed, you can't attack anymore. They wouldn't allow the other party to use his divine ability here. Otherwise, the entire Water Moon City would be destroyed. You dare to control me? Get lost! The Silver King was completely crazy. What agreement of 10 moves, what not allowing the use of divine ability, he didn't care at all. He must kill this brat in front of him. However, these 3 invincible kings of the human race weren't to be trifled with either. They also counterattacked quickly. For a time, a shocking collision erupted again, and the formation was torn apart. This was the primeval king? He didn't keep his word. Really, he wanted to risk his life because he couldn't win. How shameless! Do you want to film us saints to bully you? The surrounding human race martial artists were also angry. They felt that they were indeed angry. The other party didn't keep his word. He couldn't afford to lose. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Why, couldn't afford to play? Want to compete with me in divine ability? However, not here. Let's go to the ancient arena to fight. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He knew that this kind of giant city had a martial arts arena left behind from ancient times. It was specially used for powerhouses to compete. Fighting there wouldn't destroy the entire city. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, was he really going to fight the other party to the death? In terms of divine ability, could Lin Xian really contend with it? They didn't know. However, Lin Xian was really too domineering now, making these human race martial artists' blood boil. On the other side, the Silver King was so angry that he vomited blood. To be honest, he was already embarrassed enough now. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. He wanted to kill the other party. However, at this moment, a voice came from the void. 14th uncle, why are you angry with him? Doesn't he want to fight? I'll fight him fair and square. When the voice came out, it resounded between heaven and earth with a mysterious and unfathomable power. Hearing this, the primordial king of the Silver Clan stopped. The others also frowned. Who was this person? So powerful. Could it be that another powerhouse of the Silver Clan had come? The other primordial elites were also shocked. It was him. Had he come out of seclusion? Who are you? Lin Xian also frowned and looked at the sky. In the sky, countless rays of silver light appeared, forming a hazy figure standing there. Looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed to be a young man. My name is Bai Qianshan, and I'm from the younger generation of the Silver Clan. You dared to kill my brother and humiliate the Silver Clan. I won't let you go. I'm from the younger generation. I'm not bullying you if I fight you fair and square, right? The young man's voice was cold. Lin Xian sneered. A young genius of the Silver Clan? Get over here and I'll suppress you with one hand. The golden light on his body shot up into the sky like a peerless demon. Kid, you're arrogant, but you'll regret it. My strength is not something that my stupid brother can compare to. You can fight me if you want, but not now. 1 month. 1 month later, we'll have a fair fight. I'll kill you with my own hands. After talking for so long, you still can't come out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll wait for you for a month then. 1 month later, I'll take your head in front of the whole world. At the end of his words, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and turned into a golden dragon that shot up into the sky. The silver figure was smashed into pieces. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the person who came out was an even more terrifying genius of the Silver Clan. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In fact, he smashed the other party's phantom directly. After doing all this, Lin Xian stared at the primordial king of the Silver Clan and said coldly, Old thing, be more polite when you see me in the future. Chapter 2899. Kid, keep being stubborn. The primordial king of the Baiyin tribe was trembling with anger. However, since the prodigy of their tribe had decided to make a move on him a month later, no matter what, he would not make a move. Kid, I'll let you jump around for another month. After a month, you'll die a horrible death. After saying that, the primordial king of the Baiyin tribe left quickly. Light flickered on his face as his broken face and missing teeth grew back. He did not dare to stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would go crazy from anger. Phew! He was finally gone. The humans heaved a sigh of relief. A terrifying primordial king had left just like that. Lin Xian was really strong. Yes, he dared to fight the primordial king head-on without being at a disadvantage. He even slapped the king of Thailand. How domineering! Do you still want to continue fighting? After seeing the primordial king of the Bain tribe leave, Lin Xian looked at the surrounding prodigies. Those prodigies froze. What kind of joke is this? Continue fighting? The other party was so strong that they would not dare to make a move even if they were beaten to death. Therefore, those prodigies snorted. Kid, I'll see how you die in a month's time. That's right. Just you wait. You'll definitely be killed. Those prodigies also said a few words and left quickly. You're leaving just like that? Do you want to stew all of you? Bring more companions next time. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat. The dark red divine dragon stood behind them and waved its dragon claws as it spoke. Hearing that, those primordial creatures almost fell from the sky. They hurriedly fled. Damn, he's a terrifying glutton. He even dared to eat the corpses of dragons, let alone theirs. After seeing all the primordial creatures leave, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them cheered. God Lin Xian, you're amazing. God is mighty. God Lin Xian, I have some questions about cultivation. Can I ask you? Many people were envious. She was very nervous, and the light on her body flickered, showing her uneasiness. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Sure, if you have any problems, as long as I can help you, I will. That's great. The woman hurriedly asked some questions about the sword technique. She said that from the 13th sword to the 14th sword I couldn't turn it well. Guru Lin Xian, can you help me take a look? After going through the selection process, he began to give pointers. The route was a little slow, and the timing was also not right. You can change your route 2 seconds in advance. After hearing this, the pretty girl gave it a try. Sure enough, he found that his speed and strength had increased. This is great. Guru Lin Xian, thank you. The girl was very excited. It was the same for the others. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They screamed crazily, seeking guidance. After about 2 hours, Lin Xian and the others left. Which martial artists liked it very much? Great God, Lin Xian was so approachable. That's right. As one of the top 5 geniuses, he actually gave us pointers. The guru was too powerful. He could see through our problems at a glance. From now on, I will be a firm follower of Guru Lin Xian. These people were all influenced by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was powerful, protected the human race, and had a good personality. He was even willing to give them pointers. He was simply a perfect top genius. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and said, We can walk around Water Moon City. I remember that there are a few ancient stone workshops in Water Moon City. We can go and cut a few stones. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was interested. The followers behind him were also very excited. I heard that apart from being powerful, Guru Lin Xian is also an expert in spirit seeking. I remember that the people of the Mop Head family were all defeated by Guru Lin Xian. These people were discussing animatedly. Finally, they could broaden their horizons again. Lin Xian walked forward. The Mystic Stones Pavilion was a very large ancient stone workshop. It had the support of the Great Xia dynasty and the 9 Li dynasty behind it. It could be said to be very famous. Seeing a group of people walking over, the elders in the Mystic Stones Pavilion also walked out. When they saw Lin Xian, they all bowed and greeted him. The 2 elders were very polite. Lin Xian nodded slightly and walked forward. His gaze swept across those strange stones. He pointed at a square stone and said, How much is this? This square stone was about half a meter tall. It was covered in moss and looked very ordinary. However, Lin Xian hit the nail on the head. The others also discussed, wanting to see the secret behind it. Guru Lin has protected the human race and repelled the Dark Rebellion. We can't be more grateful. Why would we take your money? How about this, we'll give this stone to Guru Lin. That's not very good. Lin Xian shook his head. Elder Zhang said, It's nothing. If it weren't for Guru Lin, we would have become slaves of the 10,000 ancient races by now. Giving you a stone is really not enough to express our gratitude. I hope Guru Lin doesn't mind. All right then. Seeing that the other party insisted, Lin Xian couldn't refuse anymore. He waved his hand, and the square stone came in front of him. He used his fingers like a knife, and his fingers were like lightning as he quickly cut it. Pieces of stone skin were torn off and fell down. When it was cut to the size of a football, the sky immediately flickered with light. There's really something. I told you, Lin Xian is so powerful. How could he be wrong? Previously, they saw that the stone was too ordinary, and thought that Lin Xian had chosen the wrong one. However, now it seemed that Lin Xian had his reasons for choosing this stone. The guru was indeed a guru. More and more light filled the sky, and even the air became hot. Everyone activated their king's domains to protect themselves. What is this thing? It's too terrifying. Yeah, why do I feel like it's a flame? It's too hot. Even the expressions of the two elders changed. To be honest, they didn't pay much attention to the stone before. In their opinion, even if there was something in the stone, it wouldn't be anything good. However, at this moment, they realized that they were wrong. There was definitely a wondrous treasure inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to emit such light and aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and patiently cut the stone bit by bit. After the last cut, a roar sounded. A red flaming bird soared into the sky and bloomed with divine light. Then, it disappeared from the world. Is that a phoenix? No, it's not a phoenix. It's a vermilion bird, a terrifying divine beast. Could it be a vermilion bird inside? They were extremely surprised. Soon, they saw clearly that it wasn't a vermilion bird. The two elders also exclaimed. What's that? The vermilion bird stone. Indeed, there was a fist-sized stone inside. It was as red as blood and had a scorching temperature. The vermilion bird stone was a stone that contained a strange flame. It was said to be related to the vermilion bird and was very rare. It could be said that even invincible kings would be jealous of it. Chapter 2900. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to cut out such a precious item from the stone. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. Vermilion bird stone? Not bad, not bad. I just happen to need this kind of fire attribute item. If he wanted to cultivate the 9-yang divine body, he would probably have to find a few kinds of strange flames in the world to refine it. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating the 9-yang divine body. This vermilion bird stone contained a kind of flame. Perhaps it could be refined into vermilion bird fire. It was indeed beneficial for him to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. Not only the 9-yang divine body, but the power inside could also improve the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian flipped his palm and accepted it without hesitation. However, after thinking about it, he raised his head and said to the two elders, The third stone in the row in front, the round stone over there, and the stone with 9 holes under my feet. Be careful. There might be something incredible inside. What? Incredible? The two elders were shocked. Then, their faces were filled with gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, Hall Master Lin. They were simply too excited. After all, they had already witnessed Lin Xian's capabilities. He could cut out the vermilion bird stone with a casual glance. The 3 stones that he reminded them of must be very precious. It was definitely not inferior to the vermilion bird stone. It seemed that they had done the right thing by giving Lin Xian a stone. Next, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. Instead, he left the Mystic Stone Pavilion and walked towards another place. Along the way, he encountered elixir shops and weapon shops. In short, everyone wanted to invite him over. Some people even gave him elixirs and weapons to thank him. After all, Lin Xian had saved the entire human race. Awesome, this feeling was just too awesome. The dark red divine dragon was also very excited. Because he followed Lin Xian, he was also treated very well. Lin Xian was very humble. This was because he was originally a member of the human race. Therefore, it was his duty to protect the human race. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who stopped the Darkness faction's chaos that day. His father Lin Jian, Xia Jiuyou, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, Life Saintess, and the Blue Sword Sage. All of them were involved. Even the saints of the great sage's sex had put in some effort. Therefore, he could not take all the credit for himself. However, he had indeed made a great contribution. The gratitude of the humans towards him made him feel very warm. Lin Xian glanced at Ruffian Dragon. Ruffian Dragon was extremely excited. What? Did it feel good to be respected by others? Do you want to have this feeling forever? Of course, he wanted to. But he probably wouldn't have the chance in the future. The 10,000 ancient races weren't fools. They definitely wouldn't allow another dark upheaval to occur in the near future. The dark red divine dragon asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian laughed. What do you mean by instigating a dark upheaval? You're a mystical dragon after all. The dragon blood flowing in your body isn't any weaker than that of a true dragon. I reckon that you can at least compete with that dragon crown prince. Should he kill the dragon prince? We will unify the dragons and then lead the dragons to unify the 10,000 ancient races. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such ambitions and ideas. Although I like it, it's definitely impossible. If we killed the dragon prince, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons would probably go crazy. At that time, they would probably carry extreme weapons and hunt us down all over the world. The dark red divine dragon didn't want to do such a foolish thing. I was just suggesting an idea, but there's actually something that you're afraid of. Lin Xian laughed. At the same time, he said doubtfully, I'm very curious. Logically speaking, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be the gathering place of all dragons, but you don't belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, you're not sealed. Then, where did you come from? What about the people of the mystical dragon bloodline? Don't tell me you're the only one left? Also, what's the relationship between the mystical dragon bloodline and the nest of 10,000 dragons? Haven't you thought about these? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon sighed. I don't know. I don't have any memories of this. The dark red divine dragon really didn't know. He also didn't know what relationship he had with the nest of 10,000 dragons. As for the mystical dragon bloodline, it seemed that he was the only one who knew. Lin Xian continued to ask. Then, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons and the mystical dragons, are there any other dragons? How did you guys split them? He wasn't very clear about the branches of the dragons. The dark red divine dragon said. There must be many, but most of them belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Maybe my mystical dragon bloodline used to belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. But I don't know why we came out. The dark red divine dragon wasn't too clear about this. Lin Xian said. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, we can still kill the dragon prince if there's a chance. His eyes shone brightly, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. However, Lin Xian didn't explain anything. He knew that he wanted to march towards the path of the great emperor, and the other party's dragon prince would definitely take this path too. Both sides would definitely have a fight in the future. Only one person could survive, so to him, killing the dragon crown prince was imperative. More importantly, the dark red divine dragon wasn't weaker than the dragon prince. The great dragon sword soul in his body was also related to the dragons. Moreover, it was rumored that the great dragon sword soul was transformed from an ancestral dragon, and its level was probably much higher than the dragon prince. It might even be stronger than the dragon emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian's idea of attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons, or even the entire dragons, wasn't just wishful thinking. However, this matter would have to be done slowly. At least, with his current strength, it wasn't enough to fight against the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. While Lin Xian was strolling around Watermoon City, in another place. This was a clean land with fiery red mountain peaks densely packed together. There were many volcanoes erupting, and the magma was very terrifying. It could even turn an invincible king into ashes. This was the place where the Fire Qilin cave existed. At this moment, The ancient kings and sages in the Fire Qilin cave were extremely nervous. In front of them stood a young man in a flame robe. The young man had a handsome face and fair skin like a woman. Flames burned on his body. On his body, there was the mark of a Fire Qilin that covered half of his body. He was very mighty and extraordinary. His identity was shocking because he was the son of the Qilin Emperor, the Qilin Crown Prince. His status and bloodline weren't any weaker than the Dragon Prince of the Dragons. Beside him, divine crystal fragments were scattered all over the ground. Obviously, this Qilin Crown Prince had just broken out of the seal of the divine crystal. Sure enough, countless ancient creatures knelt in front of him, greeting the Qilin Crown Prince. Get up. The Qilin Crown Prince was expressionless. The Qilin pattern on his body was swaying and shining. It was as if he had come to life. With a wave of his hand, all the ancient creatures were dragged up. Crown Prince, you have just recovered and are still very weak. We have already prepared the three-colored divine fire. You can recuperate inside. Chapter 29:01. In the deep pit, 3 balls of flames were dancing and intertwining with each other, emitting a terrifying aura. However, the Qilin race was born for sex. The more powerful the flame, the more energy it could provide them. Therefore, the Qilin Crown Prince nodded and waved his hand. The 3-colored divine flame enveloped him. All right, I'll cultivate for a while. The Qilin Crown Prince said in a deep voice. There's one more thing that my father told me when he sealed me. When I break out of the seal, it will be the time for Sky Flame City to descend. Heavenly Flame City was a mysterious city. It contained incomparably terrifying flames. Even great emperors were unable to completely see through its secrets. I won't go to Sky Flame City this time, but there's something inside that you must bring out for me. Don't worry, Crown Prince, we'll arrange it. Hearing this, the Qilin Crown Prince nodded. There's no need to keep this news a secret. It's best to let the whole world know. Let the 10,000 ancient races and the human race enter. This is my father's intention. Yes, we know. Although the ancient saints were confused, they knew that the Qilin king must have his reasons for doing so. Although the Qilin king had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the other party's arrangements were still exquisite. They had to obey. Above the endless 9 heavens, the void cracked open. Countless flames danced and a huge shadow fell. It was as if the entire world was going to collapse. At this moment, all the living beings in the true spirit world sensed it. Whether it was the 10,000 ancient races or the human race, they all looked up at the sky with fear. Especially the human race, they screamed. No way, could it be that the ancient race's army is coming again? This scene was extremely similar to a year ago, when the 10,000 ancient races launched the Dark Turmoil. What's going on? Even the elders, sect masters, and holy sovereigns of the various holy lands raised their heads to watch. Their gazes turned into lightning, piercing through the void. In the Watermoon City, the human race martial artists held their breaths as their scalps went numb. Not good, run, the Dark Army is coming again. Damn it, the darkness is moving. Is it going to happen again? The Crimson God was shocked. Damn, it can't be for real, right? Wasn't it just killing a few of their sky prides? It wasn't like they hadn't killed human sky prides before. Lin Xian also frowned. This shouldn't be the case. What were the 10,000 ancient races doing? Could it be that they really wanted to start a war? Damn it, there are still some primeval life forms in this city, right? If there really is a dark rebellion, I'll beat them to death first. Many human warriors gritted their teeth in anger. There were still some ancient creatures left in Watermoon City. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. That's not right. It's none of our business. It's impossible for us to have a great dark upheaval. This is not our aura. They roared crazily. As expected, golden runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he looked up with his heavenly secret divine eyes. He said, Everyone, don't be rash. This is not the dark turmoil of the ancient creatures. It should be something else. The moment these words came out, the martial artists in Water Moon City felt much more at ease. In other places, the sacred leaders and sect masters also spoke out to calm the martial artists of their holy lands. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also shocked. What was going on? What had happened? They all thought that the human race had attacked. However, after looking for a long time, they realized that it wasn't the human race, but a huge city. It was an incomparably huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. Heavens, is this an immortal palace? Did it fall from the sky? They were incomparably excited. The human warriors were also amazed. Could it be the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate and Heavenly Court? That was something from myths and legends. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, amidst the endless dragon aura, the Dragon Prince opened his eyes. His body was stronger than before. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. He was growing rapidly. At this moment, a hint of shock appeared in his golden eyes. Sky Flame City, it actually appeared. What Sky Flame City appeared? The primeval sages were extremely shocked. They had heard that Sky Flame City was incomparably mysterious. Even the Dragon Emperor couldn't see through it. One could imagine how mysterious it was. There were many terrifying treasures inside, and it was said that Sky Flame City had an incomparably strange sky flame. This kind of flame was an incomparably mysterious energy. If one could refine it, it would definitely increase one's strength. One had to know that they had many fire dragons on their side. Even if they were useless, it was very good for tempering one's physique. Therefore, the primeval creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons were excited. Not only that, but the divine Phoenix Ridge was the same. A beautiful woman opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Beside her was a strange five-colored flame that formed a pair of wings that wrapped around her body. Only a hazy figure was left behind. She was the princess of the divine Phoenix Ridge, the daughter left behind by the immortal Phoenix. Sky Flame City, it was actually Sky Flame City. They must obtain the sky flame inside. Princess, don't worry, we will do our best to obtain it. In addition, the people in the Fire Qilin cave were even more excited. The ancient emperor's speculation was right. After their Qilin crown prince broke the seal, Sky Flame City descended. It seemed that that thing was destined to belong to them. In addition to the three royal families, the other primeval royal families and other primeval races were also extremely excited. As long as they could enter the legendary and mysterious Sky Flame City, they would definitely be able to obtain heaven-defying treasures. For a time, the 10,000 ancient races were ready to make a move. The humans were also in an uproar. The Yi family, Gu family, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also flipping through ancient books and asking the saints and elders in the group. Finally, they also learned. This was the legendary Sky Flame City. There might be a strange treasure inside. For a time, the humans were also excited. In Water Moon City, Lin Xian activated the array formation and transmitted his voice to Li Xianxian, the chief guardian, and the others. He was asking about this matter. Soon, he narrowed his eyes. From the array formation, he learned that this city was called Sky Flame City. It was an incomparably mysterious existence. Rumor had it that there was an incomparably terrifying sky flame inside. Its power was boundless. Sky flame? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was really looking forward to it. To be honest, he originally needed some strange flames to temper his 9-yang divine body. He didn't expect that after he had just obtained the Vermilion Bird Stone, another Sky Flame City would appear. Moreover, there was a rumored mysterious sky flame inside. If he could enter, his 9-yang divine body would be able to improve rapidly. It could even increase the power of the great dragon sword soul. This was killing many birds with one stone. How could he not be moved? The world was abuzz with discussion. Lin Xian was also preparing to return to the Immortal Palace to discuss with the chief guardian, Elderly, and the others. Chapter 2902. The dark red divine dragon began to set up an array formation. The two of them tore through the void and teleported away from Water Moon City. They returned to Immortal Palace. At the same time, the sages of Fire Qilin Cave also began to work together to spread the news. After all, the ancient emperor had already deduced this matter, so they knew a little more. They first contacted the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge, and the three ancient royal families joined forces to advance together. Of course, this time, Fire Qilin Cave also contacted the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and other top sacred grounds of the human race. They joined forces with them. This scene surprised the Gu family and the Yi family. When did these 10,000 ancient races become so kind? Could it be that there was a trap? Who cares? They would make contact with the other party first. The Yi family, Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West discussed and decided to take a look. Not only these sacred grounds, but all the sacred grounds and sects were alarmed. Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, Middle Ground, and all the major factions came out together to explore. Immortal Palace was no exception. However, this matter was left to Li Xianxian, the chief guardian, and the others. Lin Xian decided to absorb the energy in the Vermilion Bird Stone first. After all, entering Heavenly Flame City would definitely be unavoidable. At that time, there would be a shocking battle. It was more important to increase his strength first. Moreover, he did not forget that he still had a battle with the top prodigy of the Silver Race in a month. Lin Xian currently had 35,000 Archean power in his normal state. If he fully unleashed his 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul, he could reach 40,000 Archean power. Lin Xian formed a hand seal and channeled the flames in the Vermilion Bird Stone, turning it into a vermilion bird phantom that devoured him. As for him, he used the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body and began to cultivate. At the same time, a mysterious dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out of his body and stood in the void, absorbing the energy as well. After 10 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The fist-sized vermilion bird stone was dim and covered in cracks. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the vermilion bird stone turned into a useless rock with a bang and water fell to the ground. Lin Xian ignored him and opened his eyes. He felt his power and a smile appeared on his face. This was great. His power of the ancient era had increased by 1,000 strands. Even though it was only 1,000 units of Archean power, even the top geniuses would have to spend a lot of time and effort to increase their Archean power. He might even have to go into seclusion for a year, consume some heavenly treasures, or make a breakthrough in a top-notch divine ability. It could be said that this was not a simple matter. Now that Lin Xian had absorbed the Vermilion Bird Stone, the power of his great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body had increased. In a mere 10 days, his power of the Archean era had increased by 1,000, and his strength had become tyrannical once again. What's going on outside? Lin Xian asked after coming out of seclusion. The Fire Qilin Cave has joined forces with the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the royal clan to join forces with the great sects of the sacred lands on our side to investigate Heaven Flame City. One of the elders quickly reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Explore the 10,000 ancient races together? Since when did the other party become so kind? Why did he not dare to think about it? There couldn't be a trap, right? The dark red divine dragon beside him also said that it was probably a trap to kill us. We were also very suspicious, but we still went forward. At present, it seemed that there were no traps. The elder quickly said. How long would it take to open? Lin Xian asked. Even if there was a trap, he had to go in and obtain the legendary Heaven Flame. It would take about a month or 2. According to the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin Cave, the descent of Heaven Flame City was unstable, and they had to wait until it stabilized before they could enter. It seemed that the Fire Qilin Cave knew more. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge did not know as much as them. The elder also nodded. This news came from Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. Interesting. I want to see what this Fire Qilin cave is up to, Lin Xian said. Continue to pay attention. When it opens, let me know. Yes. The elder nodded respectfully and then turned to leave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There were still more than 10 days before the battle with the guy from the Silver Clan. Peacock! He shouted coldly again. The void in front of him broke open, and a beautiful woman knelt on the ground with one knee. Palace Master. How was the investigation of Bai Qianshan? How was his strength? It had been investigated. He was a peerless genius of the Silver Clan. He was very powerful, and it was said that he was the 10th generation grandson. The power of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. 10th generation grandson? What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. He had only been in seclusion for 10 days, and there was a new title? Peacock quickly explained that Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation grandson of the Silver Clan's old ancestor. In short, he was the 10th generation grandson. This old ancestor was an extremely terrifying existence in the Sage realm, so his 10th generation grandson had terrifying bloodline power. So that was it. Seeing that Peacock was hesitating, Lin Xian asked, "Is there anything else?" "Say it." Peacock nodded and said quickly, "It was like this. 3 days ago, Bai Qianshan came out of seclusion. He challenged an invincible king of the human race, who was a swordsman. He was called the Wild Swordsman King, and his strength was extremely terrifying. His Wild Swordsman King's Wild Swordsman King could destroy heaven and earth. He was also very famous among the invincible kings. However, he was easily defeated by Bai Qianshan. That battle could be said to be very tragic. The Wild Swordsman King was almost beaten up." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What was the strength of the Wild Swordsman King?" "About 30,000 Archean force." 30,000 Archean force was indeed quite impressive. However, what surprised him was that Bai Qianshan was able to beat up an invincible king with 30,000 Archean force. This meant that his strength was at least 33,000 Archean force. At least, it was higher. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "I hope he won't disappoint me. Palace Master, there is one more thing," Peacock continued. Lin Xian was surprised. "What is it?" "Say it." "It's like this. Today, Bai Qianshan challenged an eminent monk of the Western Desert. It was said that this eminent monk was stronger than the Wild Swordsman King. According to calculations, his strength had reached 35,000 Archean force. 35,000 Archean force. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a piercing sword light bloomed in his eyes. Currently, in his normal state, he only had 36,000 Archean force. In other words, this eminent monk of the Western Desert was about the same as him in his normal state. Did he go to the Western Desert to fight? Can you use a formation to teleport the battle here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes, Palace Master. I'll send someone to prepare it. Peacock's figure flashed, and like a ghost, she disappeared into the void. Not long after, a light screen appeared above the starry hall. It was very large, and it covered the entire space. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked up at the sky. On the light screen, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and countless Buddhist lights were shining. There were also temples standing tall. Chapter 2903. There were countless people around. They should be the martial artists who had gone to the Western Desert to watch the battle. Of course, there were also many Archean creatures. The most eye-catching were two people. One of them was an old monk in a kasaya. His face was calm, and there was no sadness or joy. He wore a string of Buddhist beads around his neck and a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. He was slowly turning them. Opposite him was a tall young man. His body was covered in silver light, forming a monstrous armor that covered the sky. He looked like a god fiend. The aura emitted from his body seemed to be able to suppress the world. He should be Bai Qianshan, the 10th generation grandson of the primordial ancestor of the Silver Tribe. Old monk, I advise you to surrender obediently and admit defeat. If you do, I can spare your life. In front of him, the silver god of war, Bai Qianshan, said coldly. Around him, the void was rapidly collapsing. How dare you? Who do you think you are to ask our elder to surrender? That's right. My martial uncle is powerful. How can he lose to you? The old monk was an eminent monk of the Putuo Temple. At this moment, the monks of the Putuo Temple all shouted angrily. Amitba! Young benefactor, show us what you've got. The eminent monk, Pushun, also shouted in a deep voice. Old man, since you want to die, don't blame me. Bai Qianshan took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. Silver runes spun around him, forming 360 vortexes that crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Die! With a roar, a silver fist punched out. The 360 vortexes jumped together, and a terrifying and violent power surged forward. What a terrifying fist! What a terrifying power! The martial artists who were watching the battle trembled. In front of the starry hall, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This fist contained at least 30,000 Archean force. This Bai Qianshan was really impressive. A casual attack was so terrifying. He was not the only one. The other sacred grounds and sects were also watching through the array formation. When the older generation powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help but tremble. A casual punch could kill an ordinary invincible king. Bai Qianshan's strength had become stronger again. It was rumored that he was the 10th generation grandson. Was he already so terrifying? If he was the 2nd generation or the 1st generation grandson, how terrifying would he be? The talents and bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races are too heaven-defying. It's not easy for the human race to grow. These elders felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, the 10,000 ancient races had all gone into hibernation during the primordial era. Otherwise, the human race would probably still be their slaves. Facing this shocking punch, Pu Shan's eyelids twitched slightly. Although the other party was young, his strength was too terrifying. One! He roared angrily, an endless Buddhist light burst out from his eyes. A large hand reached out. Symbols flickered in the sky, forming a golden mountain that slammed forward. This scene also caused the human race cultivators to exclaim in surprise. This was because the power of the Buddha's palm was not the slightest bit weaker than the silver fist. However, the experts of the older generation sighed. This was because Pu Shan was an invincible king of the older generation who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Although this Bai Qianshan was also someone from the primordial era, he had been sealed in ice all this time. His true age was very young, probably not more than 100 years old. However, the two of them were actually evenly matched. This meant that their opponent's talent and bloodline far surpassed Pu Shan's. This was not something worthy of celebration. The golden palm and the silver fist collided in the sky, setting off a storm that filled the sky. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated, their faces filled with horror. This shocking battle was too powerful. Amitba! Pu Shan chanted Buddhist scriptures again. The golden palm flashed as if it was going to seal the silver fist. Old man, you still want to seal me? Go to hell! Stars in the sky! Bai Qianshan let out a long roar. The silver light on his body was incomparably dazzling. It turned into one huge star after another in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power as it fell from the sky. It slammed into the golden palm and pierced through it. What? It broke. It broke the Buddha's palm. The martial artists were shocked, especially the monks. Their faces were filled with horror. The golden palm was incomparably powerful. It was impossible to break it. It was called the Buddha's hand. But now, it was broken into pieces by the other party. They could not believe it. Damn it! Has the other party become so strong? They felt a chill in their hearts. The powerhouses from the sacred grounds who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. That attack just now should be the other party's ultimate move. It was very powerful. It seemed that the other party had the right to be arrogant. Flower blooms. Pu Shan roared. Behind him, endless Buddhist light rolled and condensed into a Buddhist flower. The Buddhist flower was extremely pure, like an immortal flower from the immortal world. Open! With a roar, the golden flower slowly spread out. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that seemed to tear the whole world apart. The surrounding people's hearts beat wildly, and their faces changed drastically. Not good. Retreat quickly. This was a Buddhist grand magic. The martial artists and primordial creatures who were watching the battle fled madly. The surrounding void was quickly shattered. It could not withstand the power of the flower at all. Boom! Boom! In the sky, countless silver stars exploded with a loud bang. Bai Qianshan's pupils shrank. He did not expect the old monk to have such a grand magic. If the golden flower fully bloomed, it would pose a threat to his life. Get lost! In the next moment, he roared. Silver Spear Rage God! Go to hell! The vast silver stars turned into a silver domain. This was the other party's king domain. The silver domain spun rapidly and formed a silver spear. It was like the spear of a god descending from the sky. With one strike, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth cracked. A huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the void, and it was still spreading into the distance. This spear was too terrifying. Its target was the golden flower behind Pu Shan. The golden flower had a total of 6 petals. At this moment, 3 of them had already bloomed. The shocking power had already shocked everyone. Even Bai Qianshan had to treat it seriously. When the 4th petal bloomed, the silver spear finally collided with the golden flower. The 2 of them exploded with destructive energy. Not good! Pu Shan's pupils shrank. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. This spear was too terrifying. It actually shook his golden flower. The golden flower was condensed by his king domain, and it was a super grand magic of the Buddhist sect. When all 6 petals bloomed, it could definitely destroy everything. However, he had only bloomed the 4th flower. There were still 2 more. With a roar, he continued to use the Buddhist Dharma to make the 5th petal bloom. An even more terrifying power came from the golden flower, causing everyone to be terrified. Chapter 2904. The Fury God was slashing. In the next moment, countless silver runes flashed in his body, and an even more terrifying power burst out. Then, a silver shadow rose from his body. It was a few hundred feet tall. It turned into a silver giant. With a roar, it grabbed the long spear formed by the king's domain. Kill! An astonishing murderous aura burst out, and its power increased explosively. Not good, the power of the bloodline. This was the power of the bloodline of the 10th generation grandson. It was too terrifying. The surrounding human martial artists screamed crazily. The monks of Putua Temple also exclaimed, Elder, be careful! The primordial being of the Argent clan revealed a sinister smile. It was useless. Once the power of the 10th generation grandson's bloodline was activated, no one could stop it. How could that old man possibly block such a powerful attack? Boom! Boom! The Fury God's roar was earth-shattering. The golden flower behind the Bodhisattva began to crack. Then, it exploded, turned into spiritual energy, and dissipated. Pu Shan kept retreating, vomiting blood. A few cracks also appeared on his body. It was very terrifying. Blood flowed down his cracks and dyed his body red. He was injured. Pu Shan was injured. Everyone was horrified. They did not expect that such a terrifying Buddhist monk would be injured. Could it be that Pu Shan was going to be defeated? Pu Shan also roared angrily. A golden wheel rushed out of his body and spun rapidly like a sun. However, Bai Qianshan laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha, old monk, you don't have a chance. From the moment you met me, you were destined to lose. Now kneel in front of me and admit defeat. Following his words, the silver giant in the sky held the Fury God's spear in his hand and attacked again. The spear blasted the golden wheel away and pierced through Pu Shan's body. Poof! He was nailed to the ground. Clang! The golden wheel fell to the ground, and blood dyed the ground red. The Buddhist light in the sky disappeared. No! Elder! The monks of Putuo Temple screamed crazily. They could not accept that their elder, an invincible king, had been defeated by the other party. Moreover, he was seriously injured. The other martial artists who were watching the battle were also shocked. Many of them were so frightened that they almost fainted. He was too powerful. Although the other party was from the younger generation, he had defeated many invincible kings. The experts of the great sage sect were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The archaic creatures sneered again and again. With just this bit of strength, you want to compete with us? Humans, you're just lucky. If it weren't for the accident last time, this world would have long been ruled by us. Even if we coexist now, you are still no match for us. It won't be long before you'll have to crawl at our feet. Damn it, let's fight! Many monks of Putuo Temple shouted angrily. 16 of them quickly rushed out. The Buddhist light in each of their hands transformed into a golden rod, forming an Arhat formation. Since he dared to injure my elder, let's suppress him together. The young man in the lead was Putuo Temple's holy son. He took the lead to set up the Arhat formation. Within the formation, an Arhat rose from the ground. It was also several hundred feet tall. The golden staff in his hand smashed towards the silver giant. With a boom, the silver giant's body emitted an earth-shattering sound, and the silver light dimmed. On the other side, Bai Qianshan looked ferocious. Ignorant ants, you've completely angered me. Raging deity roar. With a roar, the silver spear turned into a silver dragon again and directly pierced through the Arhat. The spear fell, and the Arhat formation was shattered. The 16 Putuo Temple geniuses vomited blood and were sent flying. Ants will always be ants. Do you think that with so many ants you can shake a dragon? How laughable! Bai Qianshan snorted coldly, and the silver giant returned to his body. The spears that filled the sky also turned into a king's domain, and were put away by him. In this life, you will be trampled under my feet, and you won't be able to raise your heads. I won't kill you because the taste of defeat is worse than death. Bai Qianshan sneered, turned around, and stepped into the air. Let's go and find the next opponent. When the archaic creatures heard this, they hurriedly followed. The last Archean creature turned his head and sneered at the human race ancient martial art practitioner who was in a daze. Humans, get ready to crawl under our feet. Ha ha! At this moment, everyone fell silent. He was too strong. Even a powerful monk like Pushun had been defeated. How many people could be a match for him? Most likely, only a peak-level genius like Leaf Dao Denier would be able to stand up to him. As for the older generation, perhaps only the most terrifying elders could subdue him. Damn it, the 10,000 archaic races were really sick. The Silver Clan was not a royal family, but a royal family. How could they produce such a terrifying figure? Many people gritted their teeth, unable to accept this. Some people sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. Bai Qianshan had a good life. After all, he had a powerful bloodline and was a 10th-generation grandchild. With such a bloodline inheritance, even if he did not cultivate it, he would probably be a peerless powerhouse in the future. Moreover, he was only a 10th-generation grandchild. Who knew how terrifying the first-generation grandchild would be? Don't say any more. I'm about to despair. Don't forget that there are still princes and princesses among the 3 royal families. Those are the descendants of the great emperors. Their bloodlines are even more terrifying. They will probably become saints as soon as they are born. These people shook their heads and sighed, their faces filled with despair. Facing the 10,000 archaic races, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Some people exclaimed, "If I remember correctly, Bai Qianshan will probably fight with Lin Xian in a few days." Now that you mention it, I really do remember. Back then, Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan's younger brother in a domineering manner. Bai Qianshan would definitely not let the matter rest. I wonder if Lin Xian will be able to contend against him. Definitely. He is our middle emperor, one of the top geniuses. He will definitely be able to contend against him. Not necessarily. Many people were pessimistic. Even Pushun's 35,000 archaic power couldn't defeat Bai Qianshan. They estimated that Bai Qianshan's archaic power should be 38,000 or higher. Lin Xian might not be able to contend against him. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to be defeated? These people's faces were filled with terror. If Lin Xian was defeated, the human race would probably not be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian was their hope now. He was given the title of Middle Emperor and was one of the top geniuses of the human race. Moreover, during the Darkness Era, he had displayed unlimited combat strength and fused with his greater success divine body to suppress the chaos. To them, Lin Xian had become their pride. If Lin Xian was defeated, the impact they would receive would probably be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. I can't help but want to fight them. In the starry hall, the dark red divine dragon looked at the light screen and gritted its teeth. What are you so arrogant for? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Chapter 2905. In addition, his bloodline power was also very terrifying. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon was extremely powerful now. Seeing Lin Fan, he was very unhappy. Kid, do you have the confidence to defeat him? This guy is very strong. I wonder if he has any trump cards or tricks up his sleeve, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, whether he has any or not, he's not my opponent. I'm thinking, should I kill him directly or suppress him? Kid, you're really domineering. I like you like this. Why don't we go all out and get rid of him? His blood and flesh must be delicious. The dark red divine dragon drooled. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're a dragon, don't act like a Taotai. Let's go. It's about time for us to leave. Lin Xian was ready to leave. The dark red divine dragon howled excitedly. Great, there's a good show to watch. While Lin Xian was making his move, another piece of shocking news came from the Central Plains. A royal elder of the Tai dynasty was also defeated by Bai Qianshan. In an instant, Bai Qianshan's name swept across the entire true spirit world. Everyone was talking about him. Everyone was talking about how scary he was. What was his limit? At the same time, another battle. Everyone was looking at it with anticipation. Because soon, it was the battle between Bai Qianshan and Lin Xian. Lin Xian was one of the top geniuses of the human race. He was titled emperor and had quelled the dark world. It could be said that he had always been the most dazzling genius. Bai Qianshan, on the other hand, had only appeared a month ago. However, he had already challenged several terrifying invincible kings. Until now, he had not been defeated. It could be said that he was a new force to be reckoned with. He was in the limelight now. What kind of sparks would be created when the two of them collided? More importantly, Lin Xian was a genius of the human race, and Bai Qianshan was a genius of the ancient race. The two races already had a grudge against each other. Now that the geniuses of the two races were clashing, it ignited the emotions of both sides. The 10,000 ancient races were even more arrogant. Although the battle hadn't started yet, their taunts were already overwhelming. What Zhonghuang Lin Xian? He couldn't do it. That was because he had relied on his great success divine body to be able to strut around during the great darkness upheaval. Without his great success divine body, he was nothing. Don't think that you can show off just because you killed one of our Silver Tribe's geniuses in Water Moon City. He's still far from that. Our young master Bai Qianshan is the 10th generation descendant. His bloodline power is extremely powerful. It is not something that he can compare with. Your Central Emperor Lin Xian might be strong, but I estimate that his Archean power is only 33,000, at most 35,000. Just like Pu Shan, how could he be a match for our young master Bai Qian Shan? Those ancient lifeforms were clamoring for supremacy. On the side of the human race, everyone was in a state of panic. Indeed, they did not know how strong Lin Xian was. Although Lin Xian had killed a few Archean paragons before, it was just as the other party had said. Lin Xian's Archean power was estimated to be between 33,000 to 35,000. Such a battle strength was already at the top of the younger generation in the human race. Even the invincible monarchs could not compare to him. But now, Lin Xian's opponent was the 10th generation descendant of the Silver Tribe. His opponent's battle strength was estimated to be around 38,000. There was a difference of 3,000 Archean power, but this difference was like heaven and earth. It was enough to make people despair. Not to mention 3,000 Archean power, the difference of 1,000 Archean power was huge. Therefore, the human race was very nervous. Among them, Murong Qingqing was very nervous. Master, do you think Big Brother Xian can win? She did not want Lin Xian to lose. The Queen Mother shook her head after hearing this. We don't know. We don't know how much Archean power Lin Xian has reached. However, if it was really 35,000 Archean power, it would be very difficult to win. Even with the Great Dragon Sword Soul and 9 Yang Divine Body, would it not be enough? Murong Qingqing could not believe it. Her face was pale. The Queen Mother sighed. The 9 Yang Divine Body and Great Dragon Sword Soul were treasures of heaven and earth, but they also needed the strength to use them. Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was already a top-notch genius. It was just that his opponent was too strong. The Queen Mother was not the only one who thought so. The Gu family, Yi family, Dao Yi Holy Ground, Tai Dynasty, Grand Xia Dynasty, and all the other sects had the same thought. Perhaps this time, Lin Xian might really be defeated. No way, how could he be defeated? Lin Xian of the Central Emperor had never been defeated since his debut. That was, Lin Xian's followers began to counterattack. Lin Xian would definitely not be defeated. Just wait, he would create another miracle. However, such voices were very few and were quickly drowned out. Everyone speculated that Lin Xian's peak combat power was 35,000. This was already the power of the 9 Yang Divine Body and Great Dragon Sword Soul. 35,000 was a number that even invincible kings would look up to. But now, it was not enough. Brother Yi, what do you think? Gu Santong came to the Yi family to meet with Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao took a deep breath. It's hard to say. If I were to go against Bai Qianshan, I would be able to win because my strength has undergone a drastic change recently. My holy body has also made a breakthrough. But I wonder what level Brother Lin has reached in his cultivation right now. No way. Gu Santong looked serious. Yi Wudao said. However, he still had some confidence in Brother Lin. Don't forget, he can create miracles every time. Also, did you know that my target is not Bai Qianshan, nor the other primordial geniuses? It's Brother Lin. I feel that only he can be my opponent. Such a person should not be defeated so easily. Hearing Yi Wudao's words, Gu Santong's expression eased a little. Why don't we ask Brother Lin if he is confident? They did not want to guess anymore. Forget it, don't pressure him. Yi Wudao shook his head. Let's watch the battle in 2 days. All right then. Gu Santong could only sigh. On the other side, Xinjingqiu crossed the void and came to the Jade Lake sacred ground to meet up with Murong Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, will Brother Xian win? Why don't we go and cheer him on? Qiu'er, I think Brother Xian needs peace at this time. Let's not go. All he had to do was support him silently. As for the other holy sons, holy daughters, the older generation experts, and all the human clan martial artists, they were all in a state of panic. Many people said, why don't we not watch this battle? Yes, it was too heart-wrenching. One of the most dazzling geniuses of the human race had lost. They could not bear the consequences. Many chose not to watch because they could not bear it. The only calm place was the Immortal Palace. This was because Lin Xian did not show any signs of fear. In fact, he even revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2906. Damn it, the Silver Clan is too arrogant. They haven't even fought yet, and they're already walking around the world as the victor? Be careful not to fall too hard when the time comes. Kid, do you want to go out and clear things up? Or do you want to challenge two Archean kings as well? The dark red dragon said from the side. He really couldn't take this lying down. Lin Xian waved his hand. No need. I'll let him jump around for 2 more days. In 3 days it'll be time for the duel. When the time comes, I'll let him know that the higher he stands, the harder he falls. Good kid, I'll beat him back to his original state when he's at his most arrogant. I like this feeling. The dark red dragon also sneered. The other Immortal Palace cultivators were also full of confidence. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, countless figures gathered at West Mountain in Central Continent. West Mountain was a very famous giant mountain in Central Continent. It was rumored that countless sages had descended here, and it had a mysterious aura. In fact, more than one great emperor had stopped here. Therefore, the aura they left behind was enough to ensure that West Mountain would not be destroyed for tens of thousands of years. Fierce battles broke out several times, but they were still unable to collapse the giant mountain. Therefore, some world-shaking battles were carried out on Mount Shihua. This time, the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan was also going to be carried out here. Before dawn, the surroundings of West Mountain were crowded with people. They were all there to watch the battle. Of course, some of the elders of the sacred grounds did not come, but they used the array formation to watch. After all, there was no way they would miss such an astonishing battle between the two of them. The void split open, and a golden figure descended. Yu Wudao led the Yi clan cultivators to a mountain peak. Countless people gathered to watch. Look, Eastern Sage is here too. Yu Wudao is here. Yu Wudao is also one of the top geniuses. I wonder how much Archean power he has reached? If he meets Bai Qianshan, will he win? The people began to calculate again. They heard that Yu Wudao and Lin Xian were good friends. If Lin Xian was defeated, would Yu Wudao help him? Another round of discussion rang out. Brother Yi, you're early? The void trembled, and a group of people appeared in the sky again. Even the experts of the older generation did not sense this scene. It was the Gu clan. As expected, Gu Santong came with the Gu clan cultivators. They first greeted Yi Wudao and the others, then landed on a nearby mountain peak. Not long after, the cry of a phoenix, and the people of the Jade Lake. Fairy Murong! Shi and Lin Xian. Hearing this, Shin Qingqiu snorted coldly. Nonsense, Lin Xian Gage will never lose. Defeat or not, it's not up to you to decide. A cold laugh came from the sky. Today, our young master Bai Qianshan is going to break that legend. Why don't you let our young master Bai Qianshan be your middle emperor? You ants, hurry up and kneel at the feet of our young master Bai Qianshan. Maybe when the time comes, our young master will be happy and teach you 1 or 2 skills. These ancient creatures did not put the human cultivators in their eyes at all. Damn it, this is too much. The human cultivators gritted their teeth in anger. However, there were also people who sighed. I told you not to come. Bai Qianshan's body was covered in silver light, and he looked like a silver god of war. He landed on the peak of West Mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. At this time, an ancient creature snorted. That Lin Xian? Why isn't he here yet? He's courting death. How dare he make our young master Bai Qianshan wait for him? Humph, I think he doesn't dare to come. Of course, he knows he's going to lose. Why would he come here to embarrass himself? What a piece of trash. Mockery came one after another. Bai Qianshan also frowned. He looked around. Since he doesn't dare to come, why don't you come out and play with me? His gaze swept across the people below. Those who were stared at by him trembled, feeling as if they were being penetrated. Those invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. They had no choice. The other party was too strong. Ordinary invincible kings were no match for him at all. Even the more powerful invincible kings could not compete with him. Only those top-notch elders would be able to do so. However, those people would not come out so easily. If they failed, they would lose face. Therefore, for a moment, the scene was incomparably silent. This guy is really arrogant. Gu Santong frowned. Why don't we go and play with him? He looked at Yu Wudao. Sure enough, in the sky, Bai Qianshan's gaze was also fixed on Yu Wudao. You're the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Body, right? I didn't expect you to come too. Well, since that Lin Xian doesn't dare to fight, it's the same to fight with you. A cold light appeared in Bai Qianshan's eyes. On the opposite side, Yu Wudao also snorted coldly. He was very unhappy with the other party's arrogant attitude. Originally, this was Lin Xian's battle, and he did not want to come out. However, since the other party wanted to challenge him, how could he back down? With a cold shout, his golden blood chi surged into the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was shocked. Heavens, are the two sides really going to fight? Originally, they came to watch the battle between the other party and Lin Xian. They did not expect that when Lin Xian did not come, Yu Wudao would fight. Come on! Bai Qianshan waved his hand impatiently. I'll step on you, a sacred body, to intimidate these humans. I originally wanted to find you after killing Lin Xian. I didn't expect this battle to be brought forward. Bai Qianshan's aura became more and more terrifying. Yu Wudao was like a golden giant, shaking heaven and earth. The two were about to fight. However, at that moment, a sword light tore through the void in the sky, blocking the two's auras. I remember that this battle should be mine. In the sky, a figure descended. Lin Xian is here! Lin Xian is finally here! The human martial artist exclaimed, while the ancient creatures narrowed their eyes. You're courting death. You actually dared to come. Just you wait. You're just courting death. They sneered. Yu Wudao retracted his golden blood chi. Brother Lin, you're finally here. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the other party, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Leave this battle to me, Brother Yi. Okay, no problem. This was originally your battle. Yu Wudao returned to the mountain peak. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the other party. You're Bai Qianshan? You're quite arrogant. Boy, you actually dared to come. This is really beyond my expectations. However, whether you come or not, the result will be the same. You will definitely lose. Chapter 2907. Now I'll give you a choice to live. Kneel in front of me obediently, and become my slave. If I'm in a good mood, I can teach you one or two divine abilities. If you dare to resist me, you'll end up very miserably. Perhaps I'll kill you on the spot. Bai Qianshan said arrogantly. You're really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you can show off in front of me just because you've defeated some invincible kings and sky prides? To be honest, you're not qualified. When I fought with your Silver Clan sage, you probably weren't there yet. What Lin Xian was referring to was naturally the dark upheaval a year ago. Hearing this, Bai Qianshan's face darkened. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. You don't have a phenomenal success divine body now. Also, how dare you kill my brother? I won't forget this grudge. The outcome of fighting with me is death. You'd better think carefully. It's not easy for you to grow to where you are now. It's a pity for a sky pride like you to fall. You'd better obediently become my slave. How about this? You serve me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll set you free. How about that? As soon as he said that, all the human martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they became infuriated. Let the top sky pride of the human race become his slave. What a joke! I'd rather die than agree to that. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Lin Xian beat him up. You must slap his face. The human race's followers roared crazily. The archaic skybridges sneered. They had already estimated that Lin Xian's strongest combat power was only 35,000. Their young master, Bai Qianshan, had 38,000. There was a difference of 3,000 archaic power between the two sides. It was impossible for Bai Qianshan to win. In response to such arrogant words, Lin Xian only stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of everyone. Everyone was puzzled. What does he mean? Is Lin Xian going to swear? It seems that this kid has really admitted defeat. The archaic creatures also sneered. On the other side, Bai Qianshan also smiled coldly. That's right. Swear in front of me that you'll chase me forever? I'll grant you your wish, but you have to sign the immemorial master and servant treaty for me. Lin Xian shook his head. I think you're mistaken. I said 3 moves. I can kill you in 3 moves. What? It wasn't an oath, but 3 moves. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human martial artists felt their hearts beating wildly. The ancient life forms were even more stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. What a joke! How terrifying was Bai Qianshan! Those old invincible kings had all been defeated at his feet. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he could defeat his opponent in 3 moves. This was simply a fantasy. Bai Qianshan's face darkened. It was terrifyingly gloomy. He was so angry that he was trembling. The other party actually dared to be so arrogant, saying that he could kill him in 3 moves? What a joke! Not to mention 3 moves, even if he exchanged 30,000 moves, his opponent wouldn't be able to defeat him. Brat, you will pay for your words and actions. Bai Qianshan was thoroughly enraged. The aura on his body exploded. Rays of silver light, like a silver dragon, completely enveloped him. Stars in the sky. Under the attack, the sky was torn apart. Countless rays of silver light turned into huge stars and fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone's body trembled. It's here! This was a killing move! Yes, when he was fighting with eminent monk Xiamo, he had used this killing move. It was really terrifying. Would Lin Xian be able to resist it? Everyone was horrified. They did not expect that Bai Qianshan would use such a terrifying killing move right from the start. Lin Xian also made his move. He stretched out his hand, covering the sky and the sun. The 9 suns' divine palm blasted forward. Seeing this, the crowd screamed again because the 9 suns' divine palm was extremely golden. It was very similar to Pu Shan's Buddha's palm. This scene was like a reenactment of the previous battle. Why do I feel like it's similar to the battle with Pu Shan? Yes, could it be that Lin Xian will be defeated like Pu Shan? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xian's 9 suns' divine body is extremely powerful. He will not be defeated. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Those ancient lifeforms sneered coldly. Golden palm? It's really familiar. It seems like he won't be able to escape death. In the sky, Bai Qianshan snorted disdainfully. The light on his body bloomed again. Millions of stars rolled down, completely piercing through the void. Soon the two collided. An earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart. Endless energy exploded, covering the entire space. Boom! 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 The ground sank and the mountains collapsed. Other than West Mountain, which was an incomparably huge mountain, it was intact. The surrounding mountains were all torn apart. The onlookers frantically ran away. Ha! Brat, I admit that you are very powerful. You are considered the top of the younger generation of the human race. But it's a pity that you met me. How can a human ant like you know the strength of the 10,000 Archean tribes? Bai Qianshan looked down from above. Boom! In the sky, the silver light was torn apart, and the golden uncle appeared again. Golden light shone on his body, and he was not injured at all. Then, he grabbed at Bai Qianshan from all directions. Bai Qianshan's sinister laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it! How could this be? The smile on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of shock. Impossible! His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky. He flashed quickly, trying to dodge the attack. However, this move was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a fiend god, firmly locking him in place. Damn it! Get out of here! Bai Qianshan was furious. He punched out with his silver fist, which also covered the sky and shook the sky. It collided with the golden palm. In the next moment, the void was torn apart again, and Bai Qianshan's body flew backward. Bang! 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 Bai Qianshan smashed more than a dozen mountains in a row before he stopped. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe it, especially the Archean creatures. Their bodies were cold, and their eyes were filled with fear. Their peerless genius, the 10th generation son Bai Qianshan, was sent flying. How was this possible? The human martial artists were also dumbfounded. This was not what they had expected at all. Lin Xian was really strong. Ha ha! I told you that our god Lin Xian would never be defeated. Just wait and see. He will definitely defeat his opponent. Many people's blood gradually boiled in their hearts. Some of the powerhouses and elders of the sacred grounds also exclaimed. The 9-yang divine body was indeed too powerful. In terms of physique, he could suppress the Silver Clan. Before the crowd could react, Lin Xian strode forward. His body bloomed with light, and like a god of war, he suppressed all directions and sealed the entire space. Chapter 2908. You're courting death, you brat. I'm going to kill you! Bai Tianshan charged out from the rubble. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and killing intent surged from his body. His eyes were blood-red, and his handsome face was ferocious. He was pushed back. He was actually sent flying by an ant in his eyes. He couldn't stand it. He had to wash away the humiliation with his opponent's blood. Silver Spear Raging God. With a cold shout, the king's domain rushed out and turned into a silver spear in the sky. Spiritual energy from all directions quickly gathered. The void couldn't withstand it, and black holes appeared one after another. This scene shocked the crowd once again. They had seen the power of the silver spear with their own eyes. It was incomparably terrifying. It was the same spear that had pierced through the invincible western desert monk Pu Shan. Die! With a furious roar, the silver spear in the sky suddenly stabbed down. Its aura was like a dragon, swallowing the entire void. It charged at Lin Xian crazily. This attack was enough to kill an invincible king. Dodge! On the human side, many people exclaimed. They felt that even if Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, he wouldn't be able to contend with this spear. That was because this spear was simply too terrifying. Murong Qinqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous. Yu Wudao's face was also solemn. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He looked at the spear descending from the sky and raised his head, a biting cold light in his eyes. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body. Countless sword chi intertwined and quickly condensed behind him, forming a golden flower. What? That's... The martial artists on the human side were stunned. The ancient lifeforms side also stared with wide eyes. The monks of the western desert shrieked. The flower blooms. Damn it, how did he know this divine ability? The flower blooms was a western desert Buddhist divine ability. These people were familiar with it because a few days ago, Pu Shan had used it once. But now, Lin Xian was using it again. They couldn't believe it. With the great dragon sword soul, he could imitate everything. The older generation experts shrieked, and the others were filled with envy. That's right, how could they forget that Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul? Because of this, he was hunted down by countless people. Flowers blooming for a lifetime? In the sky, Bai Qianshan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kid, you really are an idiot. It's a pity that the great dragon sword soul is in your hands. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will extract the great dragon sword soul from your body. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This was because if Lin Xian used any other sacred art, he would still be afraid. However, although the simulated blooming flower mystique was powerful, he had destroyed it once not too long ago. Now, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy it a second time. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the silver divine spear descended rapidly, wanting to pierce through everything. Pun! Boundless energy exploded, and terrifying silver light surged, completely engulfing Lin Xian. The space in all directions was constantly shattering. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Bai Qianshan looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha, kid, go to hell. Those Archean creatures were also ferocious. However, soon, in the endless light, a golden light tore through the void, revealing the scene in front of them. What? Bai Qianshan was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Xian was surrounded by the golden flower cage, but he was unharmed. His face was still calm, but the battle intent in his eyes was getting stronger. He's unharmed? Damn it, how is this possible? That was his ultimate sacred art. Even the powerful Pushun couldn't block it, so how could this young man in front of them block it? The second move. Lin Xian opened his mouth, and his voice resounded in all directions. What? Everyone's body stiffened, and their eyes were filled with shock. The second move? Heavens, does this kid really want to kill his opponent in 3 moves? But how is that possible? Now that 2 moves had passed, there was only 1 left. Could Lin Xian defeat his opponent in 1 move? They didn't dare to believe it. Damn it! Bai Qianshan was so angry that he vomited blood. How could his opponent dare to say that he could defeat him in 3 moves? Kid, let's see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. Bai Qianshan roared, and the bloodline power in his body bloomed. A silver giant rushed out. Raging deity roar! The silver giant stood tall and grabbed the silver spear, and a terrifying aura burst out. Kill! With a roar, the silver spear stabbed forward like a dragon. This time, the attack was much more ferocious than the previous one. So much so that everyone's expression changed. The invincible kings began to tremble. Brother Xian! Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing's faces were even paler. Yu Wudao's expression was solemn. His body emitted light, and the world was frozen. To be honest, this spear also posed a great threat to him. He didn't know if Brother Lin could withstand it. Dodge, dodge quickly! Those who were following him roared crazily. They knew that they couldn't take it head on. It was this move that directly pierced through the invincible monk of the western desert and nailed him to the ground. However, to their shock, Lin Xian still didn't dodge. Looking at the third move, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Open! With a light chuckle, the golden flower behind him slowly opened. 6 petals bloomed at the same time. A terrifyingly sharp aura filled the air. The entire void trembled. Everyone was terrified. The weak ones prostrated on the ground, and the strong ones were shocked. Many invincible kings' bodies cracked, and blood gushed out. The ancient creatures screamed crazily and knelt on the ground, trembling. Damn it, what is this aura? It's too terrifying. What appeared in the golden flower? They didn't know. At that time, the 6 petals of the Bodhisattva had not fully opened, so they didn't know what was inside the petals. However, Lin Xian's golden flower was not a Buddhist skill at all. It was evolved from the dragon sword spirit. Who knew what would happen after the 6 petals bloomed? However, they could imagine that it was an extremely terrifying killing move. Even the invincible kings couldn't withstand the aura alone. In the sky, Bai Qianshan's expression changed drastically. He sensed a strong sense of death. Damn it, this is impossible. Destroy! He roared, and the power of his bloodline erupted again. He had to seize the opportunity and not let the other party's 6 petals fully open. The silver spear and the silver giant, which had dimmed because of the 6 petals, burst out with dazzling light again, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The spear was like a dragon, and its power skyrocketed. It was over. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his arm, and the 6 golden petals fully opened. Amidst the petals, a golden longsword appeared. As he waved his arm, it shot into the sky. Buzz! Chapter 2909. The void was instantly split in half. The silver spear collided with the golden sword, producing a clanging sound. However, it did not put up any resistance at all. It was torn apart. Whoosh! Poof! The silver giant's huge head was also pierced through. It let out an unwilling roar and dissipated into spiritual energy. No! Damn it! How is this possible? Bai Qianshan screamed crazily. His face was full of shock. His ultimate move, the divine power activated by his bloodline power, was broken by his opponent's sword. He could not believe it at all. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the golden sword light was quickly charging toward him and enveloping him in an instant. Damn it! Block it! Bai Qianshan roared. Although the situation was critical, he was still the 10th generation descendant. His strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. How could he not have a backup plan? In an instant, a shield appeared between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out a silver river that filled the sky in front of him. The armor shone brightly, and in an instant, 3 layers of powerful defense enveloped him. Bai Qianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Great! Now, even if several invincible kings attacked together, they would not be able to break through his defense. Kid, let's see. Poof! Before he could finish his words, a golden sword light directly cut his body in half. The shield, the silver river, and the armor were all useless. Under the sword, everything was turned into ashes. Silver blood splattered all over the sky, and the 2 halves of the corpse fell from the sky. The miserable sound made everyone's scalp tingle. What? He was cut open! These people had gone crazy. The human martial artists exclaimed, and the Archean creatures fainted. Bai Qianshan was cut in half by a sword. How is this possible? At this moment, the elders and even the sect leader who were watching through the array twitched their eyelids. They knew Bai Qianshan's strength. With 38,000 Archean power, no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Those older invincible kings did not dare to fight with him rashly. He could be said to be a young demon king who could sweep through everything. But now, he was cut in half by a sword. This scene was too terrifying. Ah! Damn kid, I'm going to kill you! Bai Qianshan roared. His body quickly soared into the sky, wanting to heal. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. He didn't die, he was just injured. Indeed, it was very difficult to kill such a powerful genius like Bai Qianshan. It was likely that Bai Qianshan would not let his guard down, and he would not go around Lin Xian. The ancient creatures screamed again. Young master, are you all right? Kill him! Young master, you must kill him! They screamed like crazy. Bai Qianshan used his great magic power to heal his body. Lin Xian raised his head and let out a cold harumph. Instantly his body, which was just about to heal, split open once again. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared in front of him like a shooting star. He stepped out and stomped the other party onto the ground. A sword appeared at his fingertips, and the light was pressed against the other party's forehead. Bai Qianshan's body stiffened, and even his soul began to tremble. He realized that his opponent's sword chi could not only threaten his body. It could even threaten his soul. Damned brat, what do you want? The surrounding ancient lifeforms screamed crazily and rushed forward. However, they were all sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. The huge palm covered the sky and the earth, sending dozens of ancient creatures flying. Kid, I'm warning you. This is the peerless genius of the Silver Clan. The 10th generation descendant. If you dare to touch him, you're dead. In addition to the ancient creatures, there were many other ancient geniuses who were watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they let out a cold harumph. One more word and you'll die. Lin Xian did not pay any attention to these people. With his back facing them, he said something. His voice was like thunder, forming a golden cloud above the ancient geniuses. A terrifying sword shadow appeared. Seeing this scene, the ancient geniuses' eyelids twitched, and they quickly shut their mouths. It was too terrifying. They felt that their lives were in danger. They snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, there was a sneer in their eyes. If Bai Qianshan really dared to make a move, he would be dead. Sure enough, Bai Qianshan was fearless. Kid, kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if the Silver Clan will let you go. Kill you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You're thinking too much. I remember you once said that death is more painful than death. Failure is worse than death, so don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you live forever remember the scene of your failure today. From today onwards, you'll be my defeated opponent for the rest of your life. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Bai Qianshan's heart. Bai Qianshan roared at the sky and screamed crazily. Damn kid, I'm not convinced. Let me go if you dare. Let's fight another 300 rounds. 300 rounds? You can't even block one of my attacks. What are you not convinced about? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Today, I'll make you kneel at my feet. As he said that, he waved his hand and grabbed Bai Qianshan's head. How dare you! Bai Qianshan went crazy. If he really knelt at Lin Xian's feet, he would not be able to live anymore. Die! He roared angrily and tried to break free from the golden palm. However, endless dragon-shaped sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's palm. It completely sealed his body. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't break free. Bai Qianshan's face was ferocious. Bloodline power, burn! Right now, he was willing to pay any price to break free. However, the power of his bloodline was of no use. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything he had. He could not resist at all. He was pressed to the ground by the golden palm and kowtowed 10 times. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Oh God, the terrifying Archean prodigy, the 10th generation grandchild, is kowtowing to Lin Xian. This made them feel dizzy. The Archean creatures screamed, especially the Archean creatures from the Silver Clan. They rushed over as if they had gone mad. Damn it, let go of our young master. They had all gone crazy. Bai Qianshan's status was extremely noble. He represented the Silver Clan in the outside world. Now that Bai Qianshan was kowtowing to Lin Xian, did that not mean that the Silver Clan was kowtowing to him? The other party was a human. Why would the Silver Clan kowtow to a human? Therefore, these people did not care about anything else and rushed over madly. Streaks of silver light danced in the air. Flying swords, sabers, galaxies, and meteorites filled the sky. These Archean creatures activated their divine abilities and rushed toward Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. However, Lin Xian destroyed all of them with a punch. Dozens of Archean creatures turned into blood, dyeing the ground red. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Yushuan's voice was sonorous. He was like a demon god standing on the ground. At this moment, everyone was trembling. The Archean creatures were even trembling. He was too powerful. Killing them was no different from killing ants. Lin Xian said in a clear voice as he looked around disdainfully after shocking everyone with a single punch. Everyone has seen what happened today. I defeated Bai Qianshan in 3 moves. From now on, he won't be able to be arrogant in front of us humans. At the same time, I want to tell everyone that the 10,000 Archean tribes are not scary, and Archean prodigies are nothing. Although we humans don't have a particularly powerful bloodline, we have an invincible heart. We have the belief to reach the peak of martial arts. All of this is our most precious treasure. Without an invincible heart, and the belief to win, what's the point of having a noble bloodline? Lin Xian's words were like a raging fire that ignited the hearts of the surrounding warriors. Chapter 29:10. This little guy was restoring the confidence of the human clan. Yi Jia, the elders of the Gu family, and the Jade Pool nodded in relief when they saw this. The human clan had suffered too many blows and urgently needed someone to restore their confidence. Lin Xian was undoubtedly one of the best candidates. Lin Xian did not have the power of bloodline, but he defeated Bai Qianshan, who had an extremely strong bloodline, and even trampled him under his feet. He made Bai Qianshan kowtow. This was definitely something that made people's blood boil. When they saw the human clan warriors, their eyes were filled with hope and excitement. Lin Xian also smiled. He let go of his hand and threw Bai Qianshan out. Get lost! Lin Xian turned around and walked forward. Behind him, Bai Qianshan regained his freedom, but he was trembling with anger. His face was extremely ferocious. I will definitely kill you! The power of bloodline in his body burned quickly. He opened his mouth and turned into a peerless flying sword. He killed his way out. This was his secret technique. It was a secret technique that he did not hesitate to use. It could kill people above his level. Although the consequences of doing so would cause him to be seriously injured and even need to recuperate for a year or two to recover, he could not care less. However, he couldn't care less. Only by killing this brat in front of him could he vent the hatred in his heart. Not good. As soon as the flying sword appeared, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. There was even blood-red thunder falling between heaven and earth. One could imagine how fatal this sword was. The elders and experts all cried out in alarm, and the human race martial artists even screamed out loud. Damn it! No! Their hearts were in their throats. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu also exclaimed. Brother Xian, dodge! Brother Lin Xian, be careful! All of this happened in an instant. When everyone was exclaiming, the blood-red flying sword had already attacked Lin Xian's back. It wanted to pierce through his body. Clang! Lin Xian did not look back. He stretched out 2 fingers and caught the blood-red flying sword. These 2 fingers were golden and were wrapped in endless dragon-shaped sword chi. They were like 2 giant dragons that grabbed the blood-red flying sword tightly. The blood-red flying sword could not move at all. What? He caught it! This was impossible. The Archean prodigy's eyelids twitched in disbelief. This blood-red killing sword was definitely one of the strongest killing moves. The other party was actually able to block it so easily. Could it be that the other party's strength was far beyond their imagination? I spared your dog life just now, but you actually don't know what's good for you and dare to sneak attack me? Do you really think that I don't dare to be ruthless to you? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Then, he waved his arm, and the icy blood-colored flying sword flew back at an even faster speed. No! A miserable shriek was heard as Bai Qianshan's body was pushed back again. His abdomen had been pierced through by the blood-red longsword, and he was nailed to the ground. His miserable voice sounded like the roar of a malicious spirit. He wasn't dead. This allowed Bai Qian to heave a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, his face was filled with despair. It was even worse than death. The reason being that his cultivation was crippled. The other party had directly destroyed his spiritual sea and shattered his meridians. This caused his extremely powerful battle prowess to be reduced to nothing. At this moment, he was no different from a mortal. No! Bai Qianshan screamed crazily. He could not accept it at all. One had to know that this was worse than death. That was because he had gone from a peerless genius to an ordinary person in an instant. How could he accept such a huge difference? The others were also stunned. Especially the primordial geniuses, their faces were filled with shock. The other party had actually crippled Bai Qianshan. The heavens were definitely pierced through. One had to know that Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation descendant. His status was extremely noble. The Silver Clan would definitely not let the kid in front of them go. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored Bai Qianshan. He turned around and walked toward Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Brother Xian! The 2 women were also excited. They heaved a sigh of relief and threw themselves into Lin Xian's arms. Let's go. It's too chaotic here. Let's find a place to chat. Lin Xian took the 2 women and soared into the sky. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, everyone was shocked. Until now, their minds were still a little blank. That was because the scene that happened just now was too shocking. They needed to digest it properly. Middle ground. In a palace in the great Xia dynasty, the martial artists of the dynasty were cultivating. One of them opened the palace door and rushed in, causing the other disciples of the royal family to open their eyes. Xia Yu, what's going on? Can't you see that we're cultivating? That's right. By the way, I heard that you went to watch the battle. How was it? Did Lin Xian lose? I told you not to watch such a battle. It'll only hurt our morale. That's right. Bai Qianshan was too powerful. Even the elders of the royal family could not compete with him. Not to mention Lin Xian. The disciples of the royal family shook their heads and sighed. They did not watch the battle, nor did they use the array formation to watch. That was because they felt that there was nothing to watch in this battle. Lin Xian would definitely lose. Seeing this, he felt stifled. He might as well cultivate in silence. Improving their strength was the way to go. The corner of the royal family disciple named Xia Yu's mouth twitched. He did not say anything. Instead, he threw a disc array on the ground. I won't say anything. Watch for yourselves. What are you looking at? The battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan? You're not deliberately making us lose our appetite, are you? The martial artists of the royal family shook their heads. Xia Yu said, let's watch it first. Trust me, it'll definitely subvert your understanding. Will it really subvert our understanding? The disciples of the royal family frowned. Could it be that both sides are tied? Damn, if that's the case, I'll have to watch it. This Lin Xian is quite powerful. Is the human race already able to compete with the 10,000 Archean races? The disciples of the royal family opened the disc array. Countless runes intertwined on it, forming a light screen that recorded the previous battle. A few seconds later they screamed. Damn! How is that possible? Damn it, you didn't make a formation to trick us, did you? The disciples of the royal family all went crazy. Why are you screaming instead of cultivating? At that moment, an elder walked over and frowned. Elder, did you watch today's battle? It was the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan. One of the disciples of the royal family asked. When the elder heard that, he snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Bai Qianshan is too terrifying. I'm afraid that no one in the human race can compete with him in a short period of time. So you guys should cultivate well. In 100 or 200 years, you might be able to compete with him. Hearing that, the disciples of the royal family in the hall swallowed their saliva. One of the little girls said, Elder, take a look at this. What are you looking at? You guys are getting lazier and lazier. The elder of the royal family was dissatisfied. No, Elder. This is the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan. However, the result of the battle is somewhat beyond our expectations. Originally, the elder of the royal family refused to watch the battle. However, when he saw the expressions of these disciples, he was also very curious. Forget it. At most, I'll just take a look. Anyway, I'll suffer a little more at most. Chapter 29:11. How could this be? The royal family elder was shocked because what was shown was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to defeat Bai Qianshan. No matter how powerful he was, he would at most be able to contend with him. But now, the array showed that Lin Xian was completely crushing Bai Qianshan. He defeated Bai Qianshan in 3 moves. In the end, he even crippled Bai Qianshan. The royal family elder could not believe it. After a long time, he asked in a trembling voice, Who gave you the array? Is the information reliable? Xia Yu hurriedly said, Elder, this information is definitely reliable. Hearing this, the royal family elder took a deep breath. He knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. As one of the top geniuses of the human race, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. His strength had probably far exceeded their expectations. Sure enough, at this moment, not only the great Xia dynasty, but all the sacred grounds and sects were shocked. To tell the truth, although this battle was famous, not many people actually went to watch it. That was because they all felt that this was a battle that they would definitely lose. They did not want to watch it. But now, through the recording of the array, they finally saw the complete battle. Everyone was extremely shocked. No way, am I blind? This must be a dream. Damn it, how is this possible? He defeated a genius of the 10,000 Archean tribes in 3 moves. Isn't Bai Qianshan very powerful? He defeated senior monk Xiemo and is said to be the 10th generation descendant? Why are you so weak? What do you know? Lin Xian is too powerful. It's unbelievable that the human race has such a genius. Will he become the next great emperor of the human race? These people exclaimed. However, there were also people who were worried that Lin Xian would really break the sky. Yes, he actually crippled Bai Qianshan. The Silver Tribe will definitely not let this go. Indeed. Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation descendant of the Silver Tribe. His status was extremely noble. How could the Silver Tribe swallow this insult when he was crippled? They would definitely kill Lin Xian mercilessly. For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. While they were excited, they were also full of worry. It wasn't just the great sects of the human race. The 10,000 primordial races also learned of this news. They had also obtained some formations and recorded battle scenes. When they saw Lin Xian kill his opponent in 3 moves, they were all terrified. Damn it, this is impossible. How could this brat be so powerful? It's over, he's dead meat. The Baiyin clan would never let him off. This Lin Xian was really a troublemaker. Let's see how he's going to clean up this mess. A series of cold laughter rang out. Even though these 10,000 ancient race beings were shocked, they knew that Lin Xian was most probably dead this time around. The Silver Thunder clan would definitely be furious. That's right, the Silver Thunder clan was indeed very powerful. They directly mobilized several dozen archaic kings, blotting out the sky and covering the earth to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had long left. He even brought Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu back to the Immortal Palace. This caused these archaic kings to miss their target. They couldn't find a way to deal with him at all. These archaic kings were so angry that they vomited blood. However, they still searched crazily. For a time, the figures of the Silver Clan's archaic kings could be seen all over the world. However, after searching for more than 10 days, they still couldn't find Lin Xian. These archaic kings of the Silver Clan could only give up. They swore that the next time Lin Xian appeared, they would definitely capture him and bring him back. This Lin Xian had already grown up. It would probably be difficult to kill him. That's right, this kid was indeed powerful. He had the 9 Yang creation body and the great dragon sword soul, these 2 extremely terrifying trump cards. Perhaps very few people in the younger generation could be compared to him. Not to mention the younger generation, even those invincible kings were not his match. However, if a saint were to make a move, they would definitely be able to kill him easily. But would a saint really dare to make a move? Not to mention the Archaic Alliance, just that Xia Jiuyo who was related to Lin Xian was probably unrivaled. Don't forget that his father, Lin Zhan, was also an extremely terrifying saint. There was also that Wine Lord who had the devouring sword. 3 such super saints stood behind Lin Xian. It was likely that saint-level people wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, the clans of those saints would be in danger of being exterminated. There was no need for a sage. In fact, those primordial kings could have killed Lin Xian 7 times. It was just that they didn't have the chance. These people discussed intensely, but gradually, they stopped talking about Lin Xian's matter. Because the aura emitted by Sky River City in the sky was becoming more and more terrifying. It was as if a world of fire had descended. It floated above everyone's heads. The entire sky was dyed red. Everyone was excited because according to the Fire Qilin Cave, they would be able to enter Sky Flame City in a day or 2. During this period of time, the legends of Sky Flame City had already spread. Everyone knew that this was an incomparably mysterious city. Even great emperors couldn't see through it. Furthermore, there were countless precious treasures in the city, including the precious Sky Flame. If one could obtain that Sky Flame, it would be equivalent to obtaining a self-strengthening power. After absorbing it, one's strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering transformation. If a fire-based martialist obtained it, their fire-based mystiques would improve by leaps and bounds. This was a temptation to everyone, especially fire-based martialists. Great! If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely become even stronger. Yu Dao's eyes shone with a cold light. This sky flame would also be very helpful for cultivating his sacred body. Sky flame? It just so happens that the elixir I've been refining recently lacks a mystical flame to assist me. In the Wavering Light's sacred ground, the Wavering Light Saint's eyes flickered as 108 godfiends revolved around him. Although the Wavering Light Saint didn't have a terrifying bloodline, his strength was incomparably terrifying. He was one of the few people in the eastern wilderness who could be compared to Yu Dao. Furthermore, he hadn't been defeated in several battles with the primordial geniuses. This let everyone know that the Wavering Light Saint was extraordinary. If I can obtain the Sky Flame, I should be able to refine that weapon of mine. South Mountain Yen family? Yen Nantian also had a look of excitement. Recently, he had been refining a terrifying weapon and had reached the final stage. If he obtained the Sky Flame, he would be able to complete the final upgrade. As for that weapon, once he succeeded in refining it, his strength would also increase exponentially. Therefore, this time, he was also determined to obtain it. It wasn't just these human prodigies. The 10,000 Archean races were also incomparably excited. Among them, the Fire Qilin Cave was determined to obtain it because they had received instructions from the Qilin Crown Prince to obtain the Sky Flame. The Phoenix race was also born of desire. They also needed this Sky Flame. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Fire Dragon race was even more excited. It could be said that the goal of countless powerhouses and prodigies was all the mysterious Sky Flame. In the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian also stood up. Was Sky Flame City finally going to open? Chapter 29:12. Brother Xian, do you need that mysterious heavenly fire? Murong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, stood up from his arms. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the 9-yang divine body required all kinds of mystical flames. If I can get this heavenly fire, it can improve my 9-yang divine body. Don't worry, Brother Lin Xian, we'll definitely get it for you. Xinjingqiu, who was standing beside him, waved her little fist and said, It's about time. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Qingqing, I'll open the realm gate and send you back to Jade Lake and Purple Dawn's sacred land. Gather your elders and experts. We'll meet outside Skyfire City. All right. Murong Qingqing nodded. Brother Lin Xian, I'll be back soon. Xinjingqiu was also reluctant to part. Lin Xian had the dark red dragon open the realm gate and send the two away. Soon, the two figures disappeared into the void. Lin Xian waved his hand and called Lin Xian, the head protector, and the other experts over. They gathered their people and prepared to set off for Skyfire City. It wasn't just Immortal Palace. At this moment, whether it was the 10,000 ancient races or the human sacred lands, they were all gathering their geniuses and experts to prepare to set off. In an instant, countless figures moved. A terrifying pressure spread out in the sky, covering the 9 heavens. Apart from the saints, the top geniuses and the terrifying kings all moved out. Below Skyfire City, figures moved. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, when the human race and the 10,000 ancient races met, they would inevitably clash. Before Skyfire City even began, there were already several fierce battles below. Even Yu Dao made a move, forcing the Golden Rock race's geniuses to retreat. Look! The Silver Race's people are here! Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone turned their heads and looked into the distance. The void in the distance tore apart as powerful figures descended from the sky. Silver runes shone on their bodies, suppressing the 9 heavens. After these people descended, they looked around disdainfully. However, some people sneered. Oh, isn't this the silver race? You still have the face to come? I remember your silver race's 10th generation descendant. He had just been killed. The person who said this was none other than a martial artist from the Yi family. As a clan of the ancients, they were not afraid of the Silver Clan. The Silver folk were vile, and had dared to provoke Leif Daudenir. How could they not be mocking and ridiculing him? Yeah, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't come. The disciples of the Gu family also joined in the fun. As a clan of the Huanggu clan, they possessed an extremely great heritage and possessed extreme weapons. Therefore, he was not afraid of this uncrowned king at all. Do you want to die? The geniuses from the Silver Clan were so angry that they vomited blood. The piercing sword light in his eyes turned into streaks of rainbows that tore through the void. Do you think I'm scared of you? The golden blood chi of the disciples of the Yi family surged. On the other side, the disciples of the Gu family turned into nothingness and attacked the mysterious universe. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Countless gazes fell on the Silver Clan. The people of the Bayin clan felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at like this. One of the primordial geniuses snorted coldly. What's the big deal? That Lin Xian of the human race only used despicable means to sneak up on one of our geniuses. Otherwise, our geniuses wouldn't have bowed to him. That's right. Who does that kid think he is? He can't hide after sneaking up on us. Come out if you dare. The geniuses of the Silver Clan will definitely crush him to death. These people were furious. They hadn't found any trace of Lin Xian in the past few days. Their assassination plan had been for naught. Keep bragging. Your 10th generation grandchild, Fen, has been crippled. Among the geniuses of the Silver Clan, how many of them are stronger than your 10th generation grandchild? Fortunately, God Lin Xian isn't standing here. Otherwise, you wouldn't even dare to fart. That's right. In front of God Lin Xian, you're just ants. For a moment, the two sides were in a heated argument. At this time, the other primordial races interjected. Where is that Lin Xian? Tell him to come out if you dare. He's a genius of the Blood Moon clan. Oh, you still dare to come out now? Aren't you afraid of being killed by a sword? Have you forgotten the taste of the divine nine-yang body? Gu Santong sneered. The divine nine-yang body is strong, but it's not invincible. The battle physique of the War Clan is the true, unparalleled battle strength. The people of the War Clan also came. This was one of Lin Xian's old rivals. They had been silent for a while. Who would have thought that this time, with the appearance of Skyfire City, the war race would finally appear? The War Clan used to belong to the 10,000 Archean races, and they were a branch of the Archean royal races. They were very powerful. Their clan's battle physique was said to be unparalleled in battle strength. It could be said that their battle strength was very terrifying. At this moment, when these words came out, the surrounding people all gasped. Even the geniuses of the 10,000 Archean races had serious expressions. The power of the unparalleled battle physique was famous in the past. It was not inferior to the divine nine-yang body. Is the battle physique that powerful? I remember back then, you were suppressed by God Lin Xian until you couldn't breathe, right? You still dare to come out now? Lin Xian's followers sneered. No Flower also snorted. The clone of the number one genius of the War Clan was killed by Brother Lin. You can't forget this, right? You're courting death. The warriors of the War Clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were so angry that their teeth itched. Indeed, back then, Lin Xian had killed the clone of their number one genius. At that time, it had caused a huge uproar and everyone knew about it. They thought that after a period of time, they would have forgotten about it. They did not expect that they would be kicked out again. This was like rubbing salt into their wounds. However, soon, a female disciple of the War Clan snorted. What's the big deal? It's just a clone. This time, the true body of our number one genius will come. No matter how strong that Lin Xian is, why don't you let him come out? Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant in front of our number one genius. What? The number one genius of the War Clan was coming out? Everyone was shocked. This was a terrifying enemy. Especially the younger generation. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. The other party was definitely a powerful opponent that could not be underestimated. Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, the Alcade Saint, and the others frowned. The unparalleled battle physique was indeed very strong. The geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races were also discussing it. Boom! Right at this moment, the void suddenly collapsed. A powerful force suppressed the surroundings, and everyone was sent flying. Even the primordial geniuses and human geniuses used their king domains to resist. Damn it, who is it? So strong! Heavens, this aura is too terrifying. Could it be that the number one genius of the war clan had appeared? Those people exclaimed. However, the faces of those from the war clan were ugly because they were also affected. This made them realize that it was not their number one genius. Then who was it? Who was so arrogant? Chapter 29:13. Everyone turned their heads to look. Even the older generation figures and invincible kings had eyes that were like rainbows. They also wanted to know who it was. Amidst the endless shattered void, a figure slowly appeared. He was tall and big, like a fiend god. His eyes were sharp, and he looked disdainfully. What? It's him! One of the human race elders trembled and exclaimed. The others were also shocked because they recognized who this person was. Yan Nantian. The peerless genius of the Yan family, the number one genius of the South Ridge, and the person known as the South Emperor. After all, he was just as famous as Lin Xian and Leaf Doudenier. More importantly, it was rumored that he had received the inheritance of a great emperor. This was extremely shocking to everyone. Was it him? The holy sons and holy daughters of the human race were shocked. Yi Wudao and the Alcade holy sons' eyes shone with a cold light, and their bodies were filled with battle intent. The 10,000 ancient races prodigies also had serious expressions. However, a few of them smiled and even went up to greet him. Brother Yan, I didn't expect you to be here. In the past, powerful primordial beings had come to the Yan family and had a secret meeting with the Yan family head and Yan Nantian. To a certain extent, the Yan family and the 10,000 ancient races had formed an alliance. Therefore, the primordial prodigies and Yan Nantian had a cooperative relationship. Hearing this, the human race cultivators were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? The primordial prodigies were greeting Yan Nantian? And their attitude was so good? This was too unbelievable. After all, not even top geniuses like Leaf Doudenier, Lin Xian, or Dustless had ever received such treatment. Not to mention the younger generation, even the elders and sect masters didn't receive such treatment. But now, Yan Nantian was receiving such treatment. It was absolutely unbelievable that so many primordial prodigies were greeting him. Yes. Yan Nantian nodded slightly and landed to the side, ignoring everyone's surprised gazes. What was going on? Was there some relationship between Yan Nantian and these primordial prodigies? Everyone was discussing, and many elders of the sacred grounds were frowning. Looks like the Yan family is more complicated than we thought. They actually have connections with the 10,000 ancient races. Did they betray the human race? One of the elders had an ugly look on his face. Impossible. Did he not want to live anymore? He dared to betray the human race. These people discussed and speculated. Very soon, they exclaimed in shock because there was a supreme expert descending from the sky. When the newcomers arrived, the faces of the archaic creatures darkened, especially those from the Silver tribe. Within the clan, many experts were trembling with anger. A terrifying murderous aura shot up into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. That damned brat, he actually came. The humans were also extremely shocked. He actually dared to come here? Wasn't he afraid of the Silver tribe's revenge? What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't alone this time. Who would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight? Do you think Immortal Palace will be afraid of the Bain clan? He thought about Xia Jiuyo. After the dark turmoil last time, they knew that Immortal Palace had an extremely terrifying super saint, precisely Xia Jiuyo. Someone like that could easily send the great ancestor flying with a slap. Furthermore, he could even catch an imperial armament with his bare hands. With such a person around, who would dare to harm Immortal Palace? Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others grinned. Brother Lin, you're here. That's right, it was Lin Xian and his group. Lin Xian descended from the sky with Immortal Palace's experts, and walked out of the gate. He looked around. When he saw the archaic creature's unfriendly expressions, he snorted coldly. When he sensed the Silver tribe's murderous aura, he even sneered. The other party wanted to kill him, but how could he not want to kill the 10,000 archaic creatures? He knew that these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. So what if they did? He wasn't afraid of them. Lin Xian greeted Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others with a smile. Then, he met up with Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Qingqing Qiu'er. Lin Xian walked over. Brat, get over here and accept your death. Frenzied roars rang out. The Silver tribe's members were about to go crazy. From the beginning until now, the other party had only glanced at them once, then ignored them. What was the meaning of this? Ignoring them? They released such a terrifying murderous aura that the entire world trembled. No one dared to ignore them. Whoosh! In an instant, more than 10 archaic creatures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. Terrifying light bloomed from their bodies, and terrifying silver runes lit up the world. It made those martial artists tremble in fear. Sure enough, they attacked. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu's expressions also changed. Lin Xian stopped, turned around, and shouted coldly. If you don't want to die, scram! Following his angry roar, Li Xunxian, the chief enforcer, and the others also rose, their bodies emitting terrifying light. Saint weapons even appeared, and terrifying saint aura swept through the world. Everyone's expression changed. The Silver tribe's experts also frowned, but they didn't retreat. Using saint weapons? Do you think you're the only ones with saint weapons? They also took out 2 saint weapons. The terrifying aura once again caused the void to crack, and countless cracks appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, a few terrifying figures descended. Stop! A monstrous sea of fire spread out as if the god of fire had descended, turning into a fire Qilin. Fire Qilin Cave! The Fire Qilin Cave's people had arrived. Everyone exclaimed. The archaic king of the Silver tribe was also surprised. Great! If the Fire Qilin Cave wanted to help them, they could definitely kill the kid in front of them. But soon, their expressions changed. After the Fire Qilin Cave's experts arrived, they didn't help the Silver tribe, but stopped the battle. What was so important that they had to make such a big fuss? An elder of the Fire Qilin Cave frowned. When those words came out, everyone was shocked, and they didn't dare to believe their ears. Heavens! What did that mean? The Fire Qilin Cave's people were here to stop the fight? How was that possible? One had to know that the Fire Qilin Cave was an archaic royal family. How powerful and terrifying was that? Moreover, they were enemies with Lin Xian. It was already good enough that they didn't help the Silver tribe to suppress Lin Xian. But now, the other party actually stopped the battle. Not to mention the humans, even the 10,000 archaic races were stunned. Especially the people of the Silver tribe, they were all dumbfounded. This brat crippled our 10th generation grandchild. We must capture him and tear him to shreds. We will make his soul kneel in front of our Silver tribe forever. An archaic king said coldly. Lin Xian sneered. Kneel in front of you? You're courting death. Your grandson was courting death, so I crippled him. If he didn't court death, I wouldn't have bothered to do anything. If you want to make a move on me, go ahead. Whether it's a one-on-one or a group battle, I'll take them all. Chapter 29:14. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave looked displeased. To be honest, they also wanted to kill Lin Xian and even the entire human race. But they couldn't do it now. If the two sides fought here, it would definitely not be a small battle. They might even use sacred weapons. In the end, even saints might come out. A battle of this level was enough to threaten Sky Flame City. If it affected Sky Flame City, who knew what kind of changes would happen? This time, they were here on the orders of the Qilin Crown Prince. They had to obtain that thing in Sky Flame City. They wouldn't allow Sky Flame City to suffer any losses. Therefore, they wouldn't let the two sides fight in this battle. If there were any grudges, they would settle them after entering Sky Flame City. Yes, they definitely couldn't affect the arrival of Sky Flame City. The powerhouse of the Fire Qilin Cave said coldly. As soon as these words were said, the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge nodded. They also didn't want anything to happen to Sky Flame City at this final juncture. Seeing the three ancient royal families come out to stop them, the people of the Silver Clan gritted their teeth in anger. But there was nothing they could do. Although they were uncrowned kings, they were still far inferior to the real three royal families. Now that the three ancient royal families had joined forces, they could only swallow their anger. Kid, I'll let you live for a while longer. After entering Sky Flame City, I'll teach you a lesson. An ancient king of the Silver Clan snorted coldly. Let's go. They quickly retreated to the side with their men. You should be glad that someone came out to stop them. Otherwise, you would be a bunch of dead people now. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If the Silver Clan dared to make a move, he guaranteed that they would definitely regret it. You! The Silver Clan was so angry that they vomited blood. Lin Xian waved his hand and asked Li Xianxian, the chief guardian, and the others to retreat. They came to an empty place and waited quietly. Sky Flame City was about to open. Powerful figures descended one after another. Sacred grounds, sects, and ancient races appeared one after another. All the powerful forces had come. Buzz! In the sky, endless auras filled the air. Powerful combat strength suppressed the surroundings, causing the expressions of these elites to change again. Who was it this time? These people were terrified. Looking at the other party's aura, they weren't inferior to the top elites from before. It's our unparalleled battle body. The war race's people cried out in alarm, their faces filled with excitement. That's right, the one who came this time was their war race's #1 genius. The war race's #1 genius was extremely terrifying. His body flowed with brilliant colors, making it impossible for others to see his true appearance. However, the aura on his body was enough to suppress the 9 heavens. From the looks of it, he wasn't any weaker than the archaic era's prodigies. So powerful! This person's aura was even stronger than Bai Qianshan's. What? You're saying he's even scarier than the 10th generation grandson? That was only natural. The unparalleled combat body was also a famous existence in ancient times. It was definitely not to be underestimated. Most likely, he was also here for the mysterious heavenly flame. These people were extremely shocked. After the #1 prodigy arrived, his gaze swept across all directions. Who is Lin Xian? Get your ass out here! Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. He was here to look for Lin Xian again. Last time, I killed your clone, but I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson. This time, your main body is coming to die. If you want to live this time, it won't be so easy. So in front of me, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you. Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not stand up. Instead, he said coldly, You're Lin Xian? Hearing the other party's threat, the #1 prodigy's aura became even more terrifying. Come and die. Previously, the other party had killed one of his clones, which made him go crazy. Not only was that a slap to his face, but it also greatly reduced his strength. At that time, he was in seclusion. He had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation and could not use it. Furthermore, His clone had been defeated, which greatly reduced his strength. Therefore, until the appearance of Heaven Flame City, he had been in seclusion to recover his strength. Fortunately, he was lucky. Finally, before Heaven Flame City opened, not only did he recover his strength, but he also made further progress and improvement. Therefore, the first thing he did when he came out of seclusion was to kill Lin Xian. Kid, aren't you very arrogant? That's right, come out and fight with our number one prodigy. Our number one prodigy can crush you with one hand. No matter how strong you are, you're not a match for our number one prodigy. The warriors of the war tribe roared angrily. They really could not hold it in anymore. Was the number one prodigy that amazing? Wasn't his clone still killed by our great god Lin Xian? That's right, what are you shouting for? Our great god Lin Xian did not make a move because he wanted to let you live a little longer. Can't you even understand this little bit of mercy? Seriously. Lin Xian's followers also sneered. The number one prodigy snorted coldly. Immediately, everyone did not dare to speak. Thousands of auras hung down from his body, directly shattering the void. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land trembled with his footsteps. Lin Xian, come and fight. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. This Lin Xian was really, they did not know what to say. Lin Xian was strong, but he had provoked too many enemies. Previously it was the Silver Tribe. Now there was the War Tribe. These two tribes were both ancient royal tribes and were very tyrannical. Could Lin Xian really resist so many people? There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Obediently line up at the back. Lin Xian waved his hand disdainfully. So what if you're the number one prodigy? You're courting death. The number one prodigy roared and punched out. The sky full of light condensed, forming a shadow that directly fell with this punch. The entire world trembled. The invincible king screamed in horror. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Lin Xian snorted coldly and also stood up. His body bloomed with light, and a ray of sword chi rushed into the sky. Stop! Seeing that the two peerless prodigies were about to fight, the experts of the Fire Qilin cave walked out again. They directly tore the void and swallowed all the energy. Buzz! An old man said in a deep voice. Before Sky Flame City opened, no one was allowed to fight. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the Fire Qilin cave. You will also be an enemy of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge. The people of the other two dynasties also stood out. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. The number one prodigy of the War Tribe also withdrew his hand. Since that's the case, I'll personally kill you after Sky Flame City. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll settle it today, Lin Xian said. What? Everyone was stunned. They thought that things would end like this, but they did not expect Lin Xian to make a move at this time. What was going on? Yu Wudao, Gu Shantong, and the others frowned. Chapter 29:15. Sure enough, the three primordial theocrats frowned. They stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Kid, I said you're not allowed to attack. Are you deaf? Humph. I, Lin Xian, have always been free to do things. The heavens can't control me, and the earth can't control me either. Who do you think you are to control me? Facing the three ancient royal families, Lin Xian still didn't give them face. The surrounding people went crazy and were in an uproar. Was this guy crazy? He actually dared to provoke the three ancient royal families. The three ancient royal family powerhouses' faces completely darkened. They were so angry that they trembled, and the killing intent on their bodies swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kid, you're courting death. I'm courting death? Then come and bite me. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you guys say that no one was allowed to attack before Sky Flame City opened? Does this not include yourselves? Don't tell me you guys are slapping your own faces so quickly? You! As soon as these words came out, the three ancient royal families trembled in anger. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. It was over, this Lin Xian was really going to fight with the ancient royal family. Humph! An ancient king of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. We took action to suppress you in order to maintain order. It's not considered breaking the rules. You guys set the rules? You guys maintain order? Lin Xian sneered. Who gave you the right? Do you really think of yourselves as supreme existences? I even said that the rules here need to be set by my immortal palace, and that I need to protect them. Lin Xian's voice became colder and colder. I remember that when we signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance, it was said that the 10,000 ancient races and the human race were equal. Since when did the 10,000 ancient races want to suppress the human race and help set the rules for the human race? As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sect masters' pupils constricted. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. When the immemorial Treaty of Alliance was signed, everyone was on equal footing. But in reality, the 10,000 ancient races were too domineering. This was especially true for the three royal families, who were even more overbearing. This time, Skyfire City was led by the other party. Previously, when the three far ancient theocrats had joined forces and explained the rules of this place, they had not resisted. This was because they had subconsciously lowered their heads to the other party and acknowledged the other party's leadership. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian did not fear these 10,000 ancient races at all. Back then, he had even beaten up the sages of the 10,000 ancient races, causing them to cry out miserably. How could he allow them to set the rules? Why should he follow the rules set by the other party? The other elders and experts of the human tribe were also discussing animatedly. It seemed like they had to reflect on their actions. Otherwise, there would be no need for the dark upheaval. In the future, their human race would be reduced to slaves of the 10,000 ancient races. This was not good news, so they had to seriously reflect on it. Let him do it. Right at this moment, a dignified voice resounded from the 9 heavens. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. The eyes of the ancient lifeforms also flickered. In the next moment, their hearts beat wildly. This was because a dragon head was faintly discernible in the endless sea of clouds above the 9 heavens, emitting a terrifying divine might. The supreme expert of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were shocked. When the people of the three ancient royal families below heard this order, they also retreated one after another. Several ancient monarchs joined forces to form a peerless array formation that enveloped the surroundings. There was nothing they could do about it. Once Lin Xian and the number 1 genius fought, the power and destruction caused would be extremely terrifying. They had to carefully protect themselves with array formations. Otherwise, if they alarmed Skyfire City, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Damn it, this guy actually dared to provoke them like this. They really wanted to kill him. These ancient lifeforms gritted their teeth. There were also elders who said in a low voice, "Don't be rash. These humans seem to have reacted. We can't let them reflect on it. Otherwise, if they join forces to resist, it will be much more troublesome for us in the future. Don't worry, we'll let this little brat jump around for a while. With just this brat and immortal palace, they won't be able to stir up any waves. We have to play the role of leaders and rule makers and let the humans gradually fall into our trap." These ancient powerhouses communicated in low voices. They were using a kind of slow infiltration method. Although it wouldn't be effective in a short period of time, after hundreds or thousands of years, the humans would have to lower their heads to them without even fighting. They wanted to let this kind of relationship penetrate deep into the other party's blood and bones. In the sky, countless runes flickered, and an ancient primordial aura spread out. Shocking array formations were formed, enveloping the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone frantically retreated and hid in the distance to watch. Nothing was important now. Only the battle between these two geniuses was the most important. The number one genius snorted coldly. Now, they could finally fight. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. The number one genius was very domineering. Lin Xian had no intention of making a move. He sneered. We can fight, but did I say we'll fight here? Follow me over there. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, turned into a sword light, and tore through the void. The number one genius was stunned at first, but his face soon darkened. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Brat, no matter where you go, you won't be able to escape death. He also stepped on the ground, and a pair of terrifying divine wings grew on his back. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The others were also shocked. They could not understand why Lin Xian had to go through so much trouble. Why did he have to go against the 10,000 ancient races every time? The faces of the three ancient royal families were terrifyingly dark. The ancient monarchs were so angry that they were trembling. Damn it, if you don't want to fight here, you should have said so earlier. They had to set up so many ancient arrays. All of these required an enormous amount of precious resources. Lin Xian naturally did not do this casually. He did this for a purpose. He wanted to break the dominance of the 10,000 ancient races. What right did he have to set the rules? What right did he have to decide? Did he have to fight here just because he said so? What a joke! Lin Xian was not the other party's slave, so why should he listen to the other party? No matter what the other human race cultivators did, Lin Xian would not be restrained. No one could affect him. He could do whatever he wanted. This was the mentality of the pinnacle of martial arts. Although he couldn't completely achieve this now, he would definitely work hard in this direction. Cultivation was to transcend heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth could not control him, let alone a mere 10,000 ancient races. Want to control him? Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart as he flew. He was even more determined in this belief. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, Lin Xian stopped. All right, let's fight here. Behind him, the number one genius also walked over. Brat, I have to say, the place you chose for yourself to be buried is really not that good. Chapter 29:16. The number one prodigy's aura became sharper and sharper. The divine wings on his back transformed into two peerless divine swords that pierced through the 9 heavens and slashed forward. Boom! Lin Xian brandished the 9 suns god and punched forward. The battle between the two erupted, shaking heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept through millions of miles of space. The surrounding people originally wanted to follow, but they were suddenly shocked back by a shocking aura. Everyone was terrified. Damn it, don't go forward. The two of them are too powerful. Use the formation to watch from afar. Many elders and experts roared in anger. The people of the war tribe were even more active. They quickly set up the formation because they wanted everyone to see how Lin Xian was killed by their prodigy. Countless formations condensed and were about to be formed. However, they were destroyed in an instant. Damn it, who was it? The powerhouses and elders of the war tribe roared. In the next moment, they were shocked. Because above the 9 heavens, a terrifying wave of flame surged over. It turned into fire dragons, fire kylons, and phoenixes. All kinds of strange flame beasts ran in the sky. It was Sky Flame City. Sky Flame City had changed. It seemed like it was about to open. Seeing this scene, those people no longer set up the formation. Although the battle between Lin Xian and the number one prodigy was quite amazing. But now, the most important thing was still Sky Flame City. Sure enough, even the 3 primeval theocrats had placed all their attention on Sky Flame City. The huge city in the sky bloomed with billions of rays of light. On the city walls, there were flame Tao runes that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. What a terrifying flame power! This was the power of the origin of fire. If one could comprehend it, they would definitely obtain great benefits. The city walls alone were so terrifying. The heavenly flames inside would definitely be even more heaven-defying. These people's eyes were red and shining. They swore that they would definitely obtain the heavenly flames inside. At this moment, Yiwu Dao, the Alcade Sage, Yen Nantian, Fire Qilin Cave, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and all the other prodigies were excited. However, they did not act rashly. At this moment, the aura of Sky Flame City was too powerful. Moreover, the door was not open. How were they going to enter? That's right, where was the entrance? That was everyone's question. Because of Sky Flame City. It was simply too huge. Entrenched in the sky, one could not see the end of it. It was impossible to climb over the city wall. He could only walk through the door. But where was the door? They didn't know. They could only wait patiently. Sure enough, they didn't have to wait for long before a flaming gate appeared in the sky. That door was incomparably mysterious, formed from flames. The flames were even more terrifying. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that they weren't flames, but formed from Tao patterns. It was a flaming gate formed by the flaming Tao patterns of heaven and earth. It was formed by the Tao sects. These people were shocked. This Skyfire City was too terrifying. No wonder even the great emperor couldn't see through it completely back then. Did it fall from the immortal world? The flame gate in the sky flickered, but in the end, it was formed. It was incomparably dreamy, like the gates of the immortal world, bringing with it endless temptation. Charge! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures rushed over. Among them were 2 elders of the human race's 5 elements palace. The 3 invincible kings of the Divine Flame sect. In addition, there was an elder from the Fire Qilin Cave and 2 geniuses from the Fire Dragon tribe on the 10,000 ancient races side. There were also 2 prodigies from the Redwing race. In an instant, they arrived in front of the flaming gate, wanting to rush in. They had no choice. In such a mysterious place, they had to seize the initiative. Their speed was quite fast, but in the next moment, they screamed miserably. Ah! Miserable screams rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The bodies of those elders and powerhouses split open, directly shattered by the Tao patterns. Blood surged in the sky, and in an instant, it was burned clean by the terrifying flames, leaving not a trace behind. What? Were they all killed? Everyone was terrified. It was too terrifying. Those who wanted to move all stopped in their tracks. Even the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races had extremely ugly expressions. There was danger. The flaming gate was actually dangerous and incomparably terrifying. That was the power of the Tao patterns, the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was very difficult for those below the sage realm to resist. Damn it, how could it be like this? Could it be that they could only watch and not enter? Should they use their sacred weapons? Or should they activate their sage realm? The expressions of the sacred grounds and the 10,000 ancient races were incomparably solemn. They all looked at Fire Qilin Cave because they knew that Fire Qilin Cave should know more. However, this time, even the powerhouses and elders of Fire Qilin Cave were dumbfounded. They also didn't know what was going on. Because according to their intelligence, this flaming gate shouldn't be dangerous. If there was any danger, it should be the danger in Sky Flame City. But now, they couldn't even enter the gate. No, that's not right. Look! The Queen Mother of the West exclaimed and pointed forward. The others were puzzled. Could it be that something had changed again? They also looked towards the sky. In the next moment, they exclaimed. They didn't die? They discovered that a few figures had walked into the flaming gate and didn't die. What was going on? Could it be that they could block the attack? That's not right. These are all young people. How can they compare to those ancient kings and the elders of the sacred grounds? The surrounding people were all stunned. The eyes of the sect master of the Saber One's sacred ground lit up. I understand. There's an age limit. Perhaps only the younger generation can enter. The older generation powerhouses can't enter. As soon as these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. The 10,000 ancient races also understood. Indeed, there were some powerful secret realms and places that had restrictions. For example, there were restrictions on cultivation base or age. It seemed that this flaming gate should also have restrictions. Since they had found a way, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't impossible to enter. As long as they could send people in, there would be a chance. Were they sure it was an age limit? Perhaps it was a hypocritical limit. Although the few who entered were elites, they were all peerless, mighty figures. They hadn't become invincible kings. And although the ones who were killed were of the older generation, they were also invincible kings. Therefore, they still needed to verify it. On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient king of the divine Emperor Ridge also frowned and said, "That was easy." An old man from the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He had a dragon's head, but he had 8 dragon hands. The pair of wings on his back carried a blood-colored light. At this moment, his 8 arms waved and instantly grabbed an old human martial artist who was only a peerless, mighty figure. He instantly threw him in. "No!" the old man screamed crazily. "Damn it!" The people of the moon-worshipping sect also roared angrily because this was one of their people. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.